This is an era where anyone can awaken, yet I awaken an ability that everyone envies. Not only can I tear through armies with a broken sword, but I can also wield all forbidden magic. A century ago, countless tower of monsters began to appear all over the world. Countless monsters flew out from them, bringing endless disaster to the world. Before these powerful monsters, humanity stood no chance. Just as humanity was on the brink of extinction, the first generation of Transcendent appeared known as progenitors. Each one was invincible. They repelled the monster invasion and successfully destroyed the tower. This was humanity's first victory against an invasion from another dimension. The progenitors were hailed as heroes who had saved the world and entombed forever in the shrine of progenitors. Several centuries later, my name is Minato Kanagi. When I was a kid, I used to love reading the tales of the progenitors at the library in their shrine, like the blade master who cut through an army of 10,000 with a single tree branch, or the mage who unlocked the secret of magic and could cast any spell without an incantation. Today, they are known as the legendary Transcendent. My dream is to be like them, to leave behind a legend of my own. Now that the mark of the chosen has appeared on my hand, I swore an oath on the mark that I too would someday become a Transcendent worthy of being remembered like the progenitors. But misfortune still struck. The results are in. Everyone was jumping in joy as the result was announced. Everyone passed the hunter exam. However, fate played a cruel joke. While the entire class rejoiced at passing the qualification exam, I stared at the rejection notice on my phone. A heavy gloom enveloped my entire being, and tears welled up in my eyes. Hey Minato, we're going out to celebrate. Would you mind cleaning up the classroom for us? At least you can clean up some trash, right? If you're a Transcendent, just sign your name and you pass automatically. Except Minato Kanagi. That's how everyone jokes about the hunter exam. Yet I've failed 3 years in a row. You're only allowed to take the exam 3 times after beginning your studies, so this was my last chance. Now, it seems I can never become a hunter. I passed the written exam with flying colors, and I even practiced to boost my aura. What's the point of having a Transcendence mark if I can't pass this exam? The mark on my hand feels more like a scar, tormenting me endlessly. I clutched the trash bin, hands trembling, heart heavier than I wanted to admit. My eyes burned, but I kept my head up. I wouldn't let the tears fall. Not here. This is so unfair. All I ever wanted was to be like the progenitors. Just then, a boy from my class suddenly appeared. Hurry to the school gate. I also want to be someone everyone looks up to, like this guy. This is Kaisei Izaki, a classmate from 3 years ago, now an A-rank Transcendent, had returned to campus for an interview. Move it. What took you so long? Kaisei's waiting. I apologized while trying to catch my breath. Kaisei walked towards us. You shouldn't bully the weak. The boy from my class tried to reason out, but Kaisei, this bastard. But before he could continue, Kaisei interrupted with an obvious forced smile. Can't you see there are reporters behind me? In front of the reporters, he acted magnanimous and composed. This is your alma mater, Sir Kaisei. Well then, please give us close coverage. This is the photo that will be on the cover. I was thinking of showing how you slay a dragon with 1 slash. That's great, although it's a bit embarrassing. This punk is Kaisei Izaki, a genius who entered the school with me 3 years ago and ranked first in all subjects. But that's not all, of course. He's also the prick who bullied me the whole time that we were in the same class. Recounting those memories makes me tremble. And today, Kaisei Izaki asked me to participate in the interview shoot. What was his purpose? I don't want to be part of his interview. I absolutely refuse to be his backdrop. Currently, he is expressing understanding for my failure and constantly recounting his past help to me. But in reality, he couldn't even remember my name now, needing a companion to remind him. Minato, who had poor grades, asked me for help. I took time out of my training time to give advice and tips. Hearing this, I was dumbfounded. What the hell is he talking about? Sometimes I even provided financial help. Kaisei continued, and my eyes widened. You've got to be kidding. When we were together, there was no so-called help, only punches and kicks. He never treated me as a human, even taking all my money. It was the worst year of my life. I can't listen to this anymore. Just as I was about to leave this ridiculous shoot, he spoke up. I promise not to disappoint you all. Someday, my name will go down in history as one of the great Transcendent. The reporters were excited, telling me I was lucky to have Kaisei looking out for me. This is your chance to publicly thank him for everything he's done for you. I stuttered, unable to utter a word. Thank him for what? Just then, Kaisei whispered, you failed the qualification exam again, didn't you? Then, strongly clenched my arm. I know this is probably a bad day for you, but you don't want to end it on an even worse note, do you? I recalled the pain of 3 years ago and found myself silently enduring it, forcing a smile to cooperate with the interview, speaking words against my heart. I'm very grateful to classmate Kaisei Izaki. He has always been a good friend to me. Before I could speak further, Kaisei interrupted. All right, we don't have much time, so enough about that. I felt horrible. After the interview, no one would remember my name. Who would be curious to know that boy's name? The reporter blurted. At this moment, I finally understood. Even if you are the embodiment of evil, as long as you have power, everyone will stand by your side, and people remember their name. My eyes stung, the tear gathering at the edge, trembling. What about me? What about my name? Just then, someone called out my name. Kaisei Izaki and his 2 companions walked towards me, inviting me to the Shrine of Progenitors tonight. With a bright smile, Kaisei asked, don't you want a retest? He said if I went, he would request an opportunity for a makeup exam from the association. Kaisei Izaki claimed he was doing this just to increase his own fame. It turned out his final filming location was the shrine, and the details would be arranged when we got there. Before finally leaving, Kaisei looked back. You'd better be there, okay? I was suspicious. Can I really trust him? I don't like the idea of Kaisei using me to make himself look better, but I had no choice. This could be the chance of a lifetime. This time, it has to work. I'm going to pass. I swear, the reporters commented. The next generation's superstar hunter swore an oath to protect humanity from the monsters at the Shrine of the Progenitors. I like the shot. The reporters were delighted and thanked Kaisei for making time. He then looked back as if to make sure the reporters were leaving. After the others had left, Kaisei Izaki went alone to the depths of the shrine. Have you found the entrance? I saw his 2 companions digging for the true entrance to the tomb. Yes, Kaisei, this is it, right? Kaisei was pleased. Good. Then go and get the stuff. Just then, I happened to arrive. What do you think you're doing? Without looking back, Kaisei answered. Isn't it obvious? We're hunting for treasure. Hearing this, I cursed at them. Are you insane? This is grave robbery. Do you know who is buried in there? Who cares? Kaisei Izaki disdainfully crushed a stone under his foot. They're just a bunch of musty old mummies. I don't care at all. I just want the treasure inside. Progenitors and shrine, it's just all all bullshits. Hearing this, I was stunned. Thinking of the heroic deeds of the first Transcendents, my idols, and my dreams, I went completely mad. I immediately rushed forward, wanting to beat Kaisei Izaki senseless. However, Kaisei Izaki simply sidestepped my attack and delivered a vicious punch to my abdomen. The fierce blow made me spit up a large amount of blood. I clutched my stomach, rolling on the ground in agony. My vision started to blur. Am I about to die? At that moment, Kaisei Izaki's companions found the treasure beneath the tomb. The bag was filled with all sorts of magic crystals and weapons. Kaisei Izaki picked up a crystal, ecstatic. This light is actually emitted by the crystal itself. I'm going to be rich. No, stop, don't touch those relics. Crap, I can't make a sound. Just then, Kaisei Izaki grabbed me by the collar and revealed the real reason he brought me here. Aren't you surprised why I tricked you into coming? I heard you've been researching the first Transcendents in the library, so you're the perfect scapegoat. Disheartened by your exam failure, you finally decide to steal the treasure from the tomb, then disappear without a trace the next day. What a tragic story. I looked at him, gritting my teeth. Shut up, but Kaisei continued. The main news tomorrow will probably be like this. Student at Hunter Training School accused of stealing treasure from the Shrine of Progenitors. According to the police, the suspect, he paused for a minute. What was your name again? With that, Kaisei Izaki let go. I watched, filled with indignation and rage. Oh well, it doesn't matter. So long. I am unable to make a sound as I fell into the cold river water. Am I going to die like this? All the training, all the tests, everything was meaningless. After I die, I'll probably disappear forever. No one will remember me. Just then, orbs of light began to glow in the water. When I opened my eyes, I saw the surrounding orbs of light gradually condensing into human figures. A vessel. Yes, indeed. He could be just the vessel we've been waiting for to make our wishes come true. Hearing this, I was puzzled. A vessel? What does that mean? Do you know who we are? Boy, we are the spirits resting in the Shrine of Progenitors. Hearing this, my eyes widened. What's happening? I hear voices. And what about these lights? Are these all the progenitors? At this moment, the mark on my hand emitted a radiant light, and they noticed it too. Young man, that sign on the back of your hand is the mark of the void. Although it doesn't have any power, it is capable of containing any power that enters it. Choose one of the progenitors here with whom you wish to form a bond. We are all experts in our respective fields. Magic, martial arts, swordsmanship, spear fighting, summoning, alchemy. No matter who you choose, you will gain immense power from them. Now then, whose power do you want? I know exactly what I want. Although I wanted to be like him, a respected A-rank transcendent, what I truly desired was unparalleled power in this world. Enough to crush everything. Enough to erase all the humiliation I had suffered. Hurry up and decide. Who do you choose? All of you. I want all of your powers. Give me everything. You are so greedy. No matter how powerful we are, you cannot have everything. Just when they thought it was impossible, the mark on my hand shone with a blinding light again. I don't want to hear your excuses. All of you get inside me right now. The next second, all the heroic souls were sucked into the space within the mark. Each of the progenitors expresses different reactions. Some are having fun, some are excited, some are amazed, and others can't believe what's happening. But it all points to one concluding question. Who the hell is this child? The moment their spirits entered me, everything changed. A radiant heat surged through my body, and then the light appeared beneath me. I looked down. A massive golden sigil had formed under my feet, glowing with power that felt ancient, alive. Symbols I didn't know, but somehow understood as if they'd been waiting for me all along. Meanwhile, outside, Kaisei Izaki and his group were about to leave when a massive column of water erupted from the river. As they stood there puzzled, I, bathed in a blue light, slowly floated above their heads and landed before them. I looked at them directly, my gaze ice cold. They saw me as nothing more than a resilient cockroach that had crawled back up. I casually picked up a tree branch from the ground, a move they found utterly ridiculous. They burst into laughter. What was that? Are you planning to fight back with a tree branch? I'm so scared. Then proceed to continue laughing. I ignored their mockery, simply swinging the branch a few times to get used to the changes in my body. Kaisei Izaki's patience wore thin. He ordered the skinny guy next to him, cut off his head, now, and make sure he never comes back again. The skinny guy's magic mark on his hand lit up, and a sharp blade materialized from the void. Hey, kid, you know I've never gotten less than top marks on my swordsmanship exams, right? This is the blade of a true master. Consider it an honor to be killed by this sword. You call that the blade of a true sword master? I muttered. As an A-rank transcendent swordsman, he thought killing me would be child's play and swung his sword at me. In an instant, our positions crossed. The skinny guy still wore a confident smile, but the next second, sword marks appeared all over his body, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. The other two were dumbfounded, unable to believe the outcome. You're a bit weak. I really wanted to know. Now tell me, what makes you think your sword is so special? Seeing this, the fat one hastily used a magic attack on me, the Green Mage, the Gaze of Doom, 7th grade class. Before he could finish, I interrupted, too slow. I simply extended a finger. A golden light gathered at my fingertip, Hadad, and a bolt of golden lightning struck where the fat one stood. What the hell? How is this possible? He didn't even recite the spell. After a cloud of smoke cleared, the fat one was lying on the ground, lifeless. Impossible. Using a branch as a sword, casting magic without incantations. Kaisei Izaki remembered the legendary swordsman who had cut through an army of 10,000 with a single branch, and the mage who unlocked the secret of magic to cast any spell without chanting. Today, these stories were considered mere legends, with few believers. To see a legend from the past manifest before his eyes was something he couldn't possibly believe. However, he didn't know that all 106 heroic souls of the first Transcendents now resided within me. In the light of day, you trampled my dignity and left your legend in the world. But tonight, you will remember my new myth. Your name won't be remembered. I've decided not to include it in my legacy that will be told forever. I looked at the changes in my own body, incredulous. I felt filled with power. The heroes I revered were now inside my void mark. My heart was beating so hard, I was nervous for some reason. I read the tales of the progenitors so many times that I had them all memorized. I can't believe the spirits of those great heroes are inside me now. They seemed quite pleased with the environment in the void mark space, but it also seemed like every single one of them was eyeing my body, as if they wanted to devour me. The first to emerge was the one I was most familiar with, the swordsman, Ryuichiro Hinoki, who had once cut down an army of tens of thousands of monsters with just a single branch. I looked back as he spoke to me. I'm pleased to see that my name is still famous among future generations. It appears true greatness never dies. eyes. So, what's your plan, kid? I misunderstood, thinking he was talking about Kaisei Izaki, but in his eyes, Kaisei Izaki was nothing but trash, not worth his attention. I'm talking about that thing behind him. What are you going to do about that? Only then did I notice something was wrong. The bag of treasure behind Kaisei Izaki was emitting a strange, eerie glow. I hurried forward to check, but he mistook my intentions, thinking I was going to attack him, and frantically materialized a weapon from the void. I threw a punch on his face, and his body spun uncontrollably, flying dozens of meters away. Move, get out of my way. The bag began to emit countless streams of evil black energy. Instantly, a massive power surged from within, and an invisible pressure enveloped the area. What is this thing? At that moment, an explosion rocked the city center. A three-headed hellhound appeared out of thin air and began wreaking havoc in the urban area. Just then, a man appeared before the hellhound. The next second, the hellhound lunged at the man, but Kisaragi simply leaped lightly into the air and struck the ground with a powerful punch, obliterating the hellhound in a single blow. The surrounding people cheered. Nice, Kisaragi. I can't believe you just took out an A-grade monster in one hit. S-grade hunters really are on a whole level. Thanks. By the way, does anyone know where Kaisei Izaki is? A colleague replied that Kaisei was busy with an interview he mentioned before. Just as Kisaragi was about to make a call, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. He looked back and realized the pressure covered the entire city. Everyone present, except for him, was pinned to the ground, unable to move. There's no mistaking it. Even an A-rank Transcendent can't withstand this aura. It must be at least an S-class monster, and the source of the aura was the Shrine of the Progenitors. A giant monster appeared before my eyes, its body exuding a terrifying evil aura that struck fear into the heart. Behind me, a trembling Kaisei Izaki scrambled to his feet, horrified by the sight. A monster? Why is there a monster here? This was a boss from one of the Tower of Monsters, sealed in the mausoleum by the first Transcendents. It was in the items that you stole, and now you've released it. Riichiro Hinoki explains that some monsters from the tower managed to survive death by hibernating, and this one is called the Bell of Nothingness. It's a black sphere covered in eyes, with countless tentacles. Danger level, Ultra S-class. A walking disaster. It constantly emits a poisonous aura that can kill everyone within several kilometers. In my era, demons like this were common as houseflies. But for you, in this era, it's a heavy burden. At this moment, Kaisei Izaki was trembling with fear. I can't die here. He turned and ran. I quickly warned him to stop, as this type of monster prioritizes moving targets. But it was too late. All the monster's eyes turned towards Kaisei Izaki's direction, and suddenly, a tentacle shot out, heading straight for him. Kaisei Izaki raised his sword to block, but it was useless. With the sound of a breaking sword, the tentacle pierced deeply into his chest. This time, Kaisei thought to himself, this can't be. My swords can even cut dragons. Soon, countless smaller tentacles spread throughout his body, continuously draining his life force. In the next moment, all his flesh and blood were sucked dry. I looked back at him. This is why I warned you in advance. Just then, Riichiro Hinoki put his arm around me. How about you give me complete control over your body? You've seen me in action. You know what Hinoki-style swordsmanship is capable of. But deep inside, he was thinking of taking advantage of the fact that the progenitors were busy settling to seize control of the vessel for himself. I don't mind lending you my body. Riichiro Hinoki was delighted. Is that so? In that case. But at this moment, other voices echoed from within me, all clamoring to take control of my body. Is this what you all want? I can lend my body to all of you. Hearing this, all the heroic souls were astonished and at the same time puzzled. One day, I will surpass every single one of you. That's for sure. If I'm going to exceed them someday, I need to experience their power for myself. So go ahead and show me everything you got. Riichiro Hinoki, seeing this, sighed in resignation. What's with this kid? It seems I can't have this body all to myself. I'm going first, everyone. Then he raised his sword, controlling my body movement, then shouted, let's do this. And with that, the Hinoki sword technique is executed. With a single slash, the monster's tentacles were cut into countless pieces. However, the branch in my hand broke in two. The monster's counterattack followed immediately. I switched souls, lightly sidestepping and then striking a tentacle with my palm, shattering it. Taking this chance, I quickly bent down to pick up a wooden stick from the ground and brandished it at the monster. Then, a spinning handstand kick. Using the tentacle's own force against it, I slammed the monster heavily onto the ground. The monster was thrown into the air as the ground shattered. I immediately picked up a bow and arrow from the treasure bag, aimed, and fired. Countless arrows struck the monster simultaneously. Hearing its screams, I didn't stop. This is just the beginning. You haven't seen the full power of the heroic souls yet. I then battled the monster for 300 rounds, using the skills of each progenitor one by one. Finally, I walked over to Kaisei Izaki's corpse and picked up his broken sword. By now, the monster was terrified by my attacks and turned to flee, while still controlling two tentacles to strike at me. My eyes then flashed with electricity, my whole body covered in lightning. The tentacles instantly turned to charcoal. I leaped high into the air, aiming at the monster. It's over. Finishing move, Hinoki-style sword technique, Sea Storm Slash. The monster was split in two. Finally, with the help of all the heroic souls, the monster was slain. However, on a branch not far away, a crow had witnessed the entire process of me killing the monster. On the other side of the city, at the very top, a man stands, making a phone call. What? The monster is already dead? Looks like I was a step too late. Do you know who killed it? Through the information transmitted by the crow, it was a student from a training academy. Hearing this, the man's interest was piqued. I want to meet this kid in person. This man was none other than the world's strongest transcendent, Midori Ichihara. A pile of monster corpses was stacked one by one. At the very top, Ichihara sat, making a phone call. It's been a long time, Mr. Principal. The one who killed that S-grade monster wasn't me. According to the footage captured by the Raven, one of your students, named Minato Kanagi, defeated it. He then sips his coffee. It turns out the boy failed the hunter exam for 3 years in a row. I can't believe it. So could you do me a favor? At the training academy, all the students were still shaken by the oppressive aura from last night. That aura was something else. I was totally paralyzed. Yes, I'm still recovering. Some students were even boasting. Did you know? The one who killed that monster was me. But of course, no one believed such words. It had been 10 years since a new S-rank Transcendent had appeared, yet there were rumors that last night's monster was killed by a student from our academy, and the protagonist of the story was walking past them. I was looking exhausted and was using a stick to help me stand up. Hearing their conversation, I realized that they are talking about what happened. Just then, a burly figure suddenly rushed out. "Move, you're in the way." I was knocked to the ground. Seeing me, the burly figure thought to himself, a failure like that couldn't possibly be an S-rank Transcendent. I can't get up. Last night's spirit possession had left me feeling completely drained. It hurts like my whole body has been shattered. Just then, I heard laughter, so I looked up. Ryuichiro Inoki appeared before me, looking at my sorry state. "Master Ryuichiro," I blurted. "Just call me Ryuichiro. Now get up." "Minato, didn't you say you would surpass the progenitors?" Hearing this, memories of my words rushed to me. "One day, I will surpass every single one of you. That's for sure." With that, I felt motivated and responded to him. "Of course, I will." Despite my confidence, I was struggling and trembling as I tried to stand up. Ryuichiro burst into laughter while cheering me on. He then looked around, sensing the aura of the entire academy, and remarked that the Transcendents of this era had degenerated to the level of ordinary people. If the Tower of Monsters were to appear again, this world would face destruction in an instant. Just then, Ryuichiro Inoki's eyes widened. He sensed a powerful aura in the crowd. Puzzled, I asked him if something was wrong. As he was pondering, I received an urgent notice from a teacher to immediately go to the field for a makeup test. I was gravely shocked. All the students who heard the news were curious. It was the first time they had heard of a makeup exam for Transcendents. Everyone was planning to watch me make a fool of myself. First test, 100-meter dash. Average time 3.6 seconds. Historical record 2.7 seconds. With the sound of the starting gun, I instantly dashed to the finish line. My time was 1.2 seconds, breaking the historical record. The onlookers were stunned, their jaws dropping. Second test, 3,000-meter run. Average time 4 minutes 20 seconds. Historical record 3 minutes 17 seconds. I easily finished in 1 minute 17 seconds. Next, 120-second push-ups. Average count 215 reps. Historical record 418 reps. My score was 840 reps. Bench press average weight 400 kilograms. Historical record 620 kilograms. My result was 1,280 kilograms. The crowd was once again flabbergasted. All the previous records have been broken by more than double. Before their eyes, I seemed like a completely different person, no longer the weakling who had failed the exam for 3 years straight. But they didn't know that I, too, was shocked by my own performance, thinking, did the progenitors lend me their power again? Looking at me, Ryuichiro thought to himself, why would we help him with this silly nonsense? We're just watching. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the world's strongest Transcendent, Ichihara, was looking at my file on a tablet. It was Ichihara's suggestion that had given me this chance for a makeup exam. The principal stood beside him, puzzled by this sudden retest, as my physical performance had been decent over the past 3 years, but I had shown no signs of magical power. "I think this is a waste of your time." However, Ichihara was full of confidence in me. "Let's just wait and see." At the magic power test site, the entire school had gathered to watch. I stood before the test fan, needing to control it with my magic power for 30 seconds. Average score, 1,513 rotations. Historical record, 4,022 rotations. For the past 3 years, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't produce any magic power, let alone control the fan. But now I could feel it, all around me, constantly entering my body, and I seemed to be able to control the flow of magic with my breathing. I gathered the magic in my palm and infused it into the fan. "Begin," the teacher commanded. The fan slowly began to turn. It moved like an extension of my own limbs, at my command. As I continuously outputted my magic power, the fan's speed increased, and the scoreboard numbers shot up. A powerful hurricane formed, throwing the site into chaos. The next second, the giant fan exploded. The high-speed blades flew off the ground, shooting out with immense force towards the school building, straight for the principal's office. A massive explosion followed, and after the dust settled, the fan blade was lodged in the middle of the school building. The principal was looking at the blade, dumbfounded, and he had fainted from fright, foaming at the mouth. Only Ichihara and his secretary were calm. "It seems I've found someone who can grow to my level. This is so exciting." On the field, I looked at myself in disbelief. Did I do that? The examiner hurriedly announced that I had passed the test and become a true Transcendent. The students cheered, witnessing a historic moment. I had finally passed the exam. 3 years of hard work had not been in vain. I had finally taken the first step towards my dream. Ryuichiro Inoki smiled as if he had expected it all along. After last night's battle, by lending his body to the progenitors, the ability that was dormant in this guy's body has awakened. Of course, how could the master of the Void Mark just be an ordinary person? We have waited for a century for someone like this. Isn't that right, my friends? Perhaps this boy is the one who can fulfill our wishes. Just then, a powerful energy descended from the sky. What was that? Some kind of explosion? Ryuichiro was shocked. That explains the massive energy wave I sensed this morning. After the dust cleared, Ichihara emerged smiling while scratching the back of his head. I was shocked to see the person before me. It was this era's strongest Transcendent, Midori Ichihara. Why was he here? He even proactively offered a handshake. "I saw your performance on the exam, Minato. Congratulations on passing the test and becoming a qualified Transcendent." While I was still bewildered, Ichihara proposed an additional test to land a single blow on him. I couldn't believe my ears. Was I dreaming? Since the age of 9, he had been a hunter, cutting down countless creatures at the peak of his power. Now at 23, he was universally recognized as the strongest Transcendent in the world. Rumor had it that he single-handedly resolved the pandemonium 10 years ago and turned the tide during the Kyushu outbreak 5 years ago. To everyone, he was a living legend. I was just a newly awakened rookie, yet he wanted me to hit him. On the other hand, Ryuichiro is fired up. "Minato, let me take over your body right now." Midori Ichihara explains the rules of the match. "Land one hit on me within a minute, and you win. There's no penalty if you lose, and I will attack you once every 10 seconds. I am still baffled, but he added, "Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. I won't use skills, but you can use any weapon." With that, Ichihara conjured a pile of weapons for me to choose from. "Go ahead and take whatever you need." I was surprised, thinking, when did he prepare all that? Bonus exam? What the heck is going on here? Am I really going head-on for 1 minute with the famous Midori Ichihara? Stuttering, I confirm, "Is it okay to use a weapon?" Hearing this, Ichihara smiled. "Of course, don't worry, my body is stronger than steel." He swiped a finger, cutting the longsword in his hand in half. "You can attack without holding back." Seeing this, I was filled with anxiety. Can I really win? While I was completely baffled, Riichiro Inoki was ecstatic, wanting me to lend him my body again. Midori Ichihara, as expected, he is so powerful that even one of the progenitors is eager to fight him. I know that there's no way I can defeat Midori. I sigh slightly, but I wanted to try it myself, to earn his recognition with my own strength. Students gather from the corridors, excited to watch Midori Ichihara live in action. Riichiro began being impatient. Hey kid, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and let me control your body. Midori Ichihara brimmingly shows his phone. The countdown begins. I immediately grabbed a longsword from the ground, drew it, and charged at Ichihara, bringing it down with all my might. I know it is reckless, but for me to become a legend, I need to experience a current lens power for myself. However, Ichihara simply sidestepped it. I swung the sword relentlessly, but could never touch him. The spectating students were thrilled. As expected of the strongest Transcendent, he could dodge attacks while still staring at his phone. Feints, thrusts, upward slashes, downward cuts, all were ineffective. I keep attacking him, but he is still as leisurely as ever. I asked myself in frustration, why can't I even touch him once? Just then, some students noticed something strange. Most people would be exhausted attacking several times in a row, but that kid Minato isn't showing any signs of slowing down. Even I noticed this change. Diagonal strike, horizontal split, shin attack, and finally windpipe uppercut. This is amazing. My body moves as I think. Plus, no matter how much I move, I don't get tired. I'm not sure if it's because I lent my body to the progenitors, but my body definitely felt different from before. Just then, the first 10 seconds were up. A finger appeared before my eyes, followed by a flick to my forehead. Luckily, I instinctively tilted my head. A powerful energy grazed past me. Looking back at the ground, a deep trench had appeared. Ichihara looked at his hand with confusion and thought to himself, that's weird. He then looked at me. I never lose control of my power, and I don't sense any sort of threat from Minato. I was panicking. If I don't step up my game, I might die for real. I knew I couldn't go on like this. I had to recapture the feeling from last night's battle. I immediately adjusted my breathing and raised my sword again. With each attack, the speed of my swings increased. Ichihara was surprised by my change, and the crowd gasped. My speed kept increasing, to the point where even the cameras could barely capture our movements, but I knew this speed wasn't enough. I had to be faster. However, Ichihara is puzzled, thinking he was more agile when he killed that S-grade monster. He doesn't feel like the same person. Is there some sort of trigger condition? Is he hiding something? The next 10 seconds arrived. Ichihara focused. He bent down to dodge my attack and simultaneously flicked his finger, thinking, this time, I'll be as gentle as possible. A terrifying burst of energy was released, striking me directly in the chest. I was sent flying tens of meters, crashing into the school building and embedding myself in it. I coughed up a mouthful of blood. Amazing, just amazing. I can't believe this. My opponent is the strongest Transcendent, and he just hit me with a direct attack. If this were before, I would have died long ago. This is absolutely incredible. Although it was impossible for me to pass his test with my current strength, it didn't matter. I charged at Ichihara again, but by now, he had lost interest in me. Your performance has been a disappointment. It's time to end this. It's 30 seconds. He struck me hard with a hand chop. My vision blurred. Looking down, Ichihara thought to himself, your strength is indeed impressive, but only when compared to ordinary people. You're far from the level I was hoping for. I'm disappointed I didn't see that powerful energy from last night. Ichihara turned to leave, still on the phone. Hello, Rin? I'll be heading back now. Unfortunately, he's nothing to get excited about. Just then, a terrifying wave of power erupted from behind him. I stood up again, cloaked in immense energy. It was Riichiro. Now that this stubborn brat has passed out, I can finally have control over his body. I was just getting started. Hey, you blondie, he called out. A crooked grin stretched across his face, too wide, too sharp. His eyes shimmered with an eerie blue glow, wild and untamed. Are you ready to have some real fun? He is one of the strongest ancient Transcendents, Riichiro Inoki, who could wipe out tens of thousands of monsters with a single tree branch. Now, through my body, the strongest of the past and present are about to clash. Ichihara's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is the battle I've been craving. Yes, this is it. That powerful aura from last night has appeared again. Just a moment ago, this is the energy I sensed. That's why I failed to control my power. But why does he seem like a different person? Is it the effect of some mysterious skill? No matter. The person before me has transformed into a monster. Riichiro, angered by Ichihara's daze, brought his sword down with a fierce chop. Hey, don't just stand around there. Seeing this, Ichihara thought his speed and power had increased dramatically. Even his swordsmanship itself is. Before he could finish his thought, the sword was aimed at his head. But with a swift movement, he was able to dodge it. He continues dodging the attacks. Ichihara was puzzled by my transformation, not just because of the increase in my speed and strength. Just then, a terrifying sword aura cut through the air, creating a perilous situation. The school building suffered as a result, and students scattered in terror. Ichihara was puzzled because my once clumsy swordplay was now like that of a battle-hardened master, capable of predicting enemy movements. With a sword style as fluid and unpredictable as a raging river, such skill could indeed defeat an S-rank monster. 40 seconds had passed. Ichihara, excited, swung his hand like a blade, chopping down heavily towards Riichiro. However, Riichiro easily dodged it, as if such an attack were merely a gentle breeze. Your attacks are too weak, Riichiro sneered, launching a counterattack. Ichihara leaped to evade. Incredible, you're even stronger than I imagined. The spectating students were dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were seeing. However, looking at Ichihara, Riichiro Inoki felt bored. Forget the so-called rules and let's fight. If you keep on going like that, I'm going to end up beating you. He charged forward again. Ichihara grins. As you wish. He then kicked a stone at his feet towards the pile of weapons. The next second, all the weapons flew into the air. Ichihara leaped high, grabbing a guandao from among them. Come on, let's continue. He raised the blade. That's more like it. And struck. The students can't help but be amazed. This is awesome. The clash of blades and shadows filled the air as the two fought for several rounds in the sky. Wow, Riichiro looks like he's having fun. Inside my body, the other progenitors' souls watched the spectacle with excitement. I'm impressed that kid is managing to keep up with him well. I'm so envious. That looks like fun. It's a shame that using the kid's body as a medium, he can't unleash his full power. He might lose if this goes on. And watching their battle from the outside, my eyes focused, not missing a single detail, followed Riichiro's movements, uppercut, diagonal strike, left, right, up, down, trying to imitate them. I want to become stronger. Outside, under the constant barrage of their clashes, both weapons shattered. Damn it, my body is losing control. Am I at my limit? Ichihara excitedly tossed away the broken blade. He had finally found a worthy opponent. The path ahead would no longer be boring. Just then, he laughed. Only 10 seconds left. What will you do now? Riichiro looked back warily. He leaped towards the school building. A burly man on the second floor looked bewildered, unsure why he was coming his way. Riichiro swiftly snatched his longsword. Borrowing this, Ichihara followed closely, delivering a heavy punch towards the school building. The building exploded again. I hope those innocent students are okay. Charging out from the dust and smoke, the two resumed their fierce battle on the walls of the building, leaving it riddled with holes. If they keep going like that, the whole building will collapse. Ichihara grew more and more excited as he fought, battling his way to the principal's office, intending to use the fan blade from earlier as a weapon. Instantly, Riichiro felt a change in his opponent's aura and sensed danger for the first time. The giant fan blade was lifted high and brought down with immense force. Ichihara looked as if expecting that it would be the last attack. Suddenly, a web of sword energy appeared. Riichiro's special technique, dice roll. Instantly, the fan blade was sliced into countless pieces. Ichihara stared in amazement. Simply magnificent. Just as Riichiro was about to press his advantage, the longsword in his hand disintegrated, and directly above, Ichihara, his hand crackling with energy, prepared to deliver the final blow to Riichiro. 60 seconds. In midair, the attack was directly aimed at Riichiro, and he was now powerless. Just as the massive energy blast was about to hit, I took back control of my body. I leaped high. In my eyes, his movements became incredibly slow and clear. My palm lightly brushed against the back of his hand, and the attack was deflected. Both Riichiro and Ichihara stared at this in disbelief. The price for this was my entire arm, now useless, but I still have my left hand. This is my final blow. I struck at Ichihara with all my remaining strength. True battle is a clash between the strong, a constant search for an opening amidst offense and defense. The moment of victory is often fleeting. In a duel between masters, there is no room for error. Like a game of chess, airtight and flawless. All you can do is stand back and watch in awe. This kid actually seized that one instant, that tiny opportunity that even I didn't see. For him, this might be the first step on the path of the strong. With my last hope, I soared into the sky, swinging a final punch at Ichihara with all my remaining strength. What? Just when I thought victory was mine, the unbelievable happened. Ichihara, with one hand still in his attack posture, managed to catch my swinging fist with his other hand in that split second. Damn it, just a little bit more. It's over. I couldn't reach him, but just as I had given up completely, Ichihara smiled, holding my fist and gently bringing it to his face. Congratulations, you pass. I was stunned. It can work like this? After the shock, I collapsed from exhaustion and crashed to the ground. Everyone was puzzled. Who even won? When the dust settled, Ichihara was now carrying me and called out to his companion, Rin, let's go. Rin appeared, asking how it went. Ichihara cheerfully said, he passed. It was a fun time, and his arm was a total mess. Please treat him. Hey, did he just say that Minato passed the exam? That means, before he could finish speaking, the entire school erupted in cheers at this historic moment. The eternal loser had actually landed a hit on the strongest, Ichihara. The loud cheers woke me up. When I woke up, I was surprised to find Ichihara's companion, Rin, healing me. You'd better not move just yet. Your arm is seriously injured. Also, congratulations on passing the test. Hearing this, I instinctively said, thank you, but then I was startled and sat up. I passed. Did I really hit Midori Ichihara? Forgotten already? I'm so offended. It turned out Ichihara was sitting nearby, smiling. He then stood up. Well, I might have given you a few bonus points. Still, a pass is a pass. Those mid-fight combos were excellent, but I remembered that it was Riichiro who fought Ichihara on even terms. My only contribution was that final strike, which Ichihara had easily blocked. Yet Ichihara said my final dodge was brilliant. It was really amazing. Be proud of it. Have I been acknowledged? Thank you. After that, I was curious about something, so I called out to Ichihara. Do I get anything for passing the exam? Both were silent. Rin looked puzzled. Ichihara looked as if remembering something, while I looked totally confused. That evening, at my house, Mom was busy cooking. Minato, how many people are coming to our home today? While cleaning the floor, I quickly replied, I don't know, maybe one? Mom is looking excited. Anyway, today is a really nice day. You passed the exam, and even the famous Midori Ichihara is scouting you. I always knew you could do great things if you put your mind to it. Hearing this, I can't help but smile. Thanks, Mom. After cleaning, I lay on my bed, looking at Midori Ichihara's business card, thinking, why didn't they say anything? Back at school, after hearing that I didn't know what would happen after I passed the test, Rin twisted Ichihara's leg. It hurts. That really hurts. Stop it, Rin. Didn't I tell you? If you pass, you become one of us. Rin, beside him, seemed very displeased. One of us? I was completely baffled. I don't think you mentioned that before. Ichihara looked at the crowd on the school building and said this wasn't the place to talk. I'll come to your house tonight for a detailed discussion, like the options I will present to you and about our real enemy. I was pondering Ichihara's words. Our real enemy? The Tower of Monsters was destroyed by the progenitors a long time ago. So now, what hunters mostly do is slaying the odd monster that escapes from dimensional cracks. Aren't those monsters our enemies? What else could there be? As I was lost in thought, slowly drift and sleep. Just then, Riichiro's shout woke me up. Minato, get up now. Seeing him, I was puzzled. The other progenitors gathered as well. Why are you all gathered like this? What's going on? Riichiro stood up. We just finished our discussion. What are they discussing? Then I suddenly realized something and immediately crossed my arms. No way. Were you deciding who's going to take over my body? Well, it's about that. We feel. However, before he could continue, I heard a noise from downstairs. Is Ichihara here? Sorry, I think Midori is here. Let's talk later. I immediately went down to greet him, only to find my mom lying on the floor. What on earth is happening? I immediately dashed to help her, but I stopped when something caught my eye. I turned my head to the side. A man was sitting in our kitchen, eating the dinner my mom had spent all day preparing. This food is disgusting. Listen, kid, your mom needs to get scolded. She should use more expensive meat when serving guests. Who are you? What the hell did you do to my mom? Hey, watch how you talk to me. Kid, my name is Goro Haitani, an S-rank Transcendent. Ichihara and I work together. Pack your things quickly. We're heading to the base immediately. But I didn't care what he he said and threw a furious punch. It was a fierce blow, but it hit nothing. Haitani had silently appeared behind me. What's wrong with you? You wanna fight me? Hearing his mocking words, seeing my mother lying on the entryway floor, I recalled memories from my childhood. My father passed away when I was young, and my mother raised me all by herself. To celebrate me passing the exam, she had cooked a lavish dinner tonight. I turned and glared at him fiercely. I'm asking you, what the hell did you do to my mom? In the void mark space, the progenitor's spirits watched the scene unfold. So this is a modern S-rank transcendent, a fitting opponent for the kid. In any case, this fight will be our chance to decide. Let's see what we're going to do about him. Just by being possessed once, I learned the skills of every profession. That night, I found my mom collapsed on the floor, and a stranger had appeared in our house. Look at you, glaring at me like that. Aren't you adorable? He raised his hand in a chop, aiming for me. My gaze was ice cold. I raised my hand and caught it lightly, with a twist and a downward flick of my arm. Haitani watched in disbelief as he lost his balance and flew straight out the window. The spirits in the mark space were also surprised. Isn't that my special move, the hand of God? I can't believe the kid learned it just from seeing it once. Haitani flipped, crashing into the window and landing back on his feet. What was that just now? Was that some kind of Hapkido technique? I already saw the video of his fight with Midori earlier today. I thought he just had an exceptionally powerful aura and sword fighting skills. I walked barefoot out of the rubble, my body shrouded in powerful aura. I'll give you one last chance to answer my question. My eyes were cold. What on earth did you do to my mom? Based on your tone of voice, I'm guessing you already know. I poisoned her. She was getting in my way, so I put her to sleep. If she's lucky, she might only get away with some minor side effects. I don't understand. Hearing this, Haitani was puzzled. Why would you harm the family of someone who might become your comrade? Hearing this, he laughed maniacally. Are you an idiot? Then he swiftly moved behind me, aiming to attack me. Fortunately, I was able to quickly dodge his attack. You're not my companion. You'll just become our puppet. Someone as naive as you is an easy target, he said while lunging at me multiple times. Just then, I was caught off guard. He stepped on my foot, and in the next second, he swung a punch at my cheek. Although I managed to pull back in time, a cut was still left on my cheek. My face feels like it is burning, and the poison quickly spreads. It's time for you to get a taste of my poison too. It turned out Haitani can create thousands of different types of poison within his body. Deadly vision. What a bothersome mission. If I feel like it, I can release deadly toxic gas within a 5-kilometer radius. But I can't do that in the middle of a city. That poison will kill you within 1 minute. If you agree to join our guild, I'll make an antidote for you. Otherwise, it was death. He has a toxic gas that is lethal within 5 kilometers. That must be the power of an S-grade hunter. No wonder people refer to them as a walking disaster in human form. I had no choice but to speak to the space within my mark. Warrentine, the apothecary sovereign, can you tell me the antidote later? Hearing her affirmative reply, I stopped worrying about the poison. What are you babbling about? Is the fear of death already making you hallucinate? I swiftly dodged his attack. You know that Hapkido technique I used a minute ago? That was courtesy of Hyoma Kodo, the hand of God. Hearing this, Hyoma thought, as expected, he's copying my Hapkido technique after seeing it only once. The Bane of Hordes, Ryuichiro Hinoki, the Azure Death Spear, Kokishima, the marksman of many bows, Muljith. Residing within me now are the strongest ancestors of this world, each a master at the pinnacle of their profession. Therefore, there's absolutely no reason for me to be afraid of you. Haitani, seeing me remain so calm without a hint of fear in the face of death, became enraged. Alright, if fear doesn't affect you, then let's see how you handle pain. This poisonous strike will make you wish for death. I dodged to the side, and the trees behind me withered instantly. If you submit to me now, I'll make you some serum at least. Just when he is about to reach me, I can clearly see his move, so I immediately dash to the side and attack his chest. The legendary fist, Tak Wong, the progenitor originating the moved grasp. Haitani was slammed hard against the wall. I kicked his face hard. The flash foot, Eilerson, throwing him several meters. Eilerson is equally amazed to see me copy her moves. Under my barrage of attacks, Haitani was forced back. I am not stopping there and walking my way towards him. Pushed to his limit, he clasped his hands together and unleashed his final, ultimate move on me. But it was useless. I easily broke through his attack and struck his abdomen. I followed up with a furious assault, then uprooted him and tossed him high into the air. In the air, Haitani can't help but curse. What the hell is this guy? With his eyes rolled back, he thought, when I attack someone with my poison, they're supposed to be terrified and disoriented with fear. The poison should already be in his nervous system, which renders his movements. Haitani was in disbelief. No, why? Why is my poison having no effect on him? I raised my finger, and energy crackled at the tip. The Mage of Truth, Molestius Silentius. The next second, a brilliant light bloomed in the sky. All the heroic souls witnessed this miraculous scene. Did you all see that? Just after defeating that insect once, he is copying all of our moves, both physical and magic. Is this the power of the Void Mark? But in any case, isn't this absolutely thrilling? We should do everything we can to help this kid. We're the progenitors after all. If we train him to learn all of our abilities, Minato Kannagi could become the greatest transcendent who ever lived. A group of black-clothed figures sprinted across the city rooftops. Move quickly. At this moment, 15 other guilds are on their way to recruit that kid. Complete the mission before Ichihara and his team arrive. The organization has already started to move. We can't fall behind. So, it's that many. Ichihara suddenly appeared behind them. 15 guilds. Did you say? He moved, blocking the path. In that case, you should be the last one. He extended a finger and delivered a flick to the forehead. The leader met his end in a state of terror. After finishing them off, Ichihara quickly called Rin to check on her situation. Rin had just arrived above my house, but she was surprised to find, it seems I'm too late. It looks like someone arrived here before us. Hearing this, Ichihara was surprised. An S-rank transcendent, Haitani Goro, the poison user. He came to visit and was totally defeated. Ichihara just smiled. He didn't expect that one. Ichihara also arrived at my house and was happy to see me unharmed. I never expected that you could actually do it, but you really defeated an S-rank hunter on top of that. He quickly asked if anyone was poisoned, offering to help with an antidote, but it was already over. My mother was safe and sound, resting on the sofa. In the void mark space, Ryuichiro grumbled. How is it over? If Warrentine hadn't prepared the antidote in time, both of them would have met their maker. It turned out that after defeating the enemy, Warrentine had immediately possessed my body and used it to extract a serum from Haitani. Seeing that everything was resolved, Ichihara apologized profusely. Apparently, the video of my fight with Ichihara from the daytime had spread, and I had been targeted by many organizations. The reason Ichihara was late was that he was dealing with these very organizations, and the S-rank Transcendent on the ground was not Ichihara's companion at all, but was just trying to use Ichihara's name to take me away. Just then, Rin appeared, announcing that the mission was complete. The buildings that had been destroyed in the earlier fight were now restored to their original state. Then let's go inside and talk business about your future choices. Hearing this, a hint of nervousness came rushing. The next day, I set off with my luggage. Mom keeps reminding me of things, making sure I don't forget anything. Yes, Mom, I packed everything. You worry too much. Last night, Mom was surprised when Ichihara said that he wanted to recruit me. Yes, your son has enormous potential. Under my guidance, he'll develop into an excellent hunter. Hearing this, I was extremely thrilled. Mom, I just got scouted by Midori Ichihara. When I looked at Mom, worry covered her face. I disagree. That's too dangerous. Ichihara was trying to persuade my mom to let me become his companion and train with him. I, on the other hand, was thrilled. Becoming the companion of the strongest Transcendent would bring me one step closer to my dream. I had worked hard for this my whole life, never wavering, no matter how badly I was injured. I can't guarantee his absolute safety, but I'll make sure to train your son to be a powerful, skilled warrior, to reach the same heights as the progenitors and fulfill his own dream. After some persuasion, my mom finally agreed. I'm leaving him to you. Thank you so much. Remembering last night, Rin can't help but ask, are you sure you can keep a promise like that? In reality, we don't even know what will happen in the near future. Midori looked at our reflection in the mirror. Mom is giving me a packed lunch for skipping breakfast and reminding me of things to make sure I'm comfortable. I will keep my promise as best as I can. Bye, Mom. It's time to go. Take care of yourself, I said while waving my hand. Before closing the door, Mom called out to me, Minato, remember to come back for the new year. In that moment, a wave of reluctance washed over me, and tears nearly escaped my eyes. Mom waved her hand as the car departed. Are you sure you're ready to leave? Midori asked, to which I agreed without looking back. If I looked at my mom's face again, I'm afraid I might change my mind. Hearing this, Midori leaned back. I see. Now then, it will be a long trip. You can do anything you want, such as eat or sleep. I instinctively looked at what Mom gave me. I checked the content of the bag. Her voice rang out in my ear. This is your lunch. You haven't had breakfast, right? However, when I opened the lunchbox my mom had made for me, I was surprised. She is wishing me luck in her own ways. I clasped my hands together. Thanks for the food, Mom. I could no longer hold back my tears as I was eating it. The journey was silent, and soon we arrived in the mountains. My jaw dropped. What is this place? Ichihara woke up. We're here. This is an exclusive state agency that very few Transcendents belong to. This was a nationally recognized Transcendent unit. It's called the Counter Prophecy Unit, also known as CPU. Welcome to the headquarters. I looked at the building before me, amazed. At that moment, a man was staring down from a second-floor window. He looked back. Hey, everyone, he's here. 5 people were gathered in the room, each with different thoughts about the newcomer. 2 women seemed indifferent, while a blonde-haired man appeared happy to have a new companion. A red-haired man walked to the window. A companion, you said? We'll see about that. Only time will tell whether he's truly worthy of belonging to the Counter Prophecy Unit. There's a Counter Prophecy Unit, and this is its headquarters? I looked very puzzled right now. I am sorry, but what is that? Is it perhaps Ichihara's guild? I am sorry for delaying the explanation. It's a state secret, so we couldn't say anything to your mother. I was totally stunned. State secret? That's right. We will discuss that really soon. Let's bring your luggage to the dorm first. I stood there with my luggage, looking at the base in awe. Just then, I was startled as I heard a voice telling me to wait. A figure suddenly appeared in the air. Allow me to show you the way. Then, landing directly on top of my head. Fortunately, I was able to block it. Not bad. To take that hit of mine head on. Very impressive. I was shocked. He's so strong. While gritting my teeth, I asked, who are you? He finished with a backflip, landing steadily. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Hikataro Hanada, a fellow member of the Counter Prophecy Unit, and your comrade. I stared at the person before me, completely baffled, while Ichihara stood by, enjoying the show. Rin, could you pour me some tea? Rin nodded. Certainly. The next second, Hikataro attacked me again. Why are we doing this despite being comrades? This is the best way to teach you about the CPU. Plus, I can test your skills. Hearing this, I was relentlessly blocking his attacks. Why would he want to test my skills? Just then, he leaped up and kicked me hard on the chest. Even with blocking, the impact sent me flying several meters. First, I'll explain to you about the founding of the Counter Prophecy Unit. I stabilized myself. Is he really going to keep fighting me while we talk? Isn't it great? Saves time. By the way, what's your name? Minato Kanagi. Seeing this, Midori can't help but think. Minato was tested by the academy. He was also tested by me. Then, he was tested by an S-grade hunter. Now he's being tested here as well. He then chuckled. It appears that Minato was born to be tested. Rin agrees. I suppose it can't be helped, since he's a talent that you scouted yourself. Alright then, Minato, let me ask you something. Do you know what a Transcendent's job is? Their job is to quickly eliminate monsters that escape from dimensional rifts. He then leaped to kick. Correct. I was able to dodge his attack. I guess you could say we're kind of like exterminators. Now then, what about other calamities? Hearing this, I froze and was puzzled. Other calamities? Yes. From time to time there are calamities lurking around incomparable to the dimensional cracks. Like the Pandemonium incident 10 years ago or the Kyushu outbreak 5 years ago. Do you know what caused them? But I thought those were the result of massive dimensional rifts. Before I could finish, a kick was aimed at my face. Yes, that's the reason you'd learn at the training academy, and that's what most civilians think happened as well. But that's just the public cover story. Just then, he was aiming for the top of my head with a down kick. The truth is a little different. Then he cut through the trunk of the tree, breaking them in two. Those were actually all invasion attempts from another dimension. Hundreds of years ago, the Tower of Monsters suddenly appeared. That was the first invasion from another dimension. My eyes widened. You mean, on the same level as that tower? Yes. Those monsters still haven't given up on their invasion. And to this day, the beings behind it are constantly probing our world, for reasons unknown. They're constantly monitoring our world, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But for some reason in this era, Transcendents are much weaker than in the Tower era, and there are very few who possess power comparable to our ancestors. Walking back, I asked, then what's humanity supposed to do? To resist the dimensional invasions, the Counter Prophecy Unit was formed. Those with the ability of foresight. Whenever a new disaster is detected, the chosen ones must step up and resolve the crisis. That's where we come into the picture. The CPU. We are the chosen ones. Let me make sure I understand correctly. So, the CPU is an organization that fight against prophecies. Yes, and from today, you are one of us. To be able to block my kicks continuously, you're the first among our peers. Nice to meet you, Minato. Welcome to the CPU. Thanks, nice to meet you too. Seeing this, Midori and Rin can help but clap their hands. And so, after a bizarre fight, I gained his recognition. Hey, everyone! Minato passed my test. Looking up, I saw the other peers were standing on the rooftop, having witnessed the whole thing. The next second, they vanished. It seems they won't acknowledge you without a personal verification. Hikataro enthusiastically led me to the dorms. I'll take you to your dorm room. Let me carry your suitcase for you. Thanks, Hikataro. Just call me Hiko. That night, I sat on my bed, pondering Hikataro's words from the day. So whenever there are prophecies of a global threat, the counter-prophecies unit's job is to fight against them and make sure they don't come true. Can I really defeat the mastermind from another dimension? Would I be brave enough to fight it? A sense of unease filled my heart. Don't let your mind wander. I snapped back to reality. The heroic souls suddenly appeared before me. All you can do now is get stronger. We didn't get a chance to tell you earlier because things kept coming up, but I'd like to let you know what all of us progenitors have decided. We've decided to train you to become the strongest transcendent in human history. Neither that Ichihara, nor we, the first Transcendents, have the aptitude to become humanity's strongest, but you have the potential. As the disciple of all of us first Transcendents, can you believe it? 106 heroic souls were going to take me as their disciple simultaneously to mold me into the strongest transcendent in human history. I was astonished. I clarify it. To be your disciple? That's right. We want you to learn from all the progenitors. They clearly wanted my body before, so why the sudden change of heart? Riichiro looked back. I certainly wouldn't mind that, but because you only have one body, to get it, we'd have to kill each other, and no one could guarantee victory in that free-for-all, like a battle royale among the progenitors. Please don't fight because of me. To be honest, that was originally our intention, but seeing you changed our mind. Instead of simply using your body, we'd rather train you. We think that'll be more interesting. Remember that poison user you defeated? You were able to use our ultimate techniques one by one. Although your power and precision were lacking, the basic skills were there, and at least you won the fight. Do you have any idea how impressive that is? We don't know if it's the effect of the void mark, but we're certain your talent is the power of absorption, stronger than anyone else's. In that aspect, you're already better than any of us progenitors. Listening to Riichiro's words, tears welled up in my eyes. For 3 years, I was considered a talentless waste. No one ever had any hope for me, only bullying and ridicule, mocking me for failing the hunter exam for 3 times in a row. I was asked to give up already. I was never even remembered by name. I thought my future was gone. Yet, first Ichihara acknowledged my strength, and now the progenitor's spirits say I have the potential to be the strongest transcendent. Do I deserve this? For something so wonderful to happen in my life. Is it okay? My revered seniors have such high expectations of me. Years of grievances burst forth like a spring, turning into tears. I've looked up to these people for so many years. I only ever imagined meeting them in my dreams. Yet they are saying they believe in me. And so, I became the disciple of the first generation Transcendents. Riichiro's mouth curled up, put his arm on my shoulder comforting me. Why are you crying? We live and breathe within you. I learned from Riichiro that in my void mark, time and space are illusory, especially when I'm asleep. The flow of time is much more flexible than in reality. We've got big plans for you, kid. From now on, we're going to train you for 100 hours in real-world time every day. During the day, you'll help the CPU fight against the prophecies, and at night, you'll train with us while you sleep. As of now, you won't have a moment's rest anymore, but I assume you're ready for that, aren't you? Hearing this, with determination I answered, yes, sir. I'm honored to learn from all of you, and with that, my training began. The next day, I woke up early and ran into Hikataro, who was also washing up. Seeing my lethargic state, he joked about whether I had slept poorly. Yes, I'm still adjusting. Hikataro laughed, saying he understand, but when he looked closer, he was surprised to see that my aura had changed today. Magic power swirled around me. The next second, Hikataro launched a kick at me, but I simply bent down and dodged it. Give me a break, would you? I'm not fully awake yet. I'm hungry. I'm going to the cafeteria first. I left, leaving a bewildered Hikataro behind. His kick just now was faster than yesterday's, yet I had dodged it even more easily. Arriving at the CPU cafeteria, sweet. One of the good spots is free. Hikataro led me to sit across from a long-haired girl. When I saw her face clearly, I realized she was one of the onlookers from the rooftop yesterday. You must be the new guy. She doesn't look very happy to see me. Nice to meet you. My name is Minato-kin. She seemed unfriendly and ignored my self-introduction. Newcomer, I don't plan on remembering your name. If I acknowledge you, I'll naturally call you by your name. It's training time. We're going out to deal with a prophecy shortly. You're coming too. In 1945, the first prophecy book was found. When humans delved deep into the Antarctic continent, 3,000 meters beneath the thick ice, this mysterious book was rediscovered. It was an ancient prophetic tome hailed as the Book of Doom. The title was written in a crooked, almost childish script. The book detailed the major disasters the world would face over the next 80 years, and people believed it. Why do you think they believed the prophecies? She asked while we were on the road. Sorry for changing the subject, but I don't even know your name yet. She brushed off my question again. Never mind that. Just answer the question. I thought for a moment and answered, it's because the prophecy really happened, to which she immediately dismissed. Are you stupid? If one of the events written in the Book of Doom were to happen, the world would have already been annihilated. Upon hearing this, my eyes widened and my jaw dropped in shock. Curiously, I turned to Hiko and asked him how many prophecies there were. With a bright aura, he answered, around 200, which shocked me once more. Then couldn't the world end at any moment? Midori turned back to us and added, but we had already prevented around 180 prophecies. Just then, I asked the girl to continue about the reason that everyone believed the book. What was it? She continues, the name of the explorer who discovered the Book of Doom was Barnard Russell. When the explorer Barnard Russell opened its pages, the first line met his eyes. Hello, Barnard. March 17th, 1945, 11:35 a.m. On a sunny day, Barnard Russell, the explorer, discovers the Book of Doom. This discovery shook the world, and humanity decided to believe in the book's prophecies. At the invitation of the long-haired girl, Hikataro, and I joined the prophecy mission. The 3-person team quickly arrived at the destination, where medium-sized dimensional rift had opened in the middle of the street. We walked straight towards the rift. Just then, the girl continued speaking. The dark side of the moon, the biological attack, the giant flying tree. Each prophecy was like a sword of Damocles hanging over humanity's head, but the top-ranking Transcendents around the world stopped them all. And Midori took care of the pandemonium incident recently. Anyway, the Book of Doom isn't the only prophecy book out there. We've come to realize there are all kinds of prophecy books in the world. To prevent these disasters, humanity formed a special counter-prophecy unit to collect and analyze every clue. The prophecies were divided into 4 levels. Level 3, destruction in one or more places. Level 2, a large-scale disaster affecting a country or continent. Level 1, a drastic change affecting the entire globe. Special grade, confirmed world-destroying extinctions, specifically referring to the prophecies in the Book of Doom. Are those jobs only for us from now on? Without looking back, she answered, of course, this is totally normal for CPU members. Kisaragi, someone is coming. He looked back and asked, who are they? Civilians? Kisaragi, seeing us approach, quickly tried to stop us. Hey, it's dangerous here. Ordinary people should leave immediately. Today's prophecy was a level 3, a medium-sized spatial tear, estimated to be B-class. According to the level 3 book, the Yellow Journal, the rift would continue to grow larger. The next second, the rift did indeed expand. Kisaragi was puzzled about what was going on, and several A-rank werewolves emerged. Kisaragi immediately took a fighting stance and punched towards the werewolves. However, there were too many, and the numerous Transcendents on site were overwhelmed, leaving only Kisaragi to struggle against them. And from within the rift, an even more terrifying aura emerged. Just as Kisaragi was worrying about this, he saw the 3 of us walking towards the center of the battlefield. Worried, he warned, hey, civilians have no business being here. The long-haired girl lightly raised her hand. Trismegistus, the highest form of alchemy, Mercury's spear. It instantly pierced through several werewolves. Hikataro followed, using flowing step to take down werewolves one by one. Their strength was so great that even Kisaragi was shocked. The long-haired girl spoke to us. You're the civilian here, not us. At this moment, Kisaragi, an S-rank Transcendent, seemed more like an ordinary person. Those badge. You must be from that government organization. The evil aura from the dimensional rift grew stronger. A terrifying monster was about to emerge from the rift. It was an S-rank or higher monster. The wild beast, Gilliernal, level S+. Hikataro and the long-haired girl immediately attacked. They aimed at the monster simultaneously, but their attacks had no effect. It seemed that ordinary physical attacks were ineffective against this monster. At the same time, the monster lunged towards the long-haired girl. Just as she was about to conjure a Mercury defense, I stepped in front of her, which made her puzzled. I blocked the monster's charge with my palm. Then, a powerful force erupted from my hand, penetrating the monster's body, followed by a violent explosion. Everyone was dumbfounded, witnessing an Ultra S-class monster defeated in a single blow. Hikataro's jaw dropped. A close-range strike. How the heck did he manage to defeat an S-class monster in one hit? I knew this morning wasn't a fluke. Minato has become almost unbelievably stronger since yesterday. The long-haired girl, a bit irritated, spoke. You could have told us what you were going to do first. I felt the changes in my own body. When an opponent is resistant to physical attacks, gather your energy and destroy them from within. This was the result of last night's training from Tak Wong, the legendary fist. It's the basic type of punching technique. Penetration attack. I clenched my fist. I can't believe it came in handy so soon. I looked happily at the girl behind me. Would you mind telling me your name now? It'll be a lot easier to ask for help if we can call each other's name. She smiled. Akane. My name's Akane Shinomiya. New guy. This world is home to all sorts of books of prophecy, and to prevent the foretold events from happening, humanity established a national-level counter-prophecy unit, dividing prophecies into 4 levels. Level 3, destruction in one or more places. Level 2, a large-scale disaster affecting a country or continent. Level 1, a drastic change affecting the entire globe. Special grade, currently referring to the prophecies in the Book of Doom. Whenever a prophecy occurs, the organization dispatches chosen individuals to resolve the crisis. Today, Shinomiya Akane invited us to participate in this Level 3 prophecy mission to quickly clear the monsters around the dimensional rift. Hikataro kicked the monsters consecutively, focusing on penetrating the energy inside. Physical boost, penetrate. The same goes for Shinomiya, liquefying the mercury and attaching it to the monsters, then bursting them. Mercurius reject. Both of them were thrilled. Minato was right. If you just attack the monsters from the inside, killing them is a piece of cake. Then the 2 of them called out to me. They stood expertly at the rift. New guy, let's head inside. Kisaragi, standing nearby, was terrified. Inside the rift is another dimension. Please be rational. But I didn't hesitate for a moment, running straight towards the rift. I'm coming. As the 3 of us entered, Kisaragi was stunned. For him, stepping into a dimensional rift was beyond his courage. I've never seen anyone like them before. They must be from the secret organization I've heard rumors about. Inside the dimensional rift, countless werewolves swarmed towards us, but Shinomiya Akane was already accustomed to fighting them. I'm getting sick of these things. With a single attack of Mercurius reject, she instantly wiped them out. Hikataro and I watched leisurely from behind. Akane is amazing. Just then, a bear appeared in front of Akane. Hikataro immediately stepped in to block it. Let me handle this one. Then easily toying with the clumsy bear. I'm up here. When the bear looked up, he immediately executed a flashy attack combo and even struck a cool pose after. That was so cool. I seized the opportunity, mimicking Hikataro's attack and delivering an identical flashy combo to the bear, teasingly asking him, is this how you do it? To which Hikataro agrees. Soon, we cleared out all the minions and aimed to reach the deepest part of the rift space. Just then, I was surprised. What's this big, empty space for? Instinctively, we looked up, sensing something was coming up from there. A colossal figure descended from above. My jaw dropped. It's freaking huge. Hikataro replied that it must be the boss. The monster growled loudly. Boss, the blind minotaur, level S+++. Shinomiya Akane, fearless, stepped forward. You finally showed yourself. Are you the boss around here? Then, she immediately launched an attack. Trismegistus. A transmutation circle appeared at the minotaur's feet. Golden transmutation. Instantly, countless golden treasures flew out from it. El Dorado. Akane continuously consumed her magic power to suppress the minotaur. Rule number 1. Against a strong enemy, use the strongest attack first. Do not give them any chance of counterattack. I'll try to hold off the boss for as long as I can. Finish it off for me. Hikataro, seeing this splendid display, understood instantly and was about to move in for the killing blow. Understood. However, from behind, I could see clearly that Akane's attacks were having no effect on the Minotaur. So much firepower, but that's the wrong type of attack. As they looked at me in confusion, the Minotaur moved. Seeing this, both were in disbelief. I expected it. The Minotaur swings its axe to the ground, creating a loud blast. Their eyes widened, and Akane couldn't help but blurt, "This can't be." The Minotaur stood before them, completely unharmed. All of us are in a defensive stance. The alchemist ancestor's spirit appeared behind me. What a pity, such a talented individual. I look back. It was the alchemist Killick. Her alchemy speed, accuracy, and even precision. You rarely see such incredible abilities in a young lady. I give her a full mark for her method against an unknown enemy. Under normal circumstances, she could have easily defeated a boss monster of that level. It's just a shame her method is wrong. She overlooked that the boss has 100% resistance to physical attacks. Then how are we supposed to kill the boss? Killick chuckled. "Let me show you." The Minotaur attacks consecutively. Backing down, Hikataro realized, "I think it's immune to physical attacks." Shinomiya agreed. "We should have brought a mage with us." I then moved next to Shinomiya Akane, which puzzled her. "Minato, let me borrow your body for a moment. I'll give this young lady a demonstration," and conjured a large amount of mercury. Mercury transmutation. Instantly, the Minotaur's lower body was encased in mercury. Seeing this, Akane was shocked. "How do you know alchemy? And what do you think you're doing? Physical attacks don't work on that monster. You foolish girl, you're not flexible in your expertise." Shinomiya's eyes widened. "To become an alchemist, you must be able to distinguish between the three states of matter and use them appropriately. It's not just the solid state that can cause damage. For example, mercury. Obey my command. Boil now." The Minotaur's body turned red, and large amounts of scalding mercury spewed from its mouth, accompanied by a blast of hot steam. Watching this, Shinomiya thought to herself, "He's attacking it with heat instead of physical blows, and he's even making the mercury boil. Such a meticulous process." Killick smiled. "No offense, Minato, but I am very impressed by her. I wish I could make a disciple as well." I could only smile awkwardly. "Stop joking around." And just like that, a super boss was boiled to death. My first mission was successfully completed. The level 3 prophecy recorded in the yellow journal was successfully thwarted, and the mission came to a close. Defeated the blind Minotaur. Accomplished. Shinomiya was flabbergasted. Transcendents can only specialize in the techniques of whatever mark they have. I thought he was a martial arts transcendent like Hiko. How is he better at alchemy than me? Who the heck is this guy? I reached out my hand to her and introduced myself again. "My name is Minato Kannagi. Please remember my name, Akane Shinomiya." She gritted her teeth, but eventually shook my hand. "Fine, I will remember you very well, Minato." Seeing this, Hikataro thought to himself, "Looks like Akane has finally accepted him as a CPU member." Outside the rift, Kisaragi and his comrade noticed that the rift is closing. Kisaragi's eyes widened. What the heck is going on inside? Before the dimensional rift closes, I leaned to exit. Everyone was amazed. "Holy crap, this is amazing. They actually survived being inside a rift." Then the rift closes. Kisaragi called out, then bowed, showing his gratitude. "First of all, I'd like to thank you for saving my companions and me. I'd really like to know who you are and what happened inside, but I'm guessing you're not allowed to tell me." Hearing this, Shinomiya replied, "Thanks for understanding. When writing up your report on the incident, just draw this emblem. That would explain everything to them." "Understood. Please look for us at the time of danger." While leaving, Shinomiya replied, "Don't worry. This type of incident is very rare." Without looking back, she continued, "You won't be seeing us again. You can all go back to your normal lives." Kisaragi smiled and scratched the back of his head. "I guess we really are the civilians here." We soon returned to the counter-prophecy unit headquarters. Even though we just finished a mission, Hiko told us that we're being summoned to the research lab. When we arrived at the third meeting room of the research lab, we stopped for a moment in surprise. We found someone was already there. Without looking back, he said, "Shinomiya, what took you so long?" "That was only a level 3 mission. It was the red-haired peer from before, the one who stood in the middle." Shinomiya was irritated. "Shinji, stop acting cocky. You're not our leader." While Hikataro is trying to calm them down. "Since everyone's here, let's all listen in." Director Kurohara then played a video from the analysis team. The video showed only a red-hot object. Shinomiya is puzzled and asks, "What's that? A piece of charcoal?" "This is actually a book of prophecy. It was discovered in a scorched volcanic zone and has been set aside until now." Seeing this, I can't help but blurt, "A bird prophecy book? How did anyone manage to read that?" Using the latest X-ray and AI technology, we've deciphered a portion of its contents, which includes a prophecy concerning the island nation. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. "You mean a completely new prophecy?" Puzzled by their reactions, I quickly asked Hiko, "Is this not very common?" "It's my first time hearing about something like this. The CPU is widely respected among researchers as well. That's why we've been able to gather prophecies from all around the world. There's never been a new prophecy like this before. In short, all 4 of us need to investigate this matter, right? You're sharp as ever." Normally, the mission is given to the usual members, but all are away right now. Since you're all available, I'd like the 4 of you to perform the initial investigation of the prophecy. The details have been sent to your email. Please depart immediately. My jaw dropped. "We're starting another mission right away? This happens all the time. You'll get used to it soon, Minato." Just then, Shinji stood up. "Understood. Shinji and my 3 subordinates are accepting the mission, and so, we cluelessly accepted this special mission. Information about this prophecy was extremely scarce, the mission level unknown, and our main task was just to investigate. If any unexpected situation arose, we were to ensure our own safety and wait for official members to arrive." While looking out the window, I thought, a special mission involving a completely unknown prophecy. I know this is only an investigation, but I'm kind of nervous. Just then, Shinji spoke. "Since the 3 of you just finished a mission, you'd better get some sleep. I don't want you messing up things when we get there." Akane irritably answered, "Don't order us around. I don't need sleep." Before she could finish speaking, I interrupted, "Well, I will take that offer then." Even Hikataro said the same thing, which made Akane shocked and a bit embarrassed. The destination was quite far, so most of us fell asleep in the vehicle. Only Shinomiya Akane tried to stay awake, but eventually, she couldn't resist the drowsiness and fell asleep too. However, when she woke up, she was the only one left in the vehicle. Akane ran out angrily, blaming everyone. everyone. You people, why didn't you wake me up when we arrived? Look ahead. Only then did Akane realize that everyone's reaction was off. She quickly looked forward and saw a massive magic circle formed by the character 4 Demon hovering over the area. The situation is pretty bad. The prophecy is almost complete. According to the data, the skeletons inside the crystal pillar should be the 23 villagers. This prophecy was very similar to the case of the disappearing apartment in the Wakayama prefecture 30 years ago. That prophecy almost opened a portal to another dimension. Just then, the purple crystal stirred. While these two were hesitating about what to do, Shinji immediately stepped forward. We've got to stop the prophecy. Obviously, he was completely ignoring the director's warning. Don't you remember what Director Kurihara told us? We need to wait until other members arrive. Suddenly, a powerful magic burst from behind them. Yes, it was me, in front of a genius. It seems you can't even speak without some power. I think it's feasible. Let us go and stop this crisis. The other three were surprised that a newcomer like me would say such a thing, while Hikataro also noticed that I had gotten stronger than I was this morning. I hope you don't become a burden. Follow me. With that, Shinji jumped down, and so, the newcomers reached an agreement and followed. In the marked space, the first generation Transcendents looked at the situation outside and remarked, "This smell brings back memories." Same here, although we did smell it a few times back when we were alive. Under the beautiful moonlight, in front of a gravestone, a hand broke through the soil. It's the smell of a forbidden spell. Prophecy book, Book of Inferno. After tens of thousands of nights have passed, the crimson moon's glow shall begin to soften as the beast awakens quietly. You will recognize it by the dark shadow it casts upon the heavens. Send it to the underworld when the empty flame begin giving off light. Legend has it that a long time ago, there was a Transcendent, the head of the sorcerers of his time, Shirjima Bando. However, he massacred a large number of civilians during a time of peace and was eventually defeated by a divination priest who was also a Transcendent. While fleeing, he came to a village and slaughtered everyone in it. Although I have failed, and I don't have much time left. However, it will only be 1,000 years. I will be resurrected in 1,000 years from now. He then laughs maniacally. I'll be reborn as the Demon King, ruler of the world and devourer of all life. Before dying, Shirjima Bando cast a forbidden spell. He used a blood-drawn magic circle to sacrifice all life within it and revive himself in the present world. Our group of 4, as newcomers, were originally just here to investigate this prophecy, but the situation on site was so dire that we decided on our own to intervene. Level unknown. Boss, Shirjima Bando. Bando stood under the moonlight, familiarizing himself with his newly resurrected body. My power hasn't fully recovered. It seems the number of sacrifices was insufficient. He looked back. Even after 1,000 years had passed, this place didn't change. Just then, the 4 of us rushed out from behind, unleashing our respective ultimate moves on Bando. However, for him, this is perfect. My food seems to have arrived. The next second, the man waved his arm and teleported out of the attack range. At the same time, a magic circle appeared beneath our feet, and we were instantly engulfed in a terrifying explosion wave. I immediately called out to them. After the smoke cleared, luckily, everyone was mostly unharmed, but I noticed something was wrong and immediately warned the 2 in the air. Watch out for the magic circle at your feet. But it was too late. Countless bloody hands emerge and then wrap around them, immobilizing them. Gritting their teeth, they thought, how can he use so many skills in a row with no break? He's really strong. This guy is going to be tough to beat. Just as Bando thought victory was his, I ambushed him from the side. I attacked Bando with a series of combos, and he easily dodged them. Just then, a magic circle appeared beneath my feet and then burst into a terrifying explosion. Looking up, Bando was puzzled. I was able to survive his attack. Lightning gathered from my finger, and with that, I uttered the spell, Hadad, and struck him from above. I couldn't believe my eyes. He had blocked a lightning strike with just one finger. At that moment, Shinji Suwa saw an opportunity and used his sword technique, Marigold Blast. Countless blades stabbed at Bando from all sides. Just when Shinji thought he had him, Bando swiftly spun and easily dodged them. You don't really think you can beat me with that, do you? I never thought an attack of this level could defeat you. The next second, Shinji raised his longsword and plunged it into the ground. Sword technique, Autumn Thistle. More sword rain descended, but Bando showed no fear. Almost feels as though it's raining. Still, I admit that swords aren't really my style. The next second, Bando charged towards Shinji. Fortunately, Shinji was able to block his attack. Seeing this, Bando complimented, very good, excellent. It seems you're the strongest among them. I watched their fight from the side, unsure of what to do. Bando felt as unfathomable as Ichihara and Ryuichiro. Just then, I looked back. Shinomiya Akane and Hikataro also unleashed their full power, shattering the bloody hands around them. Minato, don't just stand there. The 2 immediately rushed to help. Annoying pests, stay out of my way. With just a slight wave of his arm backwards, 3 different colored magic circles appeared before them, followed by 3 Shikigami, the skeletal demon. Akane and Hikataro intended to finish them in one blow, but even with their full power, the Shikigami were unscathed. These guys were on the same level as the blind minotaur. A green skeletal demon appeared before me. I sighed lightly. I was being underestimated. You poor little boy, no one can help you now. Hearing this, Shinji seemed to be provoked. He swung his sword, and blood splattered as a deep wound appeared on Bando's body. Without looking back, he replied, is help necessary? I've always been a loner. I'm enough to handle any monster by myself. The only thing you can rely on in this world is your own strength. Bando looked at the wound on his body and expressed his agreement. That's very true. He then laughed maniacally. I don't need anyone else either. I'm going to devour you all. With that, he instantly went into a frenzy, attacking Shinji Suwa wildly. Just as he was being pushed back, I called out to him and rushed in. Bando was incredulous to see me arrive and ask himself, what happened to the skeletal demons? His summoned Shikigami was now just a lower half standing there. The next moment, my fist arrived, and Bando was sent flying. Shinji Suwa stared at me blankly. Just then, I spoke loudly. Fighting him alone would be reckless. We all need to work together to kill him. Can you believe it? This man is actually an old monster who has lived for 1,000 years, trying to make a meal out of us. I sent Bando flying with a punch and stood next to Shinji, deciding to face this enemy together. Shinji looked at me, puzzled. How can this be? Not even Hiko could slay those monsters so quickly. Shinomiya Akane is tied up with the skeletal demon and can't break free for a while. Shinji furrowed his eyebrow, thinking, how in the world did this new guy manage to do that? While I declare, let's work together and take him down. down. However, the lone wolf red-haired guy, Shinji, flatly refused. No, thanks, my battles don't need anyone else's help. I'll take that guy down by myself. Just as I was about to ask why, Bando had already attacked, aiming a sorcery dark sphere at each of us. Splendid. I was hoping to toy with each of you individually. Shinji immediately cut off Bando's arm with his sword and leaped back to dodge the attack, but I wasn't so lucky. Apocalyptic flash. I was hit head-on by the energy blast and sent flying several meters away. Bando then reattached his severed arm and resumed his fight with Shinji. I, having been blown away, left a deep scar on the ground until I crashed into a tree and stopped. I slowly came to and was puzzled why I was in the void space. I looked up and asked, what happened? What am I doing here? You passed out for a moment, so we took the opportunity to summon you here. I was about to answer when my hands felt a sharp pain. It turned out that I was badly injured from the blast. Wait, this is no time to talk. I need. Before I could finish speaking, Ryuichiro interrupted, which made me freeze. Minato, we'd like you to step down from this fight. My eyes widened, puzzled. What? On the other side, the battle between Shinji and Bando was intense. Shinji was clearly at a disadvantage with Bando's relentless attack. If this continued, he would be in danger. The blade that could cut through anything was now blocked by this hand. Bando suddenly burst into laughter. I'm going to devour you all by myself. The next second, he raised his hand and chopped at Shinji's sword arm. He was clearly furious and immediately materialized a sword, aimed it directly at Bando's face. Seeing this, Bando can't help but laugh hysterically. Wonderful. I haven't had so much fun in ages. I was on the side. Seeing all of this, Ryuichiro commented, just look, that boy Shinji is stronger than both Hiko and Akane, yet he's still no match for the sorcerer. You don't stand a chance right now. Faced with such a fierce battle, I couldn't help but feel terrified. Melith added, the opponent was a very powerful sorcerer, capable of using such a precise post-mortem resurrection forbidden art. If he had a large number of sacrifices in a big city, this guy could really appear in the world as a demon king. So, he must be stopped here. Lend your body to one of us. This time, we will defeat him, but I flatly refused, which made both of them utterly shocked. I am sorry, but this is not training. It's a real battle. I can't rely on you every time. In the future, I also have to overcome any obstacles on my path with my own strength. I have to face it myself, right? Do you remember the promise I made? I will definitely surpass all of you. Melith was still hesitant, saying it was too dangerous, but after hearing my words, Ryuichiro laughed heartily. Go ahead and give it your best shot. Use everything you've learned so far and stop that sorcerer at all costs. Yes, I will, and walked towards the battlefield, but then I immediately turned back and looked at them with determination. I won't let you down, master. Then immediately sped towards the battlefield. On the battlefield, Shinji was being beaten back, struggling to block Bando's hand chops. The next moment, he was sent flying high into the air. Bando seized the opportunity, forming a dark sphere with both hands and aiming at the airborne red-haired guy. Shinji's arm went numb, and his longsword slipped from his grasp. Is this the end? Just as Shinji was about to give up, a hand caught the longsword. Let me borrow your sword for a minute, Shinji. Shinji watched as I took his weapon, lost his balance, and fell back to the ground, landing steadily. At this moment, Bando's attack was fully charged. Apocalyptic flash. A huge energy blast aimed at me. Hinoki-style sword technique. Sea Storm slash. I cut through the energy blast, and Bando's arm was severed again. He stared at me, stunned. What was that skill? Who the hell are you? My name is Minato Kanagi, the man who will become the strongest Transcendent. On one side is a sorcerer revived from 1,000 years ago, and on the other is a budding genius. Do you think Minato can defeat that sorcerer? I don't know. All we can do now is watch and wait. On the battlefield, Bando's severed hand had reattached, and our clash officially began. Ryuichiro watched seriously, thinking, Minato is not a reckless person. He seizes every opportunity to train, even in his sleep. Ryuichiro's eyes lit up. I wonder if he discovered something new while sleep training in the car. Does he have some kind of plan? Shinji watched the fight. Wow, look at the new guy go. He was shocked by my transformation. As I attacked Bando relentlessly, Bando was stunned as I left a few cuts on his hand. I can't believe this. Who the hell is he? Shinji, remembering my earlier words, and his words of not needing anyone, gritted his teeth. His feelings about companionship were quietly changing. Just then, as I swung my sword, Bando swiftly dodged the attack. He then swiftly moved back. Sorcery, forbidden pomegranate. Countless energy balls were aimed at me. I sidestepped to dodge it, but to my surprise, it also changed its direction. Will these things keep following me until they hit me? I stopped in my tracks. I fixed my stance and leaped high. The progenitor lit up in excitement. That's it. This was the result of my training with him. I stumped hard. Aftershock. A huge rock burst out in front of me and crashed into the energy balls, acting like my shield. You little brat, you know quite a few skills. I looked back, and Bando sent another batch of energy balls towards me. I stumped hard again to block it. Then a series of explosions covered the whole battlefield. After an explosion, rubble flew everywhere. Bando was shocked, seeing that I still survived his attack. I immediately used a skill learned in the void mark space. Foot technique, light reflection. I instantly appeared behind Bando and slashed at his head, but he managed to dodge it, only getting a graze on his cheek. By the time I attacked again, the opportunity was lost. My attack was blocked with a wave of his hand. The next second, a huge magic circle appeared under my feet, and a violent blast of magic energy erupted. I flew out of the smoke and dust, immediately readjusting my stance. I believe that as long as I can flexibly apply what my masters have taught me in battle, I will surely win. I fall head-on, aiming at Bando, then surround him with a series of blade slashes. Bando looked at the wound on his hand in disbelief. Swordsmanship, martial arts, magic, footwork. Is there anything this kid can't do? Although he hasn't mastered any of them, he uses them all proficiently, as if all the skills have merged into one. That being said, I genuinely want to know how many skills this little brat knows. The heroic souls watched this scene in shock. They hadn't expected the kid to improve so quickly, but this alone wasn't enough to defeat the sorcerer. Let's have some real fun. Forbidden spell. The next second, the entire area was engulfed in flames. The progenitors were stunned. Shinomiya Akane sensed the danger from above and jumped away just as a huge bone crashed down. Everyone looked up in surprise to see a giant skeleton had suddenly appeared, with Bando standing on its head, his hands clasped together. Thank you for entertaining me, young man, but you're simply not good enough. This is as far as you go. The next second, the giant skeleton's hands slapped down towards me. The heroic souls, seeing this, quickly told me to run. Minato, run, but I just froze there. Not good enough. He's right. The current me won't have enough even if I were to go all out. Let me think. There must be a way to surpass my own limits. Suddenly, Melitha's teachings flashed through my mind. Learn magic step by step, starting with the basic magic, fire. This is called Gara, and Riichiro's swordsmanship, which emphasizes cutting everything in a single blow, forgetting all hesitation and fear in the moment of the swing. Focus only on the life force. At this moment, my hand was burning with the magic fire Melith taught me, and my other hand held the sword with the path Riichiro taught me. My hands slowly came together. The next second, a miracle happened. The longsword in my hand ignited with blazing flames. Melith and Riichiro watched in disbelief. I raised the flaming longsword. Brace yourself, Shirjima Bando. This new technique that Minato Kannagi invented would someday acquire a name of its own. With that, I brought it down in a single slice. Blazing fire cutting blade. And just like that, Bando was split in two. Don't come back. Focus on their life force. This is when Riichiro was training me. Every person sees life force differently. For me, life looks like a very thin thread. So, what I try to do is cut through the tightly pulled thread. Now tell me, Minato, what does life look like to you? Facing this enemy, what do I see? I sharpen my eyes. Let me try to find Shirjima Bando's life force. What do I see? A lamp. An eerie, hazy flame surrounded by darkness. I'm going to cut right through it with the Sea Storm Slash. Actually, no. I'll consume it with a far more powerful flame. With that, I cut down his life force in a single slice. Blazing fire cutting blade. Then, with a casual swing, the giant skeleton is cleaved apart, slowly consumed by the flames. Bando, split in two, watched this scene in astonishment. The progenitors in the Void Mark space was thrilled. Did he just combine your sword technique with my magic? I see. This is fascinating. The alchemist Killick stood up in excitement. Minato's greatest strength is that he can use skills from all systems and switch between them at will. Now he can even use two types of abilities simultaneously and fuse them to create his own skill. This means there might be more in the future. Then he excitedly turned back. Both of them look at him, thinking, what a weird fellow. Melith expressed her worries to Riichiro, as they might have underestimated my ability. Are you sure it's a good idea for us to teach Minato? Hearing the alchemist's analysis, Riichiro was overjoyed. Of course. Don't you want to see it yourself as well? How far he'll go? Back on the battlefield, I felt dizzy. I had used up my last ounce of strength and could collapse at any moment. I thought the battle was over, but just then, blood bubbles started to form on Bando's severed limbs, and soon, his severed lower body miraculously regenerated. I watched the scene in despair. That was dangerous. If it had hit my head, I really would have died. You took me by surprise. He then formed a dark sphere in his hand. Just as he was about to launch it, a flash of a sword cut across his neck. Sword technique, Wild Camellia. Shinji's slice sent Bando's head flying. He looked at Shinji. I forgot that you're also here. Before he could finish, Shinji, knowing the importance of a follow-up strike, immediately dismembered Bando and swiftly slid to catch me. In his final moments, Bando saw a scene from his past. He began to reminisce. On a cold winter day, a starving Bando held his dying brother. Brother, hang in there. It won't be long now. Once the sun comes up, I'll go find us some food. But his brother still passed away. The bridge was full of song and dance, like heaven, while below it was like hell on earth. It's freezing. Why must we alone suffer like this? From then on, Bando was alone. In his last moment of existence, he suddenly felt that being alone, while easy, was so lonely, right? And so, the once strongest sorcerer completely vanished. Shinji was silent, then slowly put me down. He gritted his teeth. I am not lonely, even if I am all alone. Just then, a change occurred. Cracks appeared in the barrier in the sky. Hikataro and Shinomiya Akane finally ran over to check on our injuries. Is Minato okay? Is he alive? After Shinji confirms that I am not badly hurt, Shinomiya breathes a sigh of relief. It's great that everyone is alive. However, Hiko looked up. I'm glad everyone's fine, but I think it might be too soon to celebrate. The entire barrier was about to shatter from within, and the resulting energy would be enough to engulf the entire town. Except for me, who had already fainted, the other three simultaneously assumed attack stances, intending to unleash their strongest attacks the moment the barrier shattered, hoping to weaken the impact. Now we can only bet on it. At that moment, my body moved, raising a longsword and gathering power. Shinji looked back, not expecting me to be conscious. It was actually Riichiro controlling my body again. Minato, well done. You did well. You made us proud. Leave the rest to me. The next second, the barrier completely shattered, and a terrifying energy rushed towards the four of them. At the same time, not far outside the barrier, three men were rushing towards them. Seeing the barrier shatter, all three stopped. Looks like we're too late. Just then, a blue energy shot up into the sky. Riichiro's full power strike broke through the barrier's energy. The three men watched in disbelief. What an incredible sword blast. It's incredibly clear. The newcomers were the Counter Prophecy Unit's official rescue team, led by the Suo Squad's captain, Makoto Suo. Who in the world is that? With that, the protagonist's group barely managed to resolve a quasi-level 1 prophecy after a life and death struggle. Flying above Peru, Ichihara was on a plane, on the phone. A prophecy of unknown level was defeated by a rookie? That's amazing. On the other end of the line was the captain of the Suo Squad, who had been sent as support, Suo Makoto. He was standing in front of a headless dragon, looking like he had just finished a battle. The final level is confirmed as 2, but I believe the potential danger is equivalent to a level 1 prophecy. Ichihara, on the plane, was delighted to hear this. I'm so impressed by them. In places we can't see, everyone is quietly growing. Just then, Makoto Suo added, also, the one who contributed the most to this prophecy mission was Minato Kannagi, the kid who just joined a couple of days ago. I heard you brought him in. Who the heck is that guy? Hearing this, Ichihara smiled faintly. The one who will end all prophecies. The Suo Squad captain on the other end was surprised. It might be him, the existence we've all been waiting for. You're kidding. I didn't know you have such high hopes for him. If you don't mind, why don't you go and see for yourself? Just hurry back to the headquarters. I'm so bored right now. It's really no fun without you. Ichihara laughed heartily after hearing this. However, an inopportune voice came through his earpiece at that moment. Target has appeared. A massive figure appeared directly in front of the plane. An emergency grade prophecy. When the sun goes dark. Boss. Ishtam. The origin of suicidal infection. As the airplane flew closer, the monster's eyes snapped open, and a terrifying pressure covered the entire sky. Yet Ichihara remained calm, still on the phone. Wait for me, Makoto. I just need to take care of a little nuisance. He formed a blue spiral sphere in his hand, Ichihara's signature move, Divine Wind Turbulence. The scene shifts. I wake up from a coma, only to find myself in a hospital bed. You're finally awake. Nice to meet you, Minato. A staff member tells me this is the Counter-Prophecy Unit's infirmary and that I've been unconscious for several days. I was shocked. Did I pass out? So bad that I couldn't go into the space where the progenitors are. Before I could even process this, I saw Shinji sitting across from me. You haven't been sitting here watching me this whole time, have you? I glanced around the room. Where are Hiko and Akane? I learned from Shinji that since returning from the mission, they had been in the training room, apparently frustrated with their performance during the mission. None of us expected you to be much more advanced than us. Just then, Shinji stood up and asked the question he most wanted to ask. Who on earth are you? In the end, whether it was killing the giant skeleton or dispersing the energy of the barrier's explosion, your power was overwhelming. You've only been here 2 days and have already defeated the bosses of a level 3 prophecy and a potential level 1 prophecy. In the variety of your skills, the most ridiculous was the final fusion. I've never even heard of such a thing. Who the hell are you? Tell me what I need to do. How can I be more like you? Shinji seemed desperate to become as strong as me. But just then, the Suicide Squad captain burst in. Shinji looked at the intruder in shock. Are you Minato Kanagi? Yes, that's me. I was puzzled about who he was. Shinji, seeing him, immediately said, Brother, why are you here? However, the Suicide Squad captain ignored his brother, walked straight past him, and came to my bedside. However, he still glanced at Shinji, looking at his dejected back. While I was still wondering why Shinji's brother was here, a flash of a sword came at me. The Suicide Squad captain had suddenly attacked. Even Shinji didn't expect this. Luckily, I dodged in time, jumping onto the ceiling behind. I asked sternly, what do you think you're doing? Is this some kind of test? That's right, that's not an attack an ordinary trainee can dodge. You pass. Hearing this, I was completely baffled. Then, the man said with a serious face, I am Suo Makoto, captain of the CPU's Suicide Squad. Hearing that, I immediately looked at Shinji and thought, that explains why Shinji called him brother. Minato Kanagi, in light of your outstanding performance, you are temporarily assigned to my squad. I didn't react much to this, but Shinji was in disbelief. Even he hadn't received his brother's recognition, yet his brother had personally come to invite Minato. Shinji stood there, dejected and motionless, a seed of resentment seemingly planted in his heart, and I, completely confused, followed the Suicide Squad captain out. Meanwhile, in the training grounds, Hikataro and Shinomiya Akane were training frantically. The floor was littered with weapons Akane had created with alchemy. Damn it, we were completely useless back then. We'll never catch up to him like this. Hikataro can't even disagree and just remains silent. Just then, a figure appeared at the door. It's nice to see you so full of energy. Ichihara, looking as if he had just returned from vacation, brought a pile of souvenirs to share. I'm back, try some souvenirs. Midori. But a roar sent all the souvenirs flying. Seeing Ichihara return, the two of them ran over. How long are you staying here this time? Leaving Ichihara completely bewildered. About a week or so. But Hikataro and Shinomiya Akane said with serious faces, we want to get stronger. We never want to lose to Minato Kanagi again. Seeing their determined faces, Ichihara was deeply moved. These kids were throwing tantrums just a few days ago, but in the blink of an eye, Minato appears to have ignited a fire within them. He happily agreed to their request. Just then, another person came to the door. Let me join too. I refused to let Minato get all the attention. I just woke up from a nap to find that my peers now see me as a formidable rival. Hikataro and Shinomiya Akane learned from Shinji that the captain of the Suicide Squad came to see me a few minutes ago and that he asked me to become a temporary member of the Suicide Squad. Both were very surprised, and Ichihara seemed to have thought of something. This seems like the suggestion I gave Makoto the last time we had a call. It's my own fault. This is all because I let Minato get ahead of me. And now, I was following behind the Suicide Squad captain. I learned from him that we have a mission tomorrow and have to leave early. Suddenly, the Suicide Squad captain stopped and called out to me. Minato Kanagi, are you and Shinji close? This question stumped me. We had only known each other for 2 days. Our relationship had improved a bit during the battle with Bando. I had taken his sword, and he had stayed by my bedside until I woke up. I guess that counts as being close, right? Hearing my answer, he just gave a faint reply. I see. And at the same time, in 2 different spaces, my brother doesn't care about me at all. I'm really worried about Shinji. Just now, he barely glanced at me. Just now, I couldn't bear to watch because of the pain. To get my brother to notice me, I have to get stronger, even if it kills me. Regardless of his ability, I just want him to be safe. Hearing the Suicide Squad captain's concern for Shinji, I couldn't help but remark, you two have a great brotherly relationship. And the Suicide Squad captain proudly replied, of course, my little brother is the most important person to me. Meanwhile, Shinji is down. I'm going to surpass Minato and earn my brother's respect. One day, I'll defeat my brother. All that matters to me is my brother's safety. I was still naively thinking their brotherly bond was great. It must be nice to have a brother. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, Shinomiya and Hiko were teasing Shinji, saying he has a brother complex because when Shinomiya asked Shinji if he hates his brother, he yelled at her, I have nothing but respect for him. While training, she added, he just wants his brother's attention. Hikataro dodges at Shinomiya's attack. I see. That's actually kind of sweet. Hearing this, Shinji can't help but swing frantically to Midori, who leisurely dodge it while eating chocolates. Within the Counter-Prophecy unit, there are several official combat squads. The Suicide Squad is known for being the best at hand-to-hand combat. The squad aims for quality over quantity and has only 7 members, making it the smallest. The Suicide Squad's 3 unbreakable rules are 1. Speed equals survival. 2. Never hesitate while attacking. And 3. Every weakness must be overcome. On the plane, Kuriyama Takaru of the Suicide Squad was explaining our team's strength to me. The Suicide Squad captain accounts for 90% of our combat power, so you shouldn't push yourself just because you're a temporary member. Just leave everything to the captain. And I, while listening to my senior's advice, was incessantly texting Hikataro and the others. Kuriyama Takaru was furious seeing me like this. However, he didn't know how important this message was. I need to message the others. Everyone is nagging me and telling me to message them. On the other side, Shinomiya Akane and Shinji, who received the message, were both furious. Who does that kid think he is? What kind of game is he playing? Only Hikataro remained relatively calm. Ichihara curiously leaned over. Why? What's the matter? And on the phone screen, it read some key pointers on how to get stronger. For For Hikataro Hanada, some key pointers on how to get stronger. For Akane Shinomiya, some key pointers on how to get stronger. For Shinji Suo, Ichihara curiously read through the specific methods. This is great. Specific guidance tailored to the abilities and habits of all three of them. Even I am impressed. Ichihara turned to the three. You've received an incredible gift. To do it or not, you decide for yourselves. However, despite being angry and unwilling, all three decided to train according to the instructions. Of course I'm going to do it. Just you wait, Minato Kanagi. I'll make you regret helping an enemy. Midori can't help but laugh. Enemy? Don't you mean friend? On the plane, I was very grateful for the help of my masters. The messages were finally all sent. Soon, we arrived at our mission destination, a snow-covered mountain. This was a level 1 prophecy mission, Snowball Earth. This disaster would cause the ground to continuously freeze, with the frozen area expanding exponentially. If left unchecked, in the near future, the entire planet would be frozen. This kind of calamity was happening simultaneously all over the world, even causing great turmoil in the cities of some countries. The vice captain of the Suwa squad, Manakashii, lamented, "It's expanding faster than the report said. There's no time to waste." This was the limit the helicopter could approach. We jumped out of the rear cabin. Our top priority is to make sure no harm comes to civilians. What are Suwa squad's 3 unbreakable rules? Let me hear them. 1. Speed equals survival. 2. Never hesitate while attacking. 3. Every weakness must be overcome. I stood quietly at the back, recalling the battle with Bando. In the end, it was only through Riichiro's power that I survived. This temporary assignment was a great opportunity to learn directly from the elite warriors in action. This time, I must complete the mission with my own strength. And so, I took a step and jumped down with them. However, this mission taught me a very important lesson and would become a setback I would never forget in my life. The members of the Suwa squad arrived at the scene of the prophecy, which was already completely covered in ice and snow. The current temperature was minus 37 degrees, even lower than reported. I was confused and asked Kuriyama, "Is this Snowball Earth prophecy also recorded in a book of prophecy?" "No, this is a prophecy perceived by someone with a prophecy perception skill. This kind of thing happens quite often, but it's the first time one has been classified as a level 1 prophecy." Just then, the vice captain, Manakashii, walked over. "Are you nervous? Don't worry too much. Even though this is your first time dealing with a level 1 prophecy, you have to believe in yourself." "Exactly. Relax, relax. The counter prophecy unit has 8 official squads in the island nation, and the Suwa squad has the highest number of level 1 prophecy defeats." Seeing Kuriyama's shamelessness, Manakashii yelled, "But you can't be too relaxed either. You must maintain the necessary vigilance." Just then, Kuriyama's demeanor changed. "I've detected an enemy on my radar." It was only then that I noticed several golden energy threads connected to Kuriyama's fingertips. I was amazed. My eyes widened. The monster is at the 2 o'clock position, 200 meters away from us. Got it. The next second, Manakashii sprang into action, disappearing from my sight in an instant. A moment later, she reappeared next to the captain. "I have an update for you. A large number of monsters have been found at the location specified by Kuriyama. Estimated level S++. About 30 of them." After hearing the vice captain's report, the Suwa squad captain immediately gave the order, "All units, begin exterminating the monsters." The next second, the other team members all charged forward, and soon they were engaged in battle. I watched in amazement. Whether it was intelligence gathering or their combat prowess against the monsters, these people were all top-tier official members. I suddenly wanted to join them in the fight. After getting the captain's permission, I immediately entered a combat state. I dealt with the monster in front of me, slamming it hard to the ground. Just then, I suddenly noticed that something seemed off on the other side. I heard the vice captain shout, "Watch out for that one. There's a powerful individual mixed in among them." I made a split-second decision and once again used my fusion skill, Blazing Fire Cutting Blade. The monster didn't have time to react before it was sliced in two. Kuriyama looked back at me in surprise, a sword flame, and the vice captain gave me a look of approval. "Not bad, little guy." As for the Suwa squad captain, with just a few light swings, he instantly finished off the remaining monsters. "I see. So this is the talent that Ichihara saw in him." At night, the team rested temporarily in an ice hut. "Kuriyama, how is it? Did you find it?" "Unfortunately, no. At least, there's no sign of the boss within a 10-kilometer radius. Looks like we'll have to spend the night here and continue the search tomorrow." Meanwhile, I sat alone by the campfire outside, trying to see if I could learn a new fusion technique. During the battle with Shirjima Bando, I figured out part of the trick to combining skills. One hand was wrapped in lightning, the other condensed water elemental energy, and I brought them together. "Let me try to focus. I'm sure I can do it. I know I can." Just then, a voice came from behind me. "You're really dedicated to your training, aren't you?" It almost scared me to death. And so, the captain's arrival paused my training. We started to chat. "This is my first time camping in the wild. It feels amazing." "I'm the opposite. I can't wait to go home. I miss the smell." I was puzzled. "You miss the smell of your home?" "The smell of my cat. I mean, God, I miss how that little guy smells. I feel restless if I don't get to smell my cat for a day." The captain's words stunned me. I never expected that someone as strong as the Suwa squad captain would be a cat lover. After the mention of cats, the captain seemed to transform, pulling out his phone and sitting down next to me to show me pictures of his cat. He practically teleported next to me. "He's adorable. What's his name?" "His name is Oribe Manju." I was amazed. He named it after a Japanese dessert. Just then, I pointed out how Oribe Manju looks pretty angry in the pictures. "Are you sure he really likes you?" "Nope, not at all. He messes up the house every day and is very haughty. Plus, he's constantly coughing up hairballs and often refusing to be held. It was difficult every day, and yet, the way he refuses to open up to me reminds me of Shinji. Isn't he cute? Being with him is so relaxing. I wish I could have a relationship like that with Shinji. I'm an only child, so I don't really understand sibling relationships." My memory at the infirmary flashed back to me. "Since he's your brother, why don't you just show him more care? Just like the way you treat Oribe Manju. That might work, don't you think?" Makoto paused for a moment, then his mouth curled up. "That's not a bad idea." I continue looking at his phone. There's a video too. He's so cute. But when the audio played, I was shocked. "You're so cute, meow. It's snack time. My little baby. You gave my hand an ouchie." I looked at Makoto. "It sounds like you're talking to a baby." But he just answered, "So this is how I should be talking to Shinji." With a very serious face he said, "Minato, can I practice on you for a minute?" I was shocked. "No, I don't want to." Just then, the vice captain came came looking for us. Why are you two still here? We need to rest up. We have an early start tomorrow to finish the mission. Understood. Meow. This startled the vice captain, and so, a peaceful night passed. However, at the same time at the foot of the snowy mountain, a mysterious man was walking on the snow and was spotted by the security personnel nearby. Hey, you there. This mountain is very dangerous now. You'll die if you go in. Are you in Transcendent? Are you here for a mission? The mysterious man simply replied, I am indeed here to complete a mission, but not to prevent the prophecy from happening, but to make it come true. He held a blue book of prophecy in his hand, and so, a mysterious Transcendent walked into the same great mountain. On the frozen mountain, I am in my void-marked space, receiving lessons from my masters. Today's training is archery to improve my concentration. It's been almost 25 hours. The target could surface at any moment. I'm already drenched in sweat. Muljith curiously asked, Are you tired, Minato? Without looking back, I answered, I purposefully saved this training for last because this is when my concentration is at its weakest. Riichiro is getting impatient on the side. Why aren't we having a sword fighting class today? Melith gestured to him to keep quiet. You had your turn yesterday. Muljith can't help but be amazed at how Minato can focus, considering the commotion around him. Your focus has improved greatly since our first lesson. Clear your mind. Focus. Remembering the strength of the Suwa squad members. All I want right now is to become stronger. I want to do my best. Success. After a night of training, I finally hit the mark. Nice shot. I breathe a sigh of relief. Don't forget that feeling just now. Let's stop here for today. I repeatedly thanked Muljith. Seeing us finish, Riichiro immediately took his chance. Alright, Minato, let's train until it's time for you to wake up. The next day, we prepared to continue our search for the boss. I am also determined to be useful. Our mission today is to find and slay the boss of this prophecy. Guided by Koriyama's ability, we soon discovered a large number of monsters, estimated level S+++. In the void space, the progenitors were watching everything unfold. The mission seems awfully easy, Eiler commented while painting her nails. Lilac also agreed. Since the squad members were all skilled warriors, he doubted there would be any dangers. However, Melith looks at Hayao Makoto. What's wrong? You look troubled. I'm not entirely sure yet, but for some reason, although they managed to deal with them all smoothly, my heart is trembling with an ominous feeling. We've finished slaying the monsters. Just then, Koriyama detected a massive energy. It was approaching at high speed, most likely the boss. The next second, a giant humanoid monster appeared before us. Boss, the secret god, Carmedes, level unknown. Manakashi's eyes furrowed. It has a completely different aura from the other monsters. The Suwa squad immediately sprang into action. Koriyama used his golden threads to bind the boss's arms, while the vice captain struck a powerful blow to its ankle. The other team members unleashed their skills on the boss, simultaneously attacking it. Manakashi's eyes widened. After the barrage, it remained unscathed. Just then, I leaped high into the air. Riichiro's words echoed through my mind. Don't hesitate. Focus only on their life force. I also remembered Shinomiya's words. Faced with a powerful enemy, I don't save anything for later. I used my strongest attack right from the start. The best thing I could do right now was use my strongest fusion skill, Blazing Fire Cutting Blade. To my disbelief, my attack had no effect at all, and what awaited me was a fierce blow from the boss. I was sent flying several meters away. Minato, are you alright? I would have been in serious trouble if it weren't for that ice column. It's too strong. Manakashi and the others retreated back. This is clearly the reason this prophecy was ranked 1. Her brows furrowed. Captain, we're counting on you. All of you, stand back. Leave this to me. Koriyama quickly dragged me from the battlefield, leaving only the Suwa squad captain to face the boss alone. The boss raised its 2 long swords and swung them viciously at the captain. I can't help but call out, Captain Suwu. After the dust settled, the captain was unharmed, looking at his opponent coldly. I see, you are indeed strong. The boss raised its 2 long swords again. The captain blocked it, and after one strike, the boss's arms were completely severed. Riichiro, who's watching from the void-marked space, can't help but be amazed. He's not bad at all for a modern transcendent. I'd love to fight him sometime. Hey, Minato, do you mind if, before he could even say it, I immediately declined. I'm not going to lend you my body. If possible, I'd like my team members to gain experience fighting a boss like you, but I'll have to get rid of you myself. The Suwa squad members immediately put up a barrier. The captain took his stance, Imperial Crimson Dragon, and flames erupted, instantly engulfing the surroundings. The captain pivots into the blaze, eyes locked on the boss. Heat ripples around him as his blade drinks the fire and blooms scarlet. Crimson light. I watched in shock. The boss was sliced in 2. This looks like my flame sword, but it's much stronger. Is this the strength of the Suwa squad captain? Unfortunately, this is the end. It's our job to protect this world. Meow. I was taken aback. It's like he's completely possessed by that cat. It's a completely different sword style compared to Riichiro. His techniques are leagues above the current me. This is awesome. I found someone else that I want to learn from. The captain then delivered another sword strike, cutting the boss in half at the waist. We cheered in triumph. We won. However, the next second, the captain's arm vanished. What's happening? Looking behind, a circular hole had appeared in the barrier, and a hole of the same size had appeared in Koriyama's chest. I watched in horror as other team members were also attacked and fell one by one. What on earth is happening? We were just fighting a boss as a team, and just as we were about to win, we were ambushed. I looked behind me in disbelief. A bloody hole had appeared in Koriyama's chest. I rushed forward, wanting to support him as he was about to fall, but he, seeing me, used his last strength to push me away. The next second, an unknown attack pierced Koriyama again. Shit, how could this be? That attack didn't even appear on my radar. Captain, I'm so sorry. His body grew cold, and blood stained the snow. It's alright, Captain is a smart guy. I'm sure he now noticed where our enemy is. Forgive me, Captain, but the attacks didn't stop. Another teammate fell. How could this be? Everyone, get down. Find cover. This is a skill attack. The remaining squad members dashed to protect themselves. Looking at the cold bodies on the ground, the Suwa squad captain's face was grim. The pain of his severed arm was nothing compared to his current rage. Even the barrier couldn't defend against the attack. This must be a characteristic of the opponent's skill. Anything it touches is erased, and based on the direction of the attack, the enemy must be in this location and dash to the enemy's location. Manakashi called out to Captain Makoto, but just after the Suwa squad captain left, the boss that had been cut in half at the waist regenerated. The vice captain, seeing this, quickly pulled himself together. We'll take care of this one. Can you move, Minato? But at this moment, I know knelt on the ground, devoid of any will to fight. Warrentine, could you please heal everyone? I looked at my fallen comrades before me. Please save them. There must be a way. I'm sorry, Minato, but no matter the skill, I couldn't resurrect your comrades from death. I was silent for a moment. I see. I then called out to the progenitors. Riichiro, Tak Wong, Eilerson, all of you. Riichiro, seeing my current state, knew I could no longer continue fighting. During the battle with Shirjima Bando, Riichiro had to help me in the end. This time, for sure, I will finish this mission with my own hands. I'm sorry, but please, I need your help. Leave the rest to us. The next second, Riichiro took over my body, and my aura changed instantly. Captain Makoto was sprinting in one direction. Kuriyama's radar had a range of a 3-kilometer radius, which meant the enemy was outside that range, and my arm and Kuriyama's body were hit by a single attack simultaneously. In other words, the enemy was directly in line with both of us. Makoto Suwa normally suppresses his own power in order to let his members grow. With his speed and keen eyesight, he easily spotted the target in the distance. A mysterious man stood silently in the snow, his hands in his pockets. Seeing the man, the Suwa squad captain thought of his fallen comrades. Takaru, Hisano, Kawase, Miromi, rest assured that I will make sure you didn't die in vain. Crimson light, a massive flame shot towards the mysterious man. A black sphere appeared, and both the slash and the flame were nullified. I didn't expect you to find me so quickly. As expected of the strongest, the Suwa squad captain. Captain Makoto was stunned, thinking he neutralized both my slash and fire blast. If your left arm were still intact, I'd probably be dead. Well, it's only a what if. Now, just die for me. With that, all the dark spheres around the man exploded and shot forward. Captain Makoto swung his longsword upwards with great force, kicking up a cloud of snow that obscured the man's vision. The next second, he appeared behind the man. The one who should die is you. He swung his sword fiercely at the man's neck. However, to his surprise, not only did his sword break, but his body was also struck by the opponent's dark sphere. Suwa squad captain, you are too careless. It's only natural to try to behead an opponent, but you're actually the one who is close to death. Captain Makoto gritted his teeth, damn it, and attacked once again. The man dodged and kicked Captain Makoto's wound. I told you, it's useless. Are you sure about that? The next second, Captain Makoto struck the man's chest with the hilt of his sword, sending the man flying several meters. You only stopped attacking after a few shots when you were sniping us. A skill that can erase almost anything can't be used indefinitely. You must have consumed a lot of energy. The man immediately stood up. Do you really think so? Even if you're right, your disadvantage won't change. The fact that you're weaker than me right now. Weaker? He replied as if mocking the man. The Suwa squad has 3 unbreakable rules. He clenched his sword. Number 3, he then ignited a blazing fire, and the arm that had been bleeding was cauterized, stopping the blood. Every weakness must be overcome. Imperial Crimson Dragon self-destructive flame blast. Are you planning to burn your life force? Fine. In that case, let me help you. Faces of his squad flashed in his mind. Don't worry everyone, I won't let you down. Don't you dare look down at the Suwa squad. Defeated, utterly defeated. Seeing my dead comrades on the ground, I was completely desperate, having lost all will to fight. I'll leave the rest to you all. Leave the rest to us. With that, the ancestors in my marked space took over my body. My aura suddenly changed. Meanwhile, Manakashi and another member were fighting the boss. How is it still powerful? I can't beat it alone. She called out to me. This is not good. He completely lost the will to fight after seeing Takaru and the others die. However, she looked at me in surprise, as if sensing something. I slowly stood up, looking quietly into the distance. The enemy is over there. I then flew past the vice captain at high speed, shattering the newly resurrected boss with a single kick. At this moment, it was Eilerson controlling my body. The vice captain looked at me in disbelief, but I paid them no mind and walked straight into the distance. How dare you make our disciple cry? Let us progenitors take it from here. On the other battlefield, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle. Captain Makoto Suwa raised his longsword and unleashed his sword technique, Scarlet Light Blade, sending several flame-like sword auras flying. The man quickly ducked to avoid them, and the auras flew over his head, striking the stone pillar behind him. This is tricky. Even if I nullify the flame slashes with my dark spheres, they will reform the moment they pass through. I have no choice but to go all out. The next moment, the man threw out 2 dark spheres. Captain Makoto quickly sidestepped while closing the distance. Got you. The captain seized the opening and cut off the man's hand with a single stroke. Looks like the tables have turned. The man, instead of feeling pain, laughed. Do you think so? He then delivered a heavy kick to Captain Makoto's wound. Blood splattered, and the pain almost made the captain faint. Do you still think the tables have turned? Don't forget you have a hole in your stomach. Sacrificing one arm doesn't affect my combat power much, so it's you who has failed. You're certainly strong. You always choose the best option and move without wasting time, but you're easy to read. That's why you'll never beat me. With that, the man pulled something from his bag. Actually, your failure was destined from the start. This book would prove it. Captain Makoto was shocked to see the Book of Prophecy. How do you have a Book of Prophecy? The man opened the book. If there's an organization devoted to stopping prophecies, isn't it natural that there would also be one that aims to fulfill those prophecies? Hearing this, Captain Makoto was in disbelief. I am one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. They call me number 12 of the darkness, and I'm going to make sure this prophecy comes true. Captain Makoto was very confused. Why would you want to fulfill a prophecy of destruction? If I told you, would you give up on this prophecy? Just as 12 let his guard down, Captain Makoto suddenly erupted, swinging a fatal sword blow at 12. Cut the bullshit. The blade sliced across 12's neck, and blood spurted out. The captain looked at his opponent and thought, I can still beat him. He's already used up all his mana, so he can't use his skill now. His body should also be reaching its limit soon. This is my chance to take him out. Imperial Crimson. However, 12, fatally wounded, laughed. Let's end the game here. He then took out a bottle from his pocket. The moment he opened it, a huge light enveloped 12. The dazzling golden light made it impossible for Captain Makoto to see what was happening. But in the next moment, a fist came flying at him, and the captain was sent flying. 12 stood there, completely unharmed. Even his severed and burned right arm had been restored. How is that possible? This is called an artifact. Essentially, it's a type of relic and is extremely rare. If you weren't my opponent, I wouldn't have been willing to use it. 12 attacked Captain Makoto again, and the captain quickly raised his sword to block. However, against a fully restored 12, this kind of attack was useless. He rained down punches on the captain. Captain Makoto can't help help but think, what's he doing with an artifact? Those items were left over from the tower era. The government keeps them under tight security, so no one should be allowed to use them. It ends here. He then kicked the captain's wound again. Captain Makoto completely lost the ability to resist and fell to the snowy ground. You've finally fallen. No, I can't fall yet. It's not over yet. It can't be. My family, my dear little brother, that narcissistic Ichihara, and my best companions. I still have so many important things to do. Minato's words echo in my mind. Maybe you could try treating your brother the way you treat Oribe Manju. That might work, don't you think? His lips curled up. You're right, Minato. And he grips his long sword again. My dearest Manju, I want to entrust him to my beloved brother. I can't fall yet. Captain Makoto gritted his teeth and used his last strength to ignite the flame of his life. But the next second, only despair remained. The right hand holding the sword was pierced by a dark sphere, and even the last chance to resist was gone. So long, Captain Makoto Suo. Just as 12 was about to launch his attack, the ice mountain behind him suddenly split in two. Countless ice blocks and rubble flew everywhere, and a figure emerged from within. You're the one who made our disciple cry, aren't you? You'll apologize to him with your life. At this moment, my body was completely given over to my masters. I shattered the level 1 prophecy's boss with a single kick and then proceeded to the other battlefield. I arrived just in time as Captain Makoto was about to be killed. You're the one who made our disciple cry, aren't you? I'll let you feel our wrath. I advanced on 12, step by step, my aura overwhelming. He looked at me in astonishment. The boy before him gave him a very bad feeling. Then I'll have to go with the optimal solution. Don't move. If you move again, I'll kill him. But before he could finish, I had already severed his arm. He looked on in disbelief. I was clearly watching him the whole time. How the hell did he manage to cut off my arm? He was too fast. I didn't even have a chance to react. The blade I just used is already bent and deformed. It seems ordinary weapons won't do. The alchemist ancestor sighed. It's because your power is too astounding. With that, I slowly extended my hand, and energy began to ripple around me. Trismegistus. A tornado of mercury appeared before me, and in a short while, all sorts of weapons were generated from it. I will provide your weapons. Just go and fight to your heart's content. Everyone. During this time, 12's arm had already regenerated. Riichiro was shocked to see this. That's reverse flow. I don't believe a modern Transcendent can use a skill of this level. It must be the effect of an artifact, a fully automatic, complete recovery that activates after a certain period of time or a set number of times. The next second, an arrow struck 12 right between the eyebrows, but the wound healed at a visible rate. It seems it's true. That arrow was Moljitha's test. So, is there a counter strategy? Melith said coldly. Keep killing him. He'll die eventually. 12 was starting to get scared. He quickly formed a wall of dark spheres to block himself, but I didn't care at all and knocked another arrow. The arrow passed through a gap in the dark spheres, hitting him in the eye, while 2 others struck his chest. 3 hits, all on target. Truly impressive. I could hit a gap like that with my eyes closed. 12's wounds healed again. Damn it. He then controlled the dark spheres to attack me. At this moment, Tak Wong immediately took over my body. With just a few sidesteps, he dodged the attack and, using his superb agility, instantly appeared in front of 12. He grabbed 12's right hand, kicked him in the chin, and then, just as he was about to fall, pulled him back up and delivered a powerful punch to his face, followed by a barrage of countless fists. Your skill can erase anything it touches, which is a good long-range ability, but he can't use it properly when his vision is blocked. That makes it very simple to dodge attacks. With that, he struck 12 hard in the chest. 12 was sent flying. Eilerson, watching the direction he flew, commented, he must have died a few hundred times by now. I ignored 12 and walked over to Captain Makoto. The captain looked at me, puzzled. Are you Minato Kanagi? Warrentine simply replied, no, this isn't Minato, and then extended a hand, using life stasis on the captain. A golden energy enveloped his body. We are the first generation Transcendents, whom later generations call the progenitors. We are ancient souls dwelling within Minato Kanagi. Alright, the enemy isn't dealt with yet, so I'll be leaving now. With that, I vanished. So that's them, the legendary progenitors. 12, who had been sent flying, had already recovered again, but his mind and body were broken, and he was in disarray. That boy is a monster. I need to think about what to do. Before 12 could react, a spear struck him in the heart, piercing straight through his body. Koki Shima was merciless, starting with his ultimate technique, Azure Annihilation Spear. 12's painful screams echoed through the heavens. He didn't even have time to think. Koki Shima asked Melith, if the spear stays in his heart, will he continue to die? But the answer was no. 12's body automatically ejected the spear. Before he could even steady himself, the next wave of attacks came. What a pain in the ass. If we dismember him, I wonder from which part he will start to regenerate. The answer came quickly. Only a severed hand remained of 12, and it began to regenerate. In a short while, he was completely restored. The moment he recovered, 12 immediately ran into the distance. This guy is not human. I just need to kill Makoto Suo and then flee immediately. However, when he returned to the previous location, he was shocked. In front of Captain Makoto, I was sitting there, holding a broken sword. What took you so long? I stood up. Let's continue. I swung my sword at him, and a net of sword energy instantly formed and rushed towards him. Before 12 could react, he was sliced into countless pieces by the sword net. For the first time, he felt despair. My life is dedicated to the realization of the prophecy, but this time, I'm probably going to die for real. It was like being targeted by a giant shark, with no escape. How long had it been since he had felt such terror? A sense of fear grew in 12's heart, but his hand still reached for his backpack and pulled out a bottle filled with golden powder. Riichiro, seeing this, immediately swung out a sword light, severing the arm holding the bottle, but it was a step too late. The golden powder from the bottle scattered into the air. Artifact, Sand Cage of Time. A giant cage materialized and trapped me inside. At this moment, 12's regeneration time had just ended. Seeing me trapped, he was ecstatic. Thank goodness, I almost died. He didn't care that his severed arm couldn't be restored. Clearly, the purpose of this artifact was the cage. This doesn't look good. It's a cage created by the artifact. What should we do? Riichiro was silent, looking at 12's severed arm. It looks like he can't generate himself anymore. Relax. Not even my dark spheres can break this cage. I can't kill you, and you can't kill me either. You just stay right there. We'll consider this a tie. Riichiro ignored him and said to the person behind him, hey, you can see clearly, right? Suo Makoto. Captain Makoto behind him had already stood up. Hearing this, 12 broke out in a cold sweat and turned to look behind him. Let's continue. Round 2. It's truly unbelievable. In swordsmanship alone, no matter what I do, I cannot win. You may be a genius like me, but you also need to find a master who is a good fit for you. So I followed Ichihara's advice and searched everywhere for a master who could teach me. But without exception, all attempts ended in failure. I'm sorry, I have nothing more to teach you. You have already surpassed me. Go find other masters. You have once again made me realize my own insignificance. Each master, after just 1 month, gave up on the idea of making me stronger. Until one day, I met them. As of today, this will be your new master. She's the strongest sword master I know. Become my little sister's disciple. Her name is Ichika Hinoki. She is my last master. I became her disciple, diligently studying the way of the sword for about 3 years. Master, what is this sword technique? Suo Makoto asked Ichika Hinoki, holding an ancient secret manual. On the book was a large character, sublime perfection, a formless sword technique. That technique has been lost to time. Even I cannot perform it. It is said to be a unique technique of the progenitor, Riichiro Hinoki. Suo Makoto stared intently at the portrait in the book, slowly reading the name, progenitor, Riichiro Hinoki. A technique only its creator can use? Well then, Makoto, after 3 years of study, I have nothing more to teach you, Ichika Hinoki said solemnly. The Hinoki-style sword technique is now entrusted to you. I hope you will carry it forward and make it flourish. Master, how can I become stronger from now on? Makoto, you have exceptional talent that even after all this training, it's no more than the bud of a flower that hasn't finished blooming. You could try learning other martial art styles or simply practice sparring as much as possible. Most people wither without ever blooming, but I firmly believe that your time to bloom will come. And now, the time has come. The moment I saw Riichiro Hinoki swing just now, I felt a strange sensation. Perhaps this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I don't want to miss it. Master, thank you. I finally understand. This is precisely the moment you were referring to. Captain raised his severed arms, as if an invisible hand was holding an invisible sword. A red energy began to emanate from his body. Melith was puzzled. Riichiro, look, what's he doing? Riichiro gazed sharply, being fully aware of what was happening. I quickly moved past the progenitors. I watched the scene with great concern. Right now, Captain Makoto's energy is overflowing. At the same time, at the counter-prophecy unit's training grounds, Ichihara seemed to sense something. He quickly turned to look into the distance. The next second, an explosion was heard. The other CPU members were puzzled as to what had just happened, and when the dust settled, Ichihara had vanished, leaving only a large circular hole in the wall. 12 looked at Captain Makoto, completely baffled, his confusion growing. As a swordsman, now with both arms lost, what could he possibly do? Yet, a voice in his heart kept telling him that this strike would definitely cut him to pieces. Minato, watch closely. If we compare people to flowers, there's only one moment in a person's life when they can truly blossom. For some, it is at the peak of their physical strength. For others, when they achieve flawless technique. And for some, it is the moment they attain the ultimate truth. And for him, it is this very moment. Watch it closely. You must remember this forever. I was mortified. Does that mean? As I looked closely, I was surprised to see a flower bud faintly appearing behind Captain Makoto Suo. Important memories came flooding through his mind. He raised his arms. Both I and 12 can't help but be mesmerized. Golden light flashed as he focused entirely on this move. In the next moment, the flower of life bloomed. Hinoki-style sword technique, sublime perfection. Instantly, 12 was split in two. Even the defense of his dark spheres was useless. He doesn't even have hands, let alone a sword. How is this possible? Did he awaken his true potential? The next second, 12 was utterly destroyed. Riichiro was utterly impressed. Well done. I won. This strike also exhausted all of Captain Makoto's life force. He lost consciousness and fell. In that instant, the void attribute mark on my right hand shone with a brilliant light, connecting with Captain Makoto's soul. He looked up and thought, despite me standing under the cloudy clouds, I could still see it way beyond the sky. I see. So this is what it's like to reach a whole new level of sword mastery. I am content. He slowly closed his eyes, thinking of his family, that smug-faced Ichihara, and all the companions who had walked with him. He had relentlessly pursued strength and had finally reached the end. I'm sorry, my dear little brother. Forgive your big brother, for I must go now. I'm satisfied now. Just then, a figure approached. I didn't expect it to be you. I came before Captain Makoto and extended my hand with a smile. The captain's initial confusion turned into a smile of understanding. So that's how it is. Death is not the end. I'll be counting on you from now on. Thank you. As the artifact cage shattered, I rushed frantically towards the Suo Squad captain. It was only a brief moment, but in that moment, I felt my spirit connect to Captain Makoto's, though the mark of the void. Captain Makoto. But at that moment, I had exhausted all my strength and collapsed straight onto the snow, tears welling up in my eyes. Just as Captain Makoto was about to fall, a ray of light cut through the sky. Ichihara was flying at high speed, shouting anxiously, Makoto. He landed swiftly and caught the captain. Ichihara looked at Makoto in disbelief. I'm sorry, I was too late. Suo Makoto, age 23, died in battle against the Transcendent 12. Brother, Oribe Manju is so cute. Let me hold him too. Of course. The incredibly strong Suo Squad captain, Makoto, has perished during a level 1 prophecy mission. In the training grounds, Suo Makoto was practicing his swordsmanship. Ichihara approached. Makoto, why the heck do you want to be the captain of a unit? What do you mean? In the counter-prophecy unit, your strength is second only to mine. When you're serious, you're invincible. Isn't it better to fight alone? I'm not like you, shining brighter than anyone else, despite being the farthest away from us. There's no doubt we need people like you. Just then, a message came through the elevator. Captain, Kuzushiro passed the level 2 swordsmanship exam. This way, I can be of use too. I was so happy. I came to report to you immediately. I like having companions to work with. When I'm injured or fall in battle, I want to be able to count on them. I'm just happy to have met people who make me feel that way. At this moment, Ichihara still talked to the dying Makoto. Before coming here, I saw your companions. 2 of them survived. Rest in peace. Makoto, you have fulfilled your duty as a captain. I could have never done what you did. Thank you for everything you've done, Makoto. Meanwhile, I was still lying quietly in the snow. In my voidmark space, I knelt alone in a corner as the progenitors watched from a distance. It's gotten so dark here. Of course it has. This space reflects my current state of mind. All the progenitors understood. They knew I was blaming myself, telling myself that it was my fault for being too weak. They had all experienced the departure of partners, family, or disciples. Watching comrades in arms die one by one, their hearts hearts were broken. Most people in such situations would bury their hearts deep inside and never recovered. Should I not have fought? Maybe it's better if I don't fight anymore. My heart aches as if it's about to be torn apart. If I had left it to you from the beginning, maybe no one would have died. I ought to just let you use my body as you like so each of you can make the most of your unique abilities. Of course, I know that doesn't make any sense, but at that moment, when I shook hands with Captain Suwu, my hand felt as hot as fire. I looked up at Ryuichiro. I've been entrusted. I don't want to betray this trust. From now on, I'm done with the vague idea that I'll surpass the progenitors someday. I won't think that way ever again. My goal is to surpass you all as soon as possible. The next moment, a golden light appeared in the dark night sky. The light grew, and a massive energy poured down from it, enveloping everyone. Instantly, the surrounding darkness was dispelled. I raised my fist and swore, never again will I let anyone else die. A helicopter flew in from the distance, and below it were our grim faces. The prophecy had been stopped, but the cost was too great. Mr. Ichihara, all personnel have been recovered. We are ready to depart at any time. You all go first. I'll go back alone. And so, Ichihara watched the helicopter depart while on the phone. I have some bad news. Makoto is dead. The enemy is the 12 disciples of the apocalypse. Find their locations as soon as possible. It's time for some hunting. With that, Midori disappeared without a trace. This incident left a deep scar on everyone, especially the captain's younger brother, Suwu Shinji. He stood motionless before his brother's portrait for a very, very long time. The day after the funeral, I met him. In his hands, he held his brother's belongings and a cute, fat cat. Minato, you're here. You must be Oribe Manju. Just as cute as the captain said. Even you know about my brother's cat? Why am I the only one who knows nothing? It wasn't until I went to clean my brother's room just now that I realized how much he loved this cat. Seeing his favorite books, the clothes he liked to wear, the food he liked to eat, and the thoughts in his sticky notes. I had no idea at all. You have Makoto's diaries? Yeah, he said I could have it. The first page read, I leave this diary to Shinji. The contents were nothing special, mostly about daily training and missions. However, at the end of every entry, he would add a sentence. January 12th, the weather suddenly turned cold. Is Shinji wearing enough to stay warm? March 7th, Shinji passed the qualification exam. I'm so happy. May 17th, Shinji doesn't seem to be getting along well with his companions. What should I do? July 19th, the watermelon kashi I brought was delicious. I wish Shinji could have some too. October 1st, Shinji has been dispatched on a reconnaissance mission for an ungraded prophecy. I believe you will return safely. Vaguely, I could almost see my brother sitting there. At the end of each diary entry, he always mentioned me. Shinji collapsed on the floor in agony, tears streaming down his face. Seeing this, I told him about my time with Makoto. Whenever I spoke to him, he always talked about you and Oribe Manju. I'm going to get stronger and stronger, so that my brother in heaven can see that he no longer needs to worry about me. And so, Shinji and I went to Mount Amatake in Nagano Prefecture, and found Captain Makoto's master, Ichika Inoki. Upon learning of her disciple's death, Ichika Inoki's heart sank, but the next moment, her expression returned to one of cold indifference. We wish to train here with you for a while. A month later, two familiar figures were engaged in a fierce battle in a river. Shinji suddenly closed in. He threw a powerful combination at me that I managed to block. Seizing an opportunity, I gathered power in my right hand, fist strike, and unleashed a heavy blow on Shinji. To my surprise, he took the hit head on. Only the massive splash behind him indicated the force of the blow. While I was still amazed by his strong defense, Shinji's attack came. Luckily, I reacted in time, grabbing his attacking right hand, using his momentum to throw him into the air. But even while off balance, Shinji managed to deliver a fierce kick towards me. Fortunately, I still managed to block the attack. Then, I quickly leaped up, preparing to deliver a final kick. Just then, a roar was heard. That's enough. Hearing the voice, we immediately separated and stood straight on the water's surface, ready to receive our master's critique. You are both very good, especially you, Shinji. You've made great progress. She then used her foot to flick a wooden stick from the ground. Next, I will show you my way of the sword. A stunning aura rose from her body as she slowly walked towards us. Let's begin. Bring it on, disciples. Our auras exploded. Here we come, master. I'm going to get stronger. Someday I'll be the strongest warrior in the world. At this moment, late at night in London, a man was strolling leisurely down the street. He stopped as he entered a small alley. This was none other than Cotter, one of the 12 disciples. Cotter looked at the person blocking his path and spoke. So, you've finally found me, Mr. Ichihara. Tell me the locations of your other companions and your organization's base. One more useless word, and you die. However, the other party seemed unwilling to cooperate, drawing a weapon to fight. Why not have a little fun first? For a moment, the alley was quiet. Suddenly, a blue light emanated with a spatter of blood. Then, Ichihara was the only one that walked out. Target eliminated. This is the book of prophecy from him. 5 books of the apocalypse have been collected. 7 members remain. On to the next one. Meanwhile, in the Temple of Eternal Mysteries, the top secret conference hall of the Counter Prophecy Unit, an old woman is grinding tea leaves. She is the chief commissioner of the Counter Prophecy Unit. The aide to the chief commissioner, Tengen Shinonome, introduced. These are the 5 books of prophecy that Ichihara seized from the 12 disciples of the apocalypse. Shiki Kitamori continued. This was originally a single volume, split into 12. Ichihara is currently pursuing the remaining 7. Eliminating enemies and collecting the books of prophecy is not a problem in itself, but I didn't expect him to go off on his own like this. Did Makoto's death affect him this much? Then how should we handle this? Let him be for now. No matter what we say, he won't listen. When he returns, have that child come here for tea. Now that the Suwu squad is disbanded, we need to fill the vacancy. Kitamori, Shinonome, you two are in charge of creating a new squad. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Imperial capital, a vast army of demonic dogs has gathered. A level 2 prophecy, dissenters. Boss, the Daybreak infidels. They're all so strong. Is there no way to wipe them all out at once? I don't think so. Each of them is resistant to a different type of attack. The captain, Setsuna Ibiki, recognizes this problem and turns to a temporary member behind her. What do you say? Can you handle it? This person is none other than Shinomiya Akane. No problem, Captain. Let me try. She used her skill, Trismegistus, and a giant sphere of mercury appears before her. Instantly, the mercury blasted forward beneath the monsters. Akane commanded, gas. The mercury instantly turns into a vapor, enveloping the army. Next is liquid. The vast amount of mercury turns back into liquid, encasing the monsters' heads. Then, incineration. generation, and the monsters are tormented by the scalding mercury. This is the end. Go to hell. Akane then commanded firmly. Solid. The once flowing liquid instantly solidifies, and sharp spikes grow out of it. In a flash, like a chain reaction, all the monsters are pierced by the mercury spikes. The Hibiki unit members watch in astonishment. In an instant, all of the monsters were taken care of. Shinomiya Akane snaps her fingers, and the monsters instantly turn to dust. Captain, that ought to take care of them. Akane, you're amazing. You managed to combine 4 different attacks into one. It's a waste for you to be just a temporary member. How about joining my squad after your training is over? To have your recognition is a great honor. The captain seems eager to recruit her. If Akane joins, I can slack off in the future. I have now completely mastered the 3 states of matter. Send me the materials for the next course right away. At this time, I was eating breakfast and playing with Oribe Manju. Alright, give me a moment. The alchemist Killick was impressed at Akane's progress as well. Killick, could you come up with 3 new lessons for Akane? The alchemist Killick happily complied. I'll send it to you shortly, Akane. Meanwhile, Hikataro was already on lesson 8. At this moment, in Saitama Prefecture's Takarazawa City, a level 2 prophecy was occurring. The dirt-eating mythical creature, boss, the voracious sphinx. But the next second, it was kicked to pieces. Lesson 8, flash kick. Beak stab successfully mastered. The captain of the Todoroki unit, Ichiro, was thrilled to see the boss defeated. Well done, Hikataro. You must join our squad. Hikataro was reluctant. I'll certainly consider it. Which unit to join? That's the question. Meanwhile, Akane was ecstatic upon receiving the materials for the 8th course. I won't lose to any of you. I like your spirit. Shinji's improved a lot as well. I'd better start training harder if I want to keep up. It's really encouraging to see you both make so much progress. By the way, have you heard the rumor about a new squad being formed? To fill the vacancy of the Suwa squad, a new team needs to be created, and the captain will be selected from the members who have achieved significant results. Is that so? I wonder who it'll be. I've already discussed it with Hikataro. Let's create a squad together. The name will be the Kunnagi unit, and the captain will be you, Minato Kunnagi. The Kunnagi unit. That sounds really nice. Akane. Wait, what did you just say? But why choose me? Akane. The vision of the counter-prophecy unit is to eliminate all prophecy disasters in this world and not allow the tragedies of the past to happen again. Personally, that's exactly what I want as well, so I must join such a team. A captain needs not only great strength but also the ability to make the team members stronger together. I think you have that qualification, Minato. Otherwise, I'm going to be snatched away by Captain Hibiki. Think about it carefully. After hanging up, I sat alone on a rock thinking, Shinji, what's that guy up to? And Shinji immediately explained the situation. A captain, you know, I think that guy is quite suitable too. Hearing this, Shinji also thought this way. However, I was still very conflicted, not knowing if I had the ability to be a captain. Isn't anyone going to give some advice? But the group of warriors was at a loss for such matters. What do you want us to say? I've exhausted all my efforts in martial arts. I have no experience in leadership. I have no idea what to do. What an unreliable group of masters. Just then, Riichiro turned and shouted behind him, don't you have anything to tell him? Strategist Ryan. Not yet. The time is not right. Besides, there is already a very suitable person on the scene. Who could you be talking about? Suddenly, a wooden stick was thrust straight into the huge rock beneath me. Instead of sitting around and thinking, why don't you use that time to focus on practicing? Let's begin intensive training, starting with foot techniques. Hearing this, I quickly grabbed a wooden sword and jumped down, immediately activating the footwork ripple travel and stood steadily on the water's surface. Very good. You've mastered it quickly. How did you do it? Normally, it would take even a genius half a year to reach this level. However, she didn't know that I could still practice hard while sleeping. Just then, Ichika Hinoki suddenly attacked me. A sword light slashed over my head, and with the sound of the clash, the rock I was sitting on was sliced in half. In battle, there's no time for extra thoughts, or you'll die a miserable death. I immediately got into a battle-ready stance, not daring to relax for a moment. Is she the right person to talk to him? She's already very strong among the modern Transcendents, as expected of your descendant. I don't have any children. It must be from my brother's line. So you are Ichika Hinoki, my greatest successor in the modern era. Then, Ichika Hinoki used the Hinoki-style sword technique, Snake Crawl. A purple sword light lunged at me with serpentine movements that I narrowly dodged. In the midst of battle, I realized that my master was really giving her all this time. Next, Ichika Hinoki attacked again. Purgatory Blade. Countless sword auras surrounded me from all sides, eventually forming a sphere of sword energy. Riichiro was shocked to see this, a skill I've never seen before. Did she create it herself? You really are interesting, kid. How the heck do you avoid all my attacks so easily? This is a skill you don't know. I recognize the Hinoki-style sword technique that you use. Some of the techniques come from the founder himself. Isn't that right? Let me guess what's bothering you. Are you thinking about whether you can be a captain like Suwa Makoto? Of course, because I saw with my own eyes. What an inspiring leader he was to his unit. I truly wonder, can I be a captain like that? Just then, I heard my master's voice loud and clear. You don't need to be like him. Pay close attention. Hinoki-style sword technique, Soaring Tengu. A huge water spout swirled up from the water's surface. The techniques that I used in this fight are my example. The successors who came after all developed these techniques based on the founder's techniques. It's hard for us to reach the same heights as the founder. His abilities were on a completely different level from ours. And yet, successors have continued researching new techniques in the hope of achieving at least a fraction of his mastery. That's why our swordsmanship style has come so far. At this moment, I was realizing what my master was saying. I don't know what kind of leader Makoto was, but as a student of mine, he must have been a great captain. It's impossible to be exactly like our heroes right from the start, but as long as your conviction remains, you will one day achieve it. Tell me, do you have that kind of determination, Minato? So instead of worrying about whether you can be like Makoto, think about it this way. What did Makoto trust you with? At this moment, I could still remember Captain Makoto's departure, and how his hand felt to give me his trust. Captain Makoto, he entrusted me with the future. That's the way. Come on, let me feel your resolve. I'll do my best to train you for the future as well. Now show me what you've got, Minato. Hearing this, I was full of conviction as I launched my attack. As our swords collided, a massive energy erupted. But at this moment, 2 weeks later, at the counter-prophecy unit base, 2 captains were reviewing the list of new captain candidates. Usually we select someone recommended either by the other captains or the commissioners Master's office. This time, there seems to be an interesting little fellow. Minato Kanagi, 17 years old, currently still a trainee. Recommender, Special Mission Unit member Ichika Inoki. And at this moment, in a corner outside the window, a dark figure stood under a shadowy tree. On the phone, I've successfully infiltrated. I hear the new captain selection is in 3 days. Boss, just you wait. I'm going to be the new captain. The figure was enveloped in a green light, revealing a sinister smile. One of the 12 disciples of the apocalypse, Ava. Ava has a skill called Amanojaku, which allows him to transform into a killed target and take their place. His goal is to stand out in the upcoming selection, become the new captain, and thus dismantle the counter-prophecy unit from within. Midori Ichihara, you've been going around and killing members of the 12 disciples. Half of us have already been slain. Although it's impossible to defeat a monster like you, the least we can do is cause chaos and confusion within the counter-prophecy unit from the inside, and make the prophecy a reality. 3 days later, on the large training ground of the counter-prophecy unit, the new captain candidates and their recommenders gathered. The captain selection begins now. There are a total of 4 tests. Points will be awarded based on the results of each test. First place gets 3 points, decreasing as you go down in placement. The one with the highest total score will become the captain of the newly established squad. The commissioner herself will be watching you all. All participants must give their all, take it seriously, and do their best. The contestants and their recommenders behind them responded in unison, so the people next to me are the candidate for the new captain's position. However, it feels like everyone has their eyes on me. Isn't that the new guy Ichihara brought back? He seems a bit strange. Haruki Koki, Yaguruma unit. He wants to be a captain after just 2 months. How ridiculous. Saishiro Asahina, Yorozuya unit. So he's still a trainee? That's amazing. Kuromo Sanobu, Yashima unit. To get this far in just 2 months, what kind of person is he? Soa Seijai, Makabe unit. To survive a level 1 prophecy, and with Ichika Inoki as his recommender, this is very interesting. Isuke Sakazaki, Surasaki unit. I heard he even mentors his peers. En Shikami, Todoroki unit. So he's Akane's tutor? He seems hard to get along with. Kane Mirio, Hibiki unit. Unknown to everyone, one of these people was actually Ava, one of the 12 disciples, in disguise. Why does everyone else have a captain with them, while my spot is empty? All I got from Master Ichika were text messages. I woke up late. If you're disqualified before I get there, I swear I'll throw you in a fire pit and burn you alive. The thought of that inhuman training method still gives me chills. Master Ichika will definitely do as she says. I have to at least not get eliminated before she arrives. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shinji was running at full speed through the forest. Master Ichika, is this really part of my training? Stop dawdling. It might be over by the time we get there. At this moment, the tests had already began and a huge surge of mana could be seen by Ichika and Shinji. That concludes the first test, the mana measurement assessment. It turns out that the machine was now engulfed in blue flames by my mana. Minato Kanagi receives the top score. Even the measuring device couldn't handle his magic power. What a surprise. Could this be his specialty? Specialty means excelling in either physical ability or magic power. Someone who is a super genius. And is like him, just a genius in another area. Hearing this, En Shikami suddenly became interested in Minato. After the first test, the scoreboard appeared. Next was the second test, hand-to-hand combat. Contestants could freely choose their opponents. With mutual agreement, the one who defeats their opponent gets 2 points. Hearing the rules, En immediately raised his hand. My chosen opponent is Minato Kanagi. I want to fight you. It turns out that among his unit, the strongest in hand-to-hand combat is En. When he was 2 years old, he encountered a monster that came out of a dimensional rift. Just as the monster was about to pounce, En suddenly awakened. It was said to be a one-sided slaughter. His mother, covered in blood, watched in horror. A 2-year-old child sat crying in a baby carriage, surrounded by the corpses of monsters. Hand-to-hand combat is too advantageous for En. What's wrong with recommending my squad's strongest? En has no talent for magic, but his physical ability is the strongest among all Transcendents. Since joining, he has dedicated all his strength to the training of martial arts. No one can defeat him barehanded. However, even Captain Hibiki acknowledged En's fighting skills. That poor Minato is going to be torn to shreds by the time En is done with him. I heard you also taught Hikataro. Is that true? Hearing this, I was taken aback. The ones who taught Hikataro were the masters behind me, so I replied, I'm more of an advisor. I just give him a few pointers. Some people give a genius some advice and think they are their teacher. Hikataro is a genius like me. He doesn't need the likes of you telling him what to do. He'll do just fine on his own. Yes, I think so too. I completely agree. What kind of mind game are you playing? Then, the bones in his hand began to change, and his skill activated. Rip and tear. His whole body began to turn beast-like, and electric currents sparked from his sharp fingers. With just a push of his feet, and instantly appeared in front of me, just as he was about to strike. I ducked in time to avoid the attack and clenched my fist to counter. But the next second, his attack caused an explosion behind me. He then swung his other hand at me. Under this fierce assault, I could only passively defend and dodge. However, I kept my composure during all of these attacks. Just then, I saw an opening. I grabbed his attacking wrist. Kodo-style technique arm twist. I threw him downwards, and he crashed heavily to the ground, the immense force creating a large crater. Immediately, I realized that the recoil that occurred from En's attack was strong enough to launch us into the air. En, you are incredibly strong. But hearing this, En became enraged. Are you mocking me, you bastard? En violently shakes off my hand and uses the momentum to get back on his feet. Then he immediately charges at me. It seems I can't defeat En by deflecting his attacks back at him. I'll have to try this. The next second, I used Eilerson's light speed kick, instantly striking En's abdomen in a flash. But as I landed, I comboed another ability, Tak Wong's fist strike, kicking the same spot again. This was the combination skill, spinning foot strike, and is sent flying by this series of attacks. The energy of the attack overflowed out of his body. This display shocked everyone in the audience, until finally, he crashed down into the ground. En Shikami, the strongest hand-to-hand combat Transcendent, was knocked out. First hand-to-hand combat match, winner Minato Kanagi. 2 points added. At the same time, the masters in the Void Mark space are very pleased. Meanwhile, the crowd is in disbelief. They never thought this Minato guy was strong in both magical and physical abilities. I thought this newcomer would be eliminated on his own if we just left him alone. Now he's our biggest rival. If I don't stop him now, he might interfere with my future plans. When En wakes up and slowly slowly opens his eyes. He saw my figure. You? Why is it you again? You'd better not move right now. I'm still healing you. What a joke. Your magic power and physical abilities are terrifyingly strong, and now you're telling me you're a healer too. Is there anything you can't do? Unfortunately, that was indeed the case. I couldn't save and revive my fallen comrades. Yes, there are indeed a few things that I can't do. Just then, an explosion in the distance caught their attention. You've been unconscious for only 5 minutes, but that's the final match of the hand-to-hand combat. During that time, the remaining contestants had already paired up, and the fights had started almost simultaneously. Haruki Koki from the Yaguruma unit defeated Kane Mirio from the Hibiki unit, and Saishiro Asahina from the Yorozuya unit defeated Kuromo Sanobu from the Yushima unit. These two matches ended quickly. The last one is the current match. Isuke Sakazaki from the Tsurasaki unit versus Soa Hisagi from the Makabe unit. At this moment, Soa Hisagi relentlessly punching at Sakazaki, but he parries each blow. You think you're so great, don't you? All your stats are average, but you have no outstanding abilities. You're just a replaceable part, not fit to be a captain. Unfortunately, your image of a captain is different from mine. Even if you excel in one area, you'll have a hard time leading your team to safety in certain special situations. A well-rounded development of abilities allows for adaptability in unexpected situations. That's the kind of captain I want to be. Unlike Captain Makoto Suo, where the fate of the team ends after one battle, that kind of thing should not happen. You slimy four-eyed bastard. How dare you talk nonsense here? Minato, don't listen to him. Yes, thank you for reminding me. N. On the battlefield, Soa Hisagi ignores his words and immediately activates her skill, Martial Arts, Lethal Chain Blast. However, Sakazaki continues to block all her attacks, but the next second, he is sent flying again, falling to the ground. Immediately, Soa Hisagi charged forward to continue her attack. However, she was quickly interrupted. Wait, I surrender. And so, Soa Hisagi wins. But this completely infuriated her. Sakazaki, you bastard. You threw the match on purpose. I just felt it would drag on for too long and wanted to save my strength. Although I probably would have won if we continued. I don't want Minato Kannagi to see my trump card so soon. The second test, hand-to-hand combat, is now over. Minato Kannagi is still in first place on the scoreboard. After a 30-minute break, the third test will begin, and after that, the 4 contestants with the lowest scores will be directly eliminated. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shinji and Ichika Hinoki seem to have arrived at another place. Master Ichika, what are we doing? Why are we in the central garden at the Counter Prophecy Unit headquarters instead of the test site? However, Ichika Hinoki doesn't explain and walks straight ahead until she stops by a tree. Someone died here recently. Although it was cleverly hidden, a trace of it still remains. The enemy is quite strong, killing their opponent with overwhelming power. You mean there's an intruder? We have to notify everyone immediately. You know about the 12 disciples, right? Even the strongest captain, Makoto, died at their hands. It's not surprising that they've discovered and infiltrated the Counter Prophecy Unit. Let's go. Shinji, it's time to go to the exam site now. The one who was killed was likely of captain level. However, I haven't received any death reports. Things are getting very interesting, because Ichihara isn't the only one who wants to avenge Makoto's death. At this moment, everyone is resting and adjusting, preparing for the third test. I'm having lunch with him. Just then, 2 familiar figures approach. Looks like you're doing pretty well. Ichika Hinoki's arrival immediately draws everyone's attention. Like Ichihara, she is one of the 5 special operatives in the Counter Prophecy Unit. Master, something doesn't quite add up. You said that the person that was killed was probably a captain, right? However, all 7 captains are still alive and present. Seeing this, she calls me and pulls me aside for a private conversation. After a brief exchange, I can't believe what I'm hearing. One of the 12 disciples has infiltrated our ranks. Based on the scene, the person killed was at least of captain level. And seeing that everyone is still present, it means that the murderer is in disguise. If that's true, then aren't we in serious danger? If we don't stop them now and they achieve their goal, a prophecy could come true with the intruder's interference. Just then, Ichika Hinoki makes a shocking statement. If we can't find them, we might as well just kill everyone and get this over with immediately. Then it also means that this isn't just a test to select a new captain anymore. It's an opportunity to hunt down and kill this member of the 12 disciples hiding within the Counter Prophecy Unit. That's exactly right. The 12 disciples are responsible for the death of Makoto. Doesn't that make your blood boil? Recalling the past tragedy, the flames of revenge ignite within me. I must find that person, but how can I tell who is real and who is fake? What do you think, progenitor? At this moment, in the void mark space, a progenitor is watching everything unfold. This is the detective progenitor, Azul. If I could, I'd really like to go to the crime scene, but that would be not possible in the middle of a test. Additionally, such strange behavior would arouse the culprit's suspicion. Assuming the opponent has the same strength as the disciple we encountered, if he launched a surprise attack, everyone present could be in mortal danger. So, even if we go to the crime scene, it has to be after the exam. Based on the current information, to have avoided our detection, the opponent likely made their move during the month we were in seclusion on Mount Amatake. That mountain is where the Hinoki-style sword technique was founded, so the spiritual energy there is very chaotic, and the opponent's concealment ability is very strong. You could only discern their concealment when you're right next to them or the effect. This has to mean they are one of the 12 disciples. Azul, focus on finding the killer. I can't wait to slay the bastard. Azul wanted me to ask Master Ichika a question, and I complied. Master Ichika, what if the killer disguised themselves as one of the candidates instead of a captain? This idea shocked both Master Ichika and Shinji. Well, these test candidates are powerful enough to be recommended as future captains, so that's certainly possible, although that doesn't mean we can eliminate the captains as suspects. Understood. If the next test is another combat evaluation, I'll see if I can provoke the killer into revealing themselves. The break is finally over, and the third test begins. However, to everyone's surprise, the test is a simple written exam. Everyone is in a separate cubicle. Some are happy, some are worried. The questions are all about the rules of prophecy. For a newcomer like me, I don't understand any of it. Is this the knowledge a captain must have? Even though I racked my brain for answers, I couldn't solve a single question by the time the exam ended. Finally, the exams were finished. The overall ranking was displayed. The ones who advanced are Minato Kannagi, Isuke Sakazaki, Kuromo Sanobu, and Saishiro Asahina. Minato, congratulations, but I can't believe you got a 0 on the written test. Just like me. And that guy with the glasses class has got a perfect score. It's so frustrating. Lastly, I hope you become the final winner. The minimum number of members in a squad is 7, which means besides the captain, you need to find 6 other members. So if you become the captain, you can invite people from the other candidates to join your team. If you want the Kannagi unit to have a teammate with the strongest martial arts, you can consider me first. I'm leaving now. Good luck. Now then, let's go to the crime scene in the Central Garden. You already know who the murderer is, don't you? How annoying. I'm a professional detective, and I need concrete evidence to identify a culprit with complete certainty. Come on, it's time to start putting the pressure on the 12 disciples. We have already determined that a spy has infiltrated the captain selection, killed one of them, and taken their place. And Azul, the detective progenitor, seems to have already seen through the truth. So, who is the culprit? Using the information provided by Ichika Inoki, I arrived at the crime scene. Based on the traces left behind, it was largely as I had guessed. The culprit and the victim have been identified. Now we can also confirm that the opponent is indeed one of the 12 disciples. The air here is filled with an aura similar to the book of prophecy that 12 carried. The next step is to discuss how to capture them. Just then, a gentle breeze blew past, and I regained control of my body. What's wrong? Azul, where are you? The surrounding environment suddenly changed, and I found myself in a mysterious space. Just then, a blurry figure slowly came into view. An old woman, glowing with a golden light, walked towards me from a distance. Child, what are you investigating here? Who are you? I'm just an old woman passing by. Please answer my question as well. I have a suspicion that a murder happened here. The old woman was slightly surprised, but she sensed the surrounding aura and confirmed that I was telling the truth. We have already confirmed who the murderer is, but I'm not the one who figured it out, which is why we can't expose him yet. Isn't it better to stop this person as soon as possible? First, we can be sure that the opponent is extremely strong, and the most important reason is that there are 2 culprits, so it's best to catch them both in the same place. Tomorrow is the best time, so could you hold off on raising the alarm for now? You're saying I can raise the alarms? How silly. Like I said, I'm just an old lady passing by. I hope everything goes according to your plan. Wait a minute, I'd like to introduce myself to you. My name is Minato Kannagi, the man who will become the strongest transcendent. I'll remember that. She then disappeared with the wind. When I came to my senses, I was still at the crime scene, but I was alone, as if what just happened was all a dream. Madam Commissioner, are you sure this is a good idea? That boy knows more about this incident than anyone else at the moment. He's made a plan, and I'm curious to see how it goes. Please ask Tengen to remain on standby to assist if anything goes wrong, the chief commissioner added. It's a good thing I investigated the traces of that strange energy. I ended up gaining far more than I anticipated. It's not very common for the chief commissioner to have such high expectations of someone. It's because of those eyes of his. I recognized that look in his eyes. The next morning, I was heading alone to the final test. Just then, En ran up from behind. Minato, let me go with you. I heard today's test focuses on your abilities as a captain then as an individual. Sakazaki guesses the content will be planning and leadership capabilities. Anyway, I'm definitely supporting you. Thanks for your support. By the way, you threw the match on purpose, didn't you? Suddenly, the aura around En became darker. You found out? My plans have changed. Instead of being a captain myself, I'd rather be a member of the new squad now. That way, I can use my powers more freely. It's easier to kill all the promising members before they become too powerful. At this moment, Ichika Hinoki, hiding nearby, was ready to strike at any moment. If necessary, I can kill another person and replace them. My ability allows me to collect information from the host's brain. I never expected there would be a written test. If I had known, I would have possessed that bastard Sakazaki. But it's too late for that now. Suddenly, the captains arrived to ambush En. The captain of the Todoroki unit, Ichiro, was already bound to the ground with countless chains. Hello there, disciple. Would you care to introduce yourself? My name is Ava, ranked 9th of the 12 disciples. My skill, as you can see, allows me to replace the person I kill and parasitize their brain. Except for the unexpected Minato Kannagi, this body is the strongest among you contestants. My goal, of course, is to dismantle the counter-prophecy unit from within. Since I've been exposed, let's have a big fight. Before that, I have a question. Who was the first to discover me? The one who has been standing next to you from the beginning. Minato Kannagi was the one who arranged all of this. Suddenly, a massive burst of green energy exploded out of Ava, who was in his body. Just who the hell are you? Kid, hearing this, I only stared coldly back at Ava. Shortly before Ava took over En Shikami's body, the boy was celebrating good news. Can I really participate in the new captain selection? Of course, it's true. I brought you to the courtyard to tell you secretly to maintain confidentiality. Among the candidates I know, you have the strongest combat power, so you are destined to become an excellent captain. In that moment, En was deeply moved. Master, I will not let you down. With En's smile, his body was torn into several pieces. It all happened too suddenly. Even the Todoroki unit captain didn't know what had happened. He stared in disbelief at the remains of En on the ground. So fragile. Are all the captain candidates this weak? Perhaps it's the artifact that was given by our boss that made us too powerful. My name is Ava, one of the 12 disciples. My skill is Aminojaku. Instantly, a green magic enveloped En's corpse. Just then, a huge fist came crashing down. Titanium incarnation. Ichiro's fist and muscles burned a bright crimson. It instantly smashed Ava into a pulp. How dare you? How could this happen? Amazing. Master, you flattened one of the 12 disciples with a single blow. The Todoroki unit captain looked back in disbelief. You're unharmed? The next second, he was sliced in half by En. Nope, I'm Ava. I just took over this body. He then took out the artifact, Necromance Dance, and sprinkled it on the Todoroki unit captain's corpse. Soon, all the injuries on the captain's body were healed, and he immediately stood up unnaturally. From now on, you're my undead slave. If you understand, respond. Yes, Mr. Ava. There's no need to worry. Ava smacked Ichiro in response. Speak properly. I'm in Shikami now, not Ava. It seems the scene ends here. This is the skill of the detective progenitor, Azul, theatrical detective. It can play a complete video of a crime at the scene where it occurred. The condition for activation is that Azul himself has already confirmed the culprit in the evidence. The cost is that if the deduction is wrong, the skill will be lost forever. In other words, since his birth, Azul has never failed. The enemy's skill is to parasitize and control the slain, and also an artifact that can control the dead. This type of scoundrel is disgusting no matter how many times you see it. Suddenly, a massive energy burst forth from me. I couldn't keep my anger at bay anymore. You're going to pay for this. At this moment, My fist was already inches away from Ava's face. I used the technique, light reflection, combined with fist strike, unleashing the spinning punch combination technique. A punch filled with rage slammed into his face, sending Ava flying. The energy of the punch recoiled multiple times, blasting Ava with multiple successive heavy strikes that exploded behind him. Minato Kanagi, this is no way to treat a friend. I thought we bonded over an exchange of fists and become friends. Why are you being so mean to me? Seeing this, I was disappointed that this was still not enough to beat a disciple. Minato, you're going to have to do a lot better than that. You still need more practice. The successive strikes of the spinning punch technique was suddenly dispersed by Ava. An attack like this could never work on me. You're right. As much as it pisses me off, the one who will defeat you next is not me. I will bear your anger and remorse. Malestius Silentius, the Mage of Truth. Seeing my aura suddenly change, Ava didn't seem surprised. Is this the state reported by the satellite before? The strange state where he seems to become someone else. Alright, you asked for this. Minato Kanagi. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the sky, and Ava's magic extended high into the air. A huge sphere appeared in the sky, and countless human-like puppets fell from it. Our lives are ultimately just a time-wasting game until our death arrives. Let's enjoy ourselves to the fullest in this time we have. This Ava has already abandoned his original body and is using artifacts to control a large number of corpses. Each of these corpses has the same combat power as Enshikami. Let me see what you're going to use to deal with them. This is a bit tricky. There look to be hundreds of these guys captain-level undead. So you don't only kill innocent people, but you dare to defile the dead as well. Minato, you've changed. And of course, so have we progenitors. This prick seriously underestimated us. The next second, Malestius used the skill, Hadad, and countless bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, all accurately striking the falling puppets. A dazzling light instantly illuminated the surroundings. I will eradicate all these corpses before they hit the ground. Ava looked at the sky in disbelief. All the puppets he had summoned were struck by lightning and burst into flames, like a grand firework display. How on earth did he do that? With repeated practice, one can indeed achieve 100% accuracy in shooting, but to perform such a large-scale lightning strike, and to hit every target without even looking, I've never heard of anyone who could do that. Minato, come stand next to me. I want you to observe me in action. I couldn't help but marvel. Even with my body, she can display such power. How strong must my master have been in her prime? Minato, in the beginning, you were only seeking power for yourself, and we were only trying to possess your body. You began to revel in your own growing strength, getting stronger for the sake of getting stronger. We were the same, captivated by your talent. However, after tasting great failure, and being entrusted with the future by someone you looked up to, you now feel anger for those who were killed and used. But you know, this is something we all agree on. We all like the person you are now. At this moment, Ava, watching me talk to myself, grew impatient and charged forward in a rage. It's only natural for the weak to be toyed with by the strong, isn't it? The next second, a massive bolt of lightning struck down, and Ava narrowly dodged it. I'm sure many people think that way. Actually, you made us remember something. We were the same in the beginning. We sought to destroy that tower for a simple reason. We couldn't stand to see people being crushed and pushed around by powerful beings from another dimension. The sight of the weak being abused by the strong. That filled us with genuine rage. Now, Minato, I'm sure you've felt it by now. Your abilities are still restricted in some ways, and that must be so frustrating for you. Never forget that we feel the same as you. You will surely reach the same heights as us. Even when facing a powerful opponent, we will help you. Against those enemies who make you feel angry and sad, we'll feel that anger with you. So, let's end all the prophecies together. The next second, Ava's limbs were severed by the magic of truth, and he fell to the ground, burnt and torn to pieces. The people around couldn't believe I was so strong. Tengen was reminded of a young Ichihara, an absolute beast of power. Ava, lying in a pool of blood, couldn't believe why this was happening. Now you feel the power gap between us, don't you? I have some questions for you. Don't worry, we have many who are skilled in interrogation. We'll make sure you tell us everything. However, Ava didn't seem ready to give up. Luckily, I listened to the boss's advice before I came, and made sure to prepare a backup plan just in case. The next second, a pitch-black coffin emerged from the ground. Perhaps you know of him. Several hundred years ago, he helped destroy the tower. He's one of the original progenitors. The revived undead was none other than Ryuichiro Inoki. Isn't that my corpse? Before anyone could react, Malestius immediately struck with a lightning bolt. Ryuichiro, it must be your real body. He just cut right through my lightning. Hadad. At this moment, Ava had already transferred to Ryuichiro's corpse and simultaneously erupted with powerful magic. This body is simply magnificent. I watched the scene in disbelief. This pressure was even stronger than Mr. Ichihara's back at the training school. Ava snapped his fingers, and countless arms sprouted from the surrounding ground. A second wave of the puppet army appeared. Just as I was getting anxious, a huge sound erupted from behind. Ava looked back in confusion. At some point, all my companions had arrived. Minato, don't forget, you're not fighting alone. Leave these to us. Are these your little companions? It's even Ryuichiro's voice, with the same tone. I feel sorry for them. You know, none of my puppets are cannon fodder. On another part of the battlefield, Soa Hisagi from the Macabe unit was fighting a puppet. However, her attack had no effect and the puppet counter-attacked. Is it a body-hardening skill? My full-power lethal chain blast doesn't even leave a scratch on him. I wonder if all these puppets are the same. Shiro from the Yorozuya unit was being slowly surrounded. Kaname Irio from the Hibiki unit was being chased by a large group of puppets. Seeing her struggling team members, the Hibiki unit captain couldn't stand it anymore and put on her headphones. Skill realize. Sweet Firebird, and a fire phoenix erupted from her and directly incinerated the puppet army. This is not good. Even in death, they can use their skills from when they were alive. The next second, the binding chains broke. The Todoroki unit captain suddenly burst forth using titanium incarnation. He then smashed down with force, causing the ground to crack and the earth to shake. Seeing the chaotic scene, Ava laughed heartily. Without captain-level strength, you can't survive in this situation. That's what he says at least. What do you all think? Progenitors. Their reaction made me smile. Malestius, can I borrow my body for a minute? You're saying they won't live to see the end of this battle? Don't you dare underestimate my companions, you filthy disciple. Meanwhile, Hikataro was in the midst of the puppet army. Is it one against many now? Looks like this is a good opportunity to apply lesson 7. Instantly, a golden dragon phantom appeared around him. Skill fist technique, dragon's crossing. Hikataro's body is very interesting. His muscles are like like compressed steel wires, both hard and soft. His previous tactic was to use footwork and jumps to focus on a single point of attack, which didn't allow him to fully utilize his advantages. Our goal is to enable him to attack continuously like an unbroken line of movement, a steel whip that can cut or hack through everything. With the dragon scales technique, he split a puppet in half. Now, onto the next one. On the other side, Shinomiya Akane was also surrounded by a large number of puppets. The so-called alchemy is a technique to make imperfect things perfect. Before, Akane's strength was limited by combat. She was just creating weapons, but that kind of thing is just the tip of the iceberg of alchemy. An alchemist is one who dares to touch all taboos, overcome all difficulties, and transcend themselves. Trismegistus, a giant hand formed from the ground. Suddenly, a golem began to form. We alchemists transcends these limits. Akane unleashed the Even Meanies technique, summoning a large stone golem beside her. This is lesson 8, creating imaginary creatures. This one is strong enough to destroy even a Transcendent's body. At this time, I looked back at Riichiro worried. If it's about Shinji Suo, there's nothing to worry about. Currently, Shinji was also surrounded on all sides by the puppets. He might be different from his brother, but he's a naturally gifted warrior as well. Shinji used the Hinoki-style sword technique, snake crawl, but simultaneously, he also combined it with Marigold Blast, piercing through the numerous puppets ahead of him. Not far away, Ichika Hinoki watched this scene with great satisfaction. It seemed like he combined a sword technique with another skill. He may be limited to swordsmanship, but it appears he can do the same kind of thing as Minato in some level. Just then, a powerful flame tornado erupted in the center of the battlefield, and Mai and Ava's figures appeared within it. Is it about to begin? The battle between Minato Kanagi and the 12 disciples. However, when Ichika Hinoki saw the two figures standing in the battlefield clearly, is that the founder of the Hinoki-style sword technique, Riichiro Hinoki? What on earth is going on? Ava raised his sword to attack. Hinoki-style sword technique, Sea Storm Slash. A terrifying sword aura directly split the flame tornado apart. After dodging, Molestius countered with a lightning strike. However, Ava managed to block it with his own sword strike. The output is still not enough. Just then, Ava used the Hinoki-style sword technique, Dice Roll. A net of sword energy bombarded the area, slicing the entire region into countless cubic pieces. I've used those skills myself, so I can tell the difference. That right there is the real Hinoki-style sword technique. This large-scale attack affected everyone else. Shiro managed to grab Soa Hisagi just as she was about to fall into the abyss. But the next second, a sword light flashed, and Shiro's arm was severed. Soa Hisagi fell, clutching the severed arm. Molestius immediately noticed this. She quickly cast a spell to envelop everyone in magic bubbles, then dodged attacks while leaping towards Ava. Riichiro, what should we do? Riichiro watched their battle, a strange feeling of unease in his heart. He turned and walked away. You handle it from here. I'm not getting involved. Alright, I understand. At this moment, Molestius had already reached the space above Ava. Seeing this, Ava once again used the Hinoki-style sword technique, Cloud Beam, splitting the sky open. I can't believe how powerful he is. On the battlefield, both sides returned to the ground, simply too strong. This body of a progenitor, a body optimized and specialized for fighting. Now let me see, are there any stronger techniques that I can use? However, Molestius looked at him coldly. The opponent attacked again. Hinoki-style sword technique, non-physical, sublime perfection. However, it was instantly blocked by Molestius with a single hand. Ava stared in shock. This is so dull. I agree. He's using your body, Riichiro, and yet he's so weak in comparison. Don't you dare call me weak. This is the body of a legendary progenitor. The skill must not be strong enough. I must search for a more powerful skill in my mind. As his consciousness delved deeper into the memories, Riichiro's body inexplicably shed tears. Why am I crying all of a sudden? It turns out that he saw the memory engraved in this body. The towers were filled with all kinds of powerful monsters that simply looking at them was enough to shatter a person's mind. Yet Riichiro, with just a few simple swings of his sword, destroyed the monsters along with the tower itself. Having achieved such a great feat, he felt an ever-growing loneliness and boredom in his heart. What's with this body? I wanted someone powerful, but this is just too much. It's too powerful, beyond the limits of human consciousness. In Riichiro's memory, it was a continuous pursuit of strength. First, slayed humans, then slayed monsters, then slashed through the sea, and even slashing through whole planets. Suddenly, something snapped inside Ava, who was inside Riichiro's body. I'm already this strong. When is it going to stop? Is the body getting even stronger? The powerful memories were too much for Ava to bear. No, at this rate, my soul will be destroyed. We can just sit back and let him destroy himself. You ought to know better. If he loses control and goes on a rampage, he'll kill everyone. Just then, Ava stood up, and a strange black aura began to emanate from his body. This guy has really lost it. We're doomed. Everyone is going to die. The next second, a massive pressure erupted from Ava's body. At the same time, in Takasaki City, Gunma Prefecture, the S-rank Kisaragi and his companions also felt this pressure. Quickly guide the residents to evacuate. How can there be such a powerful aura? The source is in Nagano Prefecture, 100 kilometers from here. What on earth is happening over there? Ava had now completely lost himself. The pressure was still rising. The puppets of Ava were even unraveling, and everyone on the scene was being pressed down, unable to move. At this moment, I called out to Riichiro for help, but he had no intention of intervening. Molestius, I told you, I'll leave it to you. Yeah, I know. I already understand what needs to be done. With Minato's current state, he should be strong enough to defeat this one guy. Suddenly, rings of magical runes manifested on Molestius' arm. This was the spell, Magal Haimet. The great battle between the two was about to begin. Shinomiya Akane, standing behind, watched this scene in shock. Minato and Shinomiya Akane, you must watch closely. Alchemists and mages are devoted to different arts, but in the end what unites us is that we're truth seekers, and that being displayed right now is one of our ultimate goals. Now we shall see, could a transcendent body really be contained in a single fragment of truth? At this moment, Ava's soul was already shattered. What now drives Riichiro Hinoki's body is only some remnants of Ava's consciousness, but this was still a great danger. Riichiro was practically unstoppable, like a wild animal desperately wanting to survive. He destroyed everything around him. Before, Ava's use of the body was immature. Now, it is all left to instinct. This was a state of pure, physical abandonment that even Riichiro discarded. He called this state total darkness. The black energy gradually moved towards Molestius, slowly slowly engulfing us. The next second, Malestius's eyes shone with a dazzling light. Suddenly, all I could see was red. However, the darkness created by Ava was not dispelled, gradually forming a huge dark tornado. And Ava, at the center of the tornado, spun faster and faster. The next second, my body felt as if it had been cut by countless sharp blades, and blood splattered. The people around were also gradually swallowed by the darkness, their bodies, like mine, feeling as if they had been cut by countless sharp blades. The darkness continued to spread, gradually engulfing the volcano, distant cities, all the way to my mother, and even the shrine of the progenitors, until it covered the entire world. At this moment, a shirtless Ava stood on the surface of the sea. Just then, Ava suddenly let out a roar, and a huge black energy emanated from him. The scene before my eyes was once again enveloped in red, and then it immediately disappeared. I see it now, so that's what it does. This was the skill of Malestius Silentius, the Mage of Truth, the ability known as Mag al-Hamet. With this, she could perfectly decipher an enemy's skills. It was the perfect understanding. Malestius easily caught Ava's attacking arm. No matter how much power the opponent unleashed, the caught arm did not move an inch. Your attack has been unraveled by me. Ava's soul instinctively felt fear and wanted to retreat, but his palm was held tightly by Malestius. With determination in her eyes, she casted another spell. In Lil Mellum, even Ava's body could instinctually sense the danger that was coming. Instantly, a scorching and blinding light burst from his arm. After the dust and smoke cleared, Riichiro's physical body had been reduced to charcoal. Farewell, the remains of my old friend. We shall meet again on the other side of the Ring of Truth. The other progenitors in the space also saw him off, paying their respects to the body. You guys are joking. I'm right here, you know? But Malestius commented, the soul and the body are different. Now then, Minato Kanagi, did that help you understand a little better? Soon, I regained control of my own body. Everyone cheered for my victory. Minato, you didn't even use a sword. What was that month of training with me all about then? I thought I had caught up, but I never expected you to have become so strong. What a monster, to be able to burn that guy to a crisp in an instant. What's truly terrifying is he completely analyzed the enemy's skill in that instant and successfully caught his attack. That must be the highest level a person can reach. I wonder if I'll ever get to that point. Just then, Tengen Shinonome, who was in charge of the assessment, finally arrived. What am I going to do about this huge hole? For such a major incident to happen during the new captain assessment, I can't believe Todoroki is dead as well. Do I need to hold another captain selection test for the new missing position? Just then, an old voice was heard coming from an unknown place. Everyone has worked hard. A teleportation magic circle suddenly appeared on the open ground not far away. Tengen Shinonome was startled and quickly extinguished his cigarette. Madam Commissioner, why are you here? An old woman stepped out of the teleportation circle. This was the chief commissioner of the counter prophecy unit. I looked at her in surprise. She was the old woman who had passed by yesterday. The chief commissioner walked over to me and actually wanted to talk to me alone. But the next second, everyone was stunned. The chief commissioner suddenly knelt before me. You've finally come. For hundreds of years, I have been waiting for your appearance. Welcome back, most honorable progenitors. Hearing this, even the progenitors were visibly confused. Hearing this, my companions were even more confused. Did he just say the commissioner? Don't any of you know her? This is one of the founders of the counter prophecy unit, the highest ranking official of the island nation branch. But the real question in everyone's mind was, why is the commissioner bowing to Minato? And I was even more at a loss. What is this old woman doing? At the same time, I asked if any of them recognized her, but no one had a clue at all. Although I can't remember, she reminds me of a familiar aura. You really don't remember me? It's no wonder. I'm an old woman now. Maybe this will help you remember. A solemn and dignified aura slowly emanated from her. Suddenly, she began to dance. Riichiro, don't you remember the Whittle dance? The progenitors looked at the dance in amazement. The old, stooped figure before them overlapped with a familiar face back from many years ago, and everyone suddenly remembered. Wait a minute, this is surely Io. The next second, Riichiro excitedly took over the body. It really is you. Long time no see. Seeing this, Shinonome and Tengen were furious. Minato Kanagi, watch your attitude. But the next second, both the chief commissioner and Riichiro started doing the waist-swaying dance. I'm going to kill Minato Kanagi. The captain assessment needs to be redone. Both of you, please calm down. It's been a long time. I can't believe you've become an old woman. Yes, it's been a very, very long time. I miss the days when we were all together. You haven't changed one bit. The scene changes, and I am brought by the chief commissioner to her residence, the Temple of Eternal Mysteries, guarded by Shinonome and Kitamori outside. I never thought the counter prophecy unit headquarters would have a place like this. I prefer peace and quiet, so I've set up a barrier around here and don't show my face much. Madam Commissioner, how did you come to know the progenitors? I'm actually from the Tower era. In that catastrophe, my entire family was lost. It was thanks to them that I survived. They took me in and raised me. From the Tower era? How is that possible? That was over 300 years ago. Don't be surprised. I actually used an artifact to stop the time of my physical body. As long as I'm within the counter prophecy unit, I won't age. The artifacts I've seen so far are all incredibly powerful. This is very similar to Warrentine's Keep ability. Indeed, in my prime, I could do the same. But such a powerful artifact, Io, how did you obtain it? Within the counter prophecy unit, there is a department for collecting and storing artifacts. It doesn't belong to any country, and its existence is completely hidden. However, not long ago, that place was attacked, and many artifacts were stolen. Ichihara and the other special operatives are in charge of investigating this matter. The attacker must be the 12 disciples, right? That's why the 12 disciples have become so powerful. Do you remember what Ava said when I used my ability to view the crime scene? I've become too powerful now, thanks to the artifacts and the boss who gave them to us. Rather than trying to recruit 12 people stronger than Makoto Suo, it's faster and easier to turn ordinary transcendents into superhuman beings using artifacts. That's right, it's obvious that the disciples aren't as skilled as Makoto was. Before the artifact robbery incident, the existence of the 12 disciples was unknown. We're dealing with people as powerful as the counter prophecy unit's elite. They are determined to make the prophecies come true, and we can't just let them get away with it. We are doing everything we can to hunt down the enemy's leader, but I'm afraid Ichihara will find that person faster. And at this moment, in a city on the other side of the ocean, what was once a quiet street suddenly erupted with a blue light. It was Ichihara's ultimate move, the technique known as turbulence. A gigantic tornado of energy had torn apart a building. I see. So, although they're called the 12 disciples, there are actually 13 of them in total. You came faster than I expected. Coffee or tea? Which do you prefer? Go to hell. Number 0. Instantly, Ichihara once again used his skill, turbulence, and a terrifying cyan tornado erupted from around Ichihara, its range continuously expanding to envelop the entire area. And at this moment, on a rooftop not far away, stood 2 people. Special Operative Kyo Nishina. Looks like it's finally began. And Special Operative Shuichi Makoto. It's a good thing that part of town is deserted. That idiot is about to blow a hole through the whole planet. Just then, a sword light flashed, splitting the entire building in two. It was followed by countless more sword lights, and the entire building disintegrated into dust in an instant. Kyo Nishina and Shuichi Makoto easily dodged it. That's up to Ichihara now. We should handle things on our side as well. A swordsman appeared before them. This was Hajime Kamuraji, one of the 12 disciples of the apocalypse. And on Ichihara's side, everything around him was being turned to nothingness. He unleashed his strongest technique, and yet it had no effect on number 0. Is it some kind of defensive skill, or is he using the rumored artifact? What's the matter? You're not attacking anymore? That's a bit disappointing. Provoked, Ichihara raised his hand again and launched an attack. Countless whirlwinds rushed towards the opponent. Pearl Storm, and a dazzling light emanated from the center, and a huge mushroom cloud rose. But from within the explosion, the man's voice was heard again. Have you ever been to an aquarium? There are giant predators there that humans can't match in the water, but you can safely observe them from the side. I am in that exact situation right now, so he has more than one wall of defense. Now I understand what it's like. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be able to stand a chance against someone like you, but you, because of your companion's death, have been blinded by anger. What a pitiful creature you are. Your sole purpose in life is to fight and kill, and yet you failed to protect your own companion. Number 0's words struck a nerve in Ichihara's heart, and he charged at the opponent in a rage. However, in Ichihara's mind, he acknowledged that number 0 was right. 23 years ago, in a deep mountain, a large amount of spiritual power suddenly erupted. Tengen Shinonome, who was a special operative at the time, and the chief commissioner came to this place together. This is the ancestral home of the Ichihara family, right? Why is there no trace of it now? The wind was raging, and the closer they got, the stronger it became. As they got closer, they found that at the center was a crying baby. What a terrifying aura. I can't believe a baby just born has such terrifying strength. While Tengen was still in shock, the chief commissioner had already jumped down without hesitation. Madam Commissioner, it's very dangerous to approach without any protection. As the chief commissioner got closer, her entire body seemed to be cut by countless wind blades, leaving layers of marks. The chief commissioner gently picked up the baby. It's okay, you're safe now. Calm down, dear child. As she comforted him, the baby slowly stopped crying, and magically, the surrounding winds also stopped. Tengen, we're going to raise this child in the counter prophecy unit. His name will be Midori Ichihara. And so, 9 years passed. In the corridor of the counter prophecy unit, 9-year-old Ichihara met 2 people. Special operative Kajuro Hinoki commented, is this the cursed child? And next to him was the 12-year-old Ichika Hinoki. Hearing the old man's words, Ichihara just gave him a cold glance. Don't have any strange ideas. If you lose control, I'll hunt you down. I can control myself just fine. Hearing this, Kajuro Hinoki turned away, but Ichihara continued, that's why you're still alive, you old man. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense, but Ichika Hinoki couldn't help but burst out laughing. Compared to Ichihara, everyone else was too weak. The gap between everyone around him and Ichihara was too big, which led to Ichihara always being alone. Ichihara knew that he could knock everyone down with just a flick of his wrist, but unexpectedly, a wooden sword flew directly at Ichihara and was instantly shattered by him. What do you think you are doing? Sorry, you misunderstood my meaning. I want to have a sword fight with you. What are you talking about? The newcomer was none other than Suo Makoto, only 9 years old, and so, their first meeting was destined to begin their bond. Makoto Suo, let's fight again. Hey Ichihara, what's up? Ichihara was standing with 2 wooden swords readied. I want a rematch. I can't possibly lose this time. You really are a persistent one. But no matter how many times they fought, the result was the same. Damn it, why can't I win? How is this possible? Why the hell can't I beat you? It's because you're too strong. Hey Kyo, don't give him any hints. This was the 9-year-old Kyo Nishina. What do you mean? I lost because I'm too strong? Then why do I keep losing? He's complimenting you. A 14-year-old Shuichi Makoto also walked over. Because your aura is too powerful, and the wooden sword is too fragile to withstand it. I get that you want to beat Makoto in a sword fight, but you'll never win if your sword keeps breaking. See these regular eggs? Try throwing them as hard as you can without breaking it. I guarantee it's really difficult. Shuichi Makoto immediately picked one up, enveloped it in his aura, and threw it hard against the wall. Seeing this, Ichihara was amazed. Miraculously, the egg didn't break. Isn't it incredible? As long as you control the aura around the egg, you can perfectly negate the impact energy. There's no room for mistakes here, and you can't use your skills either. The next second, Kyo Nishina threw the whole box of eggs against the wall. Not a single one broke, and they even bounced back. This is the very foundation of every Transcendents abilities. Ichihara watched in shock and wanted to try it himself. If you want to win at sword fighting, you must learn to control your aura. I assure you, the effort is well worth it. Once you bring that wild aura of yours under control, you won't accidentally hurt anyone ever again. But unexpectedly, Ichihara threw the egg directly at Suo Makoto. I didn't do it on purpose. I wanted us to practice aura control together. You should at least apologize. He then kicked a box of eggs on the ground, and dozens of eggs flew into the air. Then shall we get started with training? Seeing this, Ichihara's eyes was filled with determination. After countless failures, the area was filled with boxes of broken eggs, until finally, Ichihara threw an egg at the wall, and despite the wall cracking from the force, the egg was completely fine. I finally did it, and so, their duel came again. After hundreds of rounds of fighting, the wooden sword did not break. This time, Ichihara was finally smiling. Even Kyo and Shuichi was fired up and wanted to spar with Ichihara, and so, for years later, a 13-year-old Ichihara became a special operative. At this time, Suo Makoto saw him off. Are you headed to stop the prophecy overseas? That's right, it's an emergency-level prophecy called Pandemonium. What about you, Makoto? Are you going to look for a swordsmanship instructor? That's right, I took your advice to look for a teacher from back then. I need to know whether I really have any talent, because if I do, I want to fight by your side. Okay, I'll wait for you to come come back. It's a promise. What I, Ichihara Midori, wanted were partners I wouldn't ever need to worry about losing again. People I could grow with and learn from. The kind of people who make the world worth fighting for. In other words, I wanted friends. And yet, this bastard ruined it all. Because of you, I lost everything I wanted in life. Go to hell, number 0. I will definitely kill you. But at that moment, number 0 held up a golden egg. The artifact, Stampede Embryo. A massive burst of golden light enveloped the both of them. And on the other battlefield, Kyo Nishina and Shuichi Mikado were shocked to see a dazzling light in the distance. What's happening on Ichihara's side? A familiar figure flew out from the center of the light and instantly appeared before them. Ichihara, have you defeated the enemy? But at this moment, Ichihara seemed a bit off. Ichihara, what's wrong with you? No, wait a minute. Who are you? Kyo Nishina quickly shouted a warning to Shuichi, but it was already too late. Menacingly, a dark aura enveloped Ichihara as he once again used his strongest skill, Turbulence. One day in November, 3 special operatives from the Counter-Prophecy Unit went missing in a foreign country. 2 foreign special operatives were dispatched to investigate. Marcus Warren, special operatives of the foreign Counter-Prophecy Unit, asked his partner, "What do you think, Ash?" Ashton Taylor, his partner, replied, "According to the investigation, the residual energy is strongest here. This should be the center of that explosion. That Midori Ichihara is truly worthy of being the world's strongest transcendent. However, I just don't know why the world's strongest would disappear along with his companions. Exactly, it just doesn't make any sense." The news of Ichihara's disappearance spread like wildfire across the globe, throwing the island nation's branch into chaos. At this moment, Tengen Shinonome still couldn't believe that Ichihara had gone missing. Rin, is there really no way to find out where Ichihara is right now? Kitamori Rin, as Ichihara's assistant, was now unable to pinpoint his location. The artifact that connects me to Ichihara seems to have been damaged. I can no longer contact him. Just then, a familiar figure walked in. "You're finally here. That outfit suits you well, Captain of the Kunnagi unit. It still feels a little strange to wear this. I'm not sure I really deserve the title of captain still. Although the exam wasn't completed, you earned the unanimous approval of everyone present. Everyone saw your fight against Eva of the 12 disciples. The only one who could have defeated him was you, Minato Kunnagi. Still, my goal to surpass the progenitors hadn't yet been achieved. But still, I assure you, I won't let you down. Even without the progenitor's power within you, I still think you are the most suitable for the captain's position. Forgive my impertinence, but there's something I'd like to discuss with you in private." Soon, only the 2 of them were left in the room. Just then, a large door appeared out of thin air behind them. As the door opened, I stared in astonishment at the scene within. "You've heard about Ichihara's disappearance, haven't you? Let me introduce to you Kyo Nishina and Shuichi Mikado, who are with Ichihara. Ichihara's body has been possessed by the leader of the 12 disciples." Hearing this, I couldn't believe it. It's similar to Eva, who attacked you before. That Eva could possess others that he killed. It's most likely the effect of an artifact rather than a skill this time. The point is, that in his current state, Ichihara Midori has become an enemy of humanity. This information is the only thing we know for sure. I was completely stunned by this information. Even Riichiro, who fought Ichihara before, could not believe it. "I'm sorry, we couldn't do anything to help. In our final battle, I felt that Ichihara's consciousness had not completely disappeared. To keep us alive, he resisted stubbornly in the depths of his consciousness and finally conveyed a few words to me. I'm sorry, you have to run. You're our only hope now. Minato Kunnagi, I'm counting on you to defeat number 0. Suddenly, I felt as if I had been entrusted with something once again. Ichihara has great expectations of you, and I'm starting to see why. Your mission, as a new captain, is to recruit team members. The minimum number for a squad is 7. Currently, your team, including you, only has 4 members. Gather the most suitable talent that is strong enough to counter Ichihara." The scene shifts to a corridor in the Counter-Prophecy Unit building. Kane Mirio is running at full speed, as if something terrifying is behind him. "Wait, are you sure you don't want to consider it? Think about it again. I really hope you'll become a member of my Kunnagi unit." "Are you kidding me? I've dedicated my life to the Hibiki unit. How could our captain let me go?" Just then, Shinomiya Akane suddenly appeared before him, holding a piece of paper. "We have already received permission from the Hibiki unit captain. This is truly authentic. How can she get rid of me so easily? Just give up already. You belong to us now." And in the courtyard outside the window, Isuke Sakazaki was facing a similar headache. "Do you always greet people with a kick in the face, Hikataro Hanada? It seems unwell known. It's a pleasure to meet you. My captain sent me to invite you to join our squad." But Sakazaki immediately refused. "Since the Todoroki unit captain is dead, there is now a vacancy in the team. I will participate in the next captain assessment. I don't want to be in Kunnagi's squad." "Don't be so stubborn. At least give it some thought." However, Sakazaki had no intentions of fighting back. "Why couldn't I hit him just now? Is that a skill? In a way, it makes me happy to hear that you want me so badly. So how about this? I'll give you 60 seconds. If any of your attacks even touch me, then I'll accept your offer." "So you're saying I can do anything I want?" "Sorry, Sakazaki, but we really need you, so I'm not going to let you take that exam." And so, Sakazaki picked up his laptop, and the 60-second countdown began. Before this, in a limestone cave within the Counter-Prophecy Unit's territory, Captain Tsurasaki invited Sakazaki to fish. "This is a great place for fishing. If you're lucky, you might catch a big one. Are you sure you've thought it through about participating in the captain assessment again?" "Indeed, my dream is to be the kind of captain that never lets his unit members down. It's good to have your own ideals. However, do you really need to become a captain in order to achieve that dream?" This response stunned Sakazaki on the spot. "Are you saying I can't be a good captain?" Just then, Captain Tsurasaki managed to catch a gigantic shark. "That's not what I meant. I just feel you might not be quite ready yet." Returning to the present, Sakazaki was being relentlessly chased by Hikataro. Just then, Hikataro unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast kicks. However, Sakazaki was already too far away. But in this moment, Hikataro was mere inches away from his target. But suddenly, Sakazaki vanished into a phantom and reappeared a short distance behind Hikataro. This Sakazaki really won't be easy to catch. What a nuisance. I didn't want to reveal too much to people outside my team. This skill is called Extended Self. It allows Sakazaki to teleport to any of his possessions within a 100-meter radius. Using this skill, Sakazaki could easily teleport around to dodge Hikataro's attacks. The only downside is that he must teleport to his chosen spot at least once. I'm trying as hard as I can to catch catch him, and yet I haven't even managed to touch him. To deal with Mr. Ichihara, we need teammates like this. I have a question for you. You should be quite familiar with Minato Kanagi, right? So what talent did you see in him that made you willing to join his team? I don't have an exact idea, but I know what kind of captain you idealize. One who will maximize the team's survival rate in the face of any difficulty. I agree with your view. It would be best to achieve a 100% survival rate. However, I wouldn't put my life in the hands of a captain who values survival above all. If survival is all the captain cares about, how will he ever achieve the counter-prophecy unit's ultimate goal? Because for me, I don't care if I get hurt or knocked down, as long as I stop every last one of those damn prophecies. Now that I think about it, now it makes sense. I believe only Minato can make this wish come true. That's why I chose Minato Kanagi as my captain. I understand now. This is what I was missing. The ability to inspire confidence in others. Although you failed to defeat me, but you've given me much to think about. Hang on a moment. There's 5 seconds left. It's not over yet. What's that? He texted someone for help. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky behind Hikataro. A combination of Marigold Blast and Snake Crawl. The sword strikes instantly rained down on the area below. Sakazaki was forced to teleport into the air to dodge the attack, but the entire courtyard was destroyed by this single blow. There were no more objects to teleport to. Now there's nowhere to run. Hikataro used this to his advantage, unleashing the flash kick technique. At that moment, the timer on Sakazaki's laptop was up. At the same time, a piece of cloth was caught by Hikataro's foot. Touching your clothes should count, right? Hikataro, I accomplished what you asked of me. You despicable coward. You actually called for backup. What's this? Was I not supposed to help you? But Hikataro just looked at Sakazaki knowingly. I see. I had said that you can do anything you want. Alright, you win. I'll join the Kanagi unit. Great. I've finally completed the captain's mission. Just then, Shinomiya Akane and I arrived with Kane Mirio. Now we only need one more person, but I can't think of anyone else to recruit aside from these 2. Don't worry. I've already found other good teammates, and the best part is that it's 3 people. Shuichi Mikado, member of the Kanagi unit. Kyo Nishina, member of the Kanagi unit. And Ichika Hinoki, member of the Kanagi unit. As of today, we will be serving Captain Minato Kanagi. At this time, in a clock tower overseas, the remaining 512 disciples gathered. I can't believe we're the only ones left. It seems like we're down to 5 people. This is a devastating loss for us. It's a pity the others won't be able to see our success. Now that we have Midori Ichihara's body, our chance to destroy the counter-prophecy unit has arrived. Come, everyone. There's no time to waste. Soon, every prophecy will come true, and our glorious vision will become a reality. In the meeting room of the counter-prophecy unit headquarters, Tenjin Shinonome and a researcher are currently investigating the Book of Prophecy of the 12 Disciples. According to the investigation, the 12 books of prophecy were originally a single volume. Based on the content of the books we have collected, we speculate that this prophecy is called Bhagavad Gita. The greatest threat to mankind right now is Midori Ichihara's power. Right now, that is our primary concern, sir. At this moment, high above the Pacific Ocean, Hajime, have you ever read the Bhagavad Gita? The Bhagavad Gita is a sacred Hindu scripture. Its title means God's Song. The book contains teachings about human responsibilities, ethics, and achieving spiritual bliss, which is why it's surprising that this was the chosen name for a prophecy that's supposed to destroy the world. It means that whoever recorded the prophecy, they must have despised humanity with every fiber of their being. Soon, the 2 of them flew over a city. Look, there are 2 people flying in the sky. One of them is the world's strongest transcendent, Midori Ichihara. So cool. The people below all took out their phones to take pictures. Number 0 looked at the weak humans below and couldn't help but smile. He then extended his hand and began to gather power. Let us begin now. Dad, you have to get Mr. Ichihara in the picture too. He's my biggest idol. The boy raised his hands, wanting to take a picture with Ichihara. However, a terrifying energy began to manifest in the sky. It grew larger and larger, and at this moment, there was a small glint of cyan energy in Number 0's eye. It turns out that deep within, Ichihara's consciousness was sealed, helplessly watching everything unfold. Goodbye, everyone. Skill. Turbulence. The scene shifts to the counter-prophecy unit. I'm having lunch in the cafeteria. Suddenly, Shinji comes over with his phone. Ichihara has been causing chaos and great damage overseas. What the hell is going on? And at this moment, the chief commissioner of the foreign counter-prophecy unit is questioning the chief commissioner of the island nation. Just calm down, Richard. I can't calm down. The death toll is catastrophic. We just lost our city that is the center of global finance. Ichihara isn't the one who attacked the city. It was Number 0, a member of the 12 disciples who possessed Ichihara's body. We've finally identified him. His name is Warren Hastings. If our theory is correct, he may be conspiring with invaders from another dimension. Some of the artifacts they used are completely unknown to the counter-prophecy unit. It's clear that he's receiving some sort of outside help. Even if someone else is controlling Ichihara's body, it doesn't change the fact that he's destroyed 2 cities now. Our central government is even considering whether to use nuclear weapons on him, but even I know it would be completely useless on him. But we have no other options here. Back to my side. I have finished my meal. Have you finished all 15 lessons I gave you, Shinji? Yes, of course I have. Good. So is Shinji. As of this moment, I am now appointing you as the sub-captain of the Kannagi unit. I have just sent you the materials for your next course. Before we depart, use every means to get stronger, and tell Kaname and Sakazaki to keep practicing until they work perfectly in sync. And you? What are you planning to do in the meantime? For me, I'll be sleeping, but this time, I might have to sleep for a long time. Don't wake me up unless it's something important. A deeper sleep? I really still don't get you, but I believe in you. I accept your appointment. Minato, leave the rest to me. Don't worry, Richard. We'll simply fight back against him. At this time, the many members of the Kannagi unit continued to train hard. However, we won't be using nuclear weapons. Even those who are already special operatives evolved their skills. We'll assign our best unit to the task. As for me, I returned to my room, hung a do not disturb sign on my door, and quietly went to sleep. The next second, a dazzling light emanated from the room. After falling asleep, I arrived in my void mark space. 106 progenitors were waiting for me there. Everyone was ready. Riichiro readied his sword. His aura was more serious than ever, while I unsheathed my blade, radiating an energy and greater determination in my eyes. However, at this moment, with just a simple strike, I was cut into several pieces, my limbs scattered. But instantly, I was restored restored to my original state, but all it took was a mere moment. I was once again sliced to pieces. Never look away during a fight. You asked me not to go easy on you. The experience of dying twice in a row terrified me. I'm gonna squash you like a bug, you little runt. I was stunned on the spot by Riichiro's relentless aura. The powerful aura made even the spectating progenitors worry. Riichiro, wait, aren't you going too far? But she was stopped by Tak Wong and Molestius. Ilerson angrily questioned them why. Tak Wong and Molestius didn't answer, because all of this was part of a meticulously planned training regimen designed by the strategist Ryan. We understand this is the optimal way, but he's died too many times already. If this continues, it will destroy his spirit. Unfortunately, it can't be helped. Midori Ichihara is the most powerful transcendent in modern times. Minato won't stand a chance against him at his current level. Although this is a terrible gamble, it's the only way to have even a slight chance of winning. I don't think Riichiro is even aware that this is cruel. Currently, I could do nothing other than be slain over and over. Don't worry, I believe in Minato. He will definitely overcome this hurdle. He is the disciple we are all most proud of. I recovered from death once again. Sorry, Riichiro. Just standing face to face with you brings an endless pressure, as if I've been thrown naked onto a freezing snowy mountain. I took a deep breath, then let's do it again. At this moment, my full focus was on Riichiro's every movement, but the next second, I was cut in half at the waist again. My body and head completely separated. Riichiro seemed to sense my change. It turns out that I managed to slice a single strand of hair on Riichiro. I was restored again and stood up. Right now, the best I can do is snip one of his hairs, but I don't care how many times I have to die. Once I get through this, I'll be stronger than ever before. At this moment, in the capital of a tropical country, a figure was waving at the sky. Midori, long time no see. This person was the special operative of that country, Alda Valdwaji. Do you remember that emergency level prophecy? If you hadn't arrived in time and defeated the boss, this city would have been reduced to ashes. But now, have you returned to destroy the city you once saved? Are you done fooling around? Everyone in the central prophecy unit knows that the great Midori Ichihara has been possessed. Do you think you can awaken Ichihara's soul with just a few words and then take back control of the body? How ridiculous. Do you know what he's saying in there right now? He's screaming in pain. I'm so sorry. Just run away. I'm sorry. I can't run away. This is my city. The next second, the two of them erupted with powerful auras. The scene shifts to the Temple of Eternal Mysteries. The Chief Commissioner is explaining the war between humans and the other dimension to her subordinates, starting from the Tower era, then the appearance of dimensional rifts, to the current prophecies. In the long course of historical battles, many people have been swayed by the other dimension, and traitors who only want to destroy the world have appeared one after another. Just then, Tengen Shinonome received a message. The tropical country had been defeated, and the enemy was now moving towards another continent. So they don't dare to come here. That guy has just taken over the body, and his soul and body haven't fully adapted yet. Conversely, the more he fights, the stronger he will become, because he'll get more experience with Ichihara's body. The Chief Commissioner immediately ordered all captains to be summoned. We must defeat number 0 now. I've decided to join the fight myself this time. Soon, all the captains were assembled. Now, we are placing our last hope on the Kannagi unit, and what we must do is to stall Ichihara with all our might. You make that sound so simple, Madam Commissioner. I wonder how much longer they will take. According to their captain, probably another 2 days. However, we leave now. We'll hover above the Pacific Ocean in the meantime. At this moment, high above the sea, number 0 was flying at high speed, but he was suddenly blocked by something. Let's send that demon back to hell. However, number 0 acted first, raising his hand and unleashing a turbulence. The terrifying force rushed towards them, but it was blocked by the Chief Commissioner's Mirror of Yada. You seriously underestimated us. You little runt. Before this, the other captain candidates approached Captain Macabe. What are you all doing here? We heard you're going to fight. If it's the boss of the 12 disciples, please take us with you. Instantly, they were shut down. Why? Is it because we're not strong enough? We can at least act as your meat shields. Soa, that's exactly why we accepted such a dangerous mission. If it's us versus Ichihara, he's probably going to slaughter us, because we simply don't stand a chance. But even if we don't make it back, we know it'll be okay, because we have you and the rest of the unit. We know you're going to follow in our footsteps and continue our legacy. That's why we're going. We're all counting on you to defend the world. And with that, the captains continued to take their leave. Soa was too saddened to say anything. Let's go, everyone. He's given us a mission. We need to do our part as well. Until the Kannagi unit finishes their training, we have to protect them at all costs. There's no time to sit around and cry. Back in the present, the captains were also stunned. Ichihara's turbulence was blocked, as expected of the Chief Commissioner. I can't believe she has such a defensive skill. Even Ichihara, who grew up with her, didn't know about this skill. I haven't used this skill in battle for 100 years. Everyone was shocked to hear the Chief Commissioner's words. This must be the Chief Commissioner's special skill, Mirror of Yada. The Mirror of Yada has 2 stages. The first stage, if the opponent's skill effect is known, it will be completely blocked within a certain range. This first stage is like a lower grade version of Molestius Ma'ajul Hamet skill. At this moment, number 0 raised his hand again and activated the skill, Flame Wheel, and several flame tornadoes formed around Ichihara. This is the skill that completely burned down a country. We won't be able to block it. Everyone, don't worry. I am very familiar with this Flame Wheel skill. As she spoke, the flame tornado was already slowly approaching. The next second, a terrifying energy shot out from the mirror and collided with the flame tornado. This was the second stage of the Mirror of Yada, to completely copy the skill reflected in the mirror. The terrifying explosion churned up the sea. She neutralized my skill. The 2 skills completely canceled each other out. At that moment, number 0 knew that if they were evenly matched, the difference was going to be the captains that were brought along. Even though number 0 had already spotted him, he showed no fear, and then unleashed his strongest skill, Infinite Chain, smashing it into number 0's face. One punch followed another, like countless falling stars. It wasn't just simple strikes. Every time number 0's hit, his body became a little stiffer. I'll hold him for all of you. Now is your moment to attack him. This time, all the captains surrounded him. Realize, Firebird, Secret Technique, Critical Jab, Sacred Flower, Golden Bat, Necromancy. All the captains used their strongest skills, aiming right at number 0 at the center. It's time for you to die. You're wrong. All of you are the ones who are about to die. Instantly, multiple orbs of energy erupted around the captains. Number 0 unleashed the Pearl Storm. storm skill. All of the captains were completely engulfed by the explosion. Did you think that if you neutralized my skill, that you would win because you have the numbers advantage? That's like bringing small fry to a shark fight. No matter how many small fish there are, it's useless. Suddenly, number 0 sensed danger from above. It was Tengen Shinano holding a huge fireball. Thank you everyone for sacrificing your lives to buy me time. It seems this skill takes time to activate. The longer it takes, the more powerful it becomes. Before number 0 could act, a chain of ice firmly bound his arm until his entire body was restrained. This chain was the artifact, Chain of Submission, activated by Shiki Kitamori. Don't move, stand still, and accept the judgment of justice. Damn it, it's an artifact. I can't use any strength because of this chain. And Tengen Shinano was also ready. This was the most powerful attack he could currently unleash. Heavenly Descent. That damn old woman. Is this what she was planning the whole time? Even if I can't move, I can still use my maximum power turbulence skill to deflect it. But the next second, number 0 discovered in horror that an identical fireball had appeared below him. The second skill of the Mirror of Yada, to completely reproduce the skill reflected in the mirror. At this point, even number 0 began to panic. Bastard. Damn old woman. Let me go. For humanity. For the future. You must die here and now. The next second, the two giant fireballs collided, followed by a great and terrifying explosion. Meanwhile, the foreign navy was watching this battle unfold in the distance. This is truly amazing. The center of that white light must be at least several thousand degrees. No one could survive in there. This should be the end, right? At this moment, Richard and the two Transcendents behind him looked grimly at the center of the explosion. No, it's not over yet. A purple light shone from the center of the light sphere. Suddenly, the purple energy overwhelmed the explosion, dissipating the blast. Number 0 reappeared, completely unscathed. You sacrificed yourselves in the hope of killing me with that blast. I commend you on taking me by surprise, but I bet you didn't see this coming either. Just look at me. I'm completely unharmed. I got hit with a fireball as hot as the sun, and there isn't even a scratch on me. And at this moment, number 0 was locked on. Then, countless cannons fired at once, barraging number 0 with their arsenal. But the next second, a purple storm covered the entire area, and all the fighter jets and warships exploded. Number 0 laughed excitedly as everything exploded around him. The purple storm swept towards the last warship, and Marcus on board immediately activated his ability. A golden protective shield enveloped the entire warship, but he still underestimated the power of this blow. The shield was slowly shattering. With power like that, he could destroy the whole world. Just then, golden dust suddenly scattered in the air. You've finally run out of steam. Isn't that right, number 0? Before this, the captains gathered with the chief commissioner. We don't stand a chance against our enemy, do we? Yes, we likely won't be able to defeat him, but even if we can't win, there are other ways to achieve our aims. In order to do so, we're going to use an artifact of our own. Suddenly, number 0 was trapped within the artifact, Sand Cage of Time. He looked at the cage in surprise. You should know what this is, right? It's the same as the one you gave to your subordinate, so there's more than one of them. What about it? It takes a lot of energy to break this cage, but seeing as you've completely drained your power, that's quite literally impossible for you right now. Are you trying to stall for time? Do you really think you'll have a way to deal with me when this cage disappears on its own? Number 0, you have no idea what's coming for you. In just a couple of days, you're going to see something very interesting. Let me guess, the person you're talking about is Minato Kannagi. How did you know? I can see all the memories of this body. This is how Ichihara commented on Minato Kannagi, the one who will end all prophecies. The chief commissioner couldn't believe Ichihara held Minato Kannagi in such high regard. From the moment I took this body, Minato Kannagi has been at the top of my kill list, the one who will end all prophecies. That kind of person must not exist in the world I envisioned. Chief commissioner, you're the one who knows nothing. This body of Ichihara is still getting stronger and stronger. The energy used so far is just a fraction of what this body contains. In reality, you've only just melted the tip of the iceberg. The more I fight, the more energy I can utilize. At this moment, the chief commissioner sensed danger and immediately used the Mirror of Yada to defend, but it was too late. The next second, number 0 appeared before her and pierced her chest. Just how is this possible? It's over. The island nation is in this direction, isn't it, Minato Kannagi? I'm coming for you now. The counter-prophecy unit gathered all its high-end combat power, but in the end, they were all wiped out. Number 0, relying on Ichihara's formidable body, is constantly getting stronger, and the Kannagi unit members, training somewhere in the island nation, also sensed this evil wave. Looks like the old woman and her group failed. We're preparing to depart. The battle is ours now. We need to prepare to face the enemy. Understood. Let's go, Master Ichika. In the prophecy headquarters monitoring room, Kitamori Rin had not received any news from the battlefield and was extremely anxious. A powerful cyclone covered the entire sea surface, and the satellites couldn't penetrate the information inside. Just then, a familiar voice was heard, and a group of figures appeared out of thin air behind her. Kitamori Rin turned excitedly and shouted, Shiki, we need your healing skill now. It turns out that Shiki Kitamori had teleported everyone to safety, and at this moment, the chief commissioner's injuries were severe, and she was in critical condition. Quick, save the chief commissioner. She's not going to make it. It turned out that before they set out for battle, the chief commissioner had given Shiki Kitamori an important mission to entrust everyone's lives to her. The moment the captains were attacked, Shiki Kitamori used her ability to teleport all of them to a safe place, and while the enemy was attacking, he would also be momentarily stunned. She used this gap to lock onto him, and then the chief commissioner and Tengen Shinano would attack from both sides. Finally, Shiki Kitamori would teleport them all out of the battlefield. Understood. I will complete this mission even if it costs me my life. But the next second, what greeted her was a chop from the chief commissioner. Who told you to die? This mission has an important prerequisite. You must ensure your own safety. After the battle, you must bring everyone home. Your safety comes first, even if I am in danger. Understood? Don't make me say it a second time. Shiki Kitamori tearfully accepted this important mission. I wish we could always be together like when we were kids. Don't worry, I won't let anyone die. That's what I'm fighting for. Returning to the present, the chief commissioner lies on the operating table, covered in blood. Please, chief commissioner, you'll be fine. You promised me before we left. What's going on? Rin, my skill is to turn back time, but it's ineffective on the chief commissioner, who has used an artifact to stop time. Even my healing skills are not strong enough. I can only maintain her life with all my might. While everyone was arguing about about what to do. A powerful aura enveloped them. Damn it, they're already here. At this moment, above the prophecy headquarters, all the remaining members of the 12 disciples had arrived. Let our carnival begin. Shiki Kitamori was immediately consumed by rage. I will kill them all and avenge the chief commissioner. Kitamori Rin tried to stop her, but it was too late. The next second, Shiki Kitamori appeared in front of the enemy. Shiki Kitamori unleashed her skill, spatial division. The space in front of her was instantly divided into square blocks, like a Rubik's Cube, cut into small spaces, and then scrambled and teleported. If this skill were used on a large scale, it would cause unpredictable results. The buildings along the way were continuously sliced. Just then, Hajime Kamuraji took an attack stance. Artifact Relic of the Abyss. Skill Kalika Strike. The moment he drew his sword, countless sword lights flashed, instantly shattering the abnormal space in front of him. Where Shiki Kitamori had been standing, only an arm, cut into several pieces, remained. Hajime Kamuraji, you're as ruthless as ever. Are you blind? The opponent isn't dead yet. It turned out that Suishinji had arrived just in time to save Shiki Kitamori, and behind him stood the other members of the Kannagi unit. The sword in Ichika Inoki's hand was only slightly unsheathed, and a terrifying energy erupted from her body. Until our captain wakes up, we'll gladly fight you. Number 0 looked at the few people who had suddenly appeared below and pondered. Isn't that Suo Makoto's younger brother and the special operative, Ichika Inoki? But who are those two? Since Ichihara's memory doesn't have these two, their strength shouldn't be that great. How dare they appear here? At this moment, Kane Mirio looked nervously at the members of the 12 disciples. The auras of Sakazaki and Kane Mirio began to rise simultaneously as they prepared to activate their skills. Seeing this, Number 0 immediately used his turbulence, trying to stop the two, but the next second, before the skill could be unleashed, he and the others vanished, and on the scene, only a surprised Shiki Kitamori and a nervous yet excited Kane Mirio remained. A teleportation skill? How on earth did they do that? The next moment, Sakazaki reappeared. I sent them away with our combination skill. Kane Mirio's skill, My Sweet Home. Sakazaki's skill, Extended Self. With Kanemi's help, Sakazaki's skill was now able to teleport anyone near him. That's how I managed to teleport everybody, and each of their respective enemies, except the 3 of us, and I made sure to send Number 0 to a special place of his own. Number 0 looked around in confusion. What is this place? It feels as if direction has no meaning here, and at this moment, more and more deep-sea giant beasts were attracted by Number 0's aura. It turned out this was the limestone cave beneath the counter-prophecy unit's headquarters, Captain Surasaki's longtime fishing spot, the 17th dimensional rift, Shimo Agito. Due to its complexity, the other dimension in this rift has never been conquered. Before this, Sakazaki had thrown his belongings into it, just for this moment. This is something that even Mr. Ichihara can't destroy. Number 0, let's see how you like being trapped in there. Returning to Mount Amatake, Hajime Kamuraji faced off at Chika Hanoki. What is this place? It seems like the plan was successful. What did you people do to our boss? They went to a place from which they can never return. I suppose there's a chance that he could escape with an artifact, but still, I'll take out as many of his minions as possible. You seem very confident that you can handle me? Of course, besides your boss, you're all just a bunch of weaklings relying on artifacts. Hearing this, Hajime Kamuraji was very angry, and immediately used his strongest sword technique through the artifact. Countless sword lights rushed towards Ichika Hanoki. Skill, I technique, Dawn's Solitude. This skill was a unique ability she was born with, but it was considered useless since she was a child. Its effect is to eliminate all external and internal factors, fixing her mind and body in their optimal state. In other words, her concentration and physical abilities can be brought to their highest level, meaning she can unleash her strongest attack with 100% certainty. Before Hajime Kamuraji could react, Ichika Hanoki had already cut him down with a single sword strike. Transcendents specializing in martial arts spend countless hours refining their physical abilities, so they understand better than anyone the value of a perfectly trained body. Too weak. Makoto was several times stronger than you. At this moment, on the large training ground of the counter-prophecy unit headquarters, Kyo Nishina and Shuichi Makoto were fighting 2 of the 12 disciples. Member of the 12 disciples of the apocalypse. Set. Is it 2 on 2 now? You two look very fierce. What should we do? Ashera. At this moment, it suddenly started to rain. If you hold them down for me, I'll fight them. Member of the 12 disciples of the apocalypse. Ashera. The next second, a heavy punch came flying. Shuichi Makoto didn't bother with their chatter and sent him flying with a single punch. Don't underestimate us. With that, Shuichi Makoto charged forward again, and in the moment Set's attention was drawn to the fight, Kyo Nishina's hair had already quietly reached her. So you're one of those bastards who killed Makoto. Kyo Nishina's rage was visible on his face. I see. So you're still upset about that? The next moment, the sky thundered and lightning flashed. 2 bolts of lightning struck Shuichi Makoto and Kyo Nishina. Set took the opportunity to break free and scattered a large number of playing cards. This was her skill, Queen of Hearts. The surrounding cards all suddenly grew hands and feet. Go, my servants. Find Minato Kannagi. Kyo Nishina, seeing this, wanted to stop them, but another bolt of lightning struck down, forcing him to retreat. Damn it, I can't stop them. I'm sorry, your opponent is me. My skill is called Mask of 1,000 Faces, and I can physically manifest emotions. With that, Ashara's expression changed. Mask of 1,000 Faces, the angry face. You bugs, I'm going to kill you. The next second, countless bolts of lightning struck down. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Shinomiya Akane unleashed the even Mini's skill at the enemy, but it was instantly crushed, and he charged at Hikataro. Hikataro retreated while continuously counterattacking, and Akane occasionally summoned stone blocks to interfere. Hinoki-style sword technique, Soaring Tengu. But in the midst of the raging sand tornado, the enemy just waved his hand and instantly dispersed the entire tornado. At this moment, the 3 Kannagi unit members regrouped. We failed again. What kind of monster is that right arm of his? This was the member of the 12 disciples of the apocalypse. Dire. That's enough. You can't possibly defeat me, so just let me kill you. I don't want to waste too much effort on you. Looks like we're being underestimated. Then let's show him our true strength. You must be the one related to that weakling, Makoto Suo. Are you his younger brother? How does it feel to have a useless, pathetic brother who couldn't even beat one of us? This instantly enraged Suishinji, and he charged at the opponent with his sword. Dire's arm suddenly began to change. Skill La Traviata, and a dark dark sphere condensed in his hand, and the next second, everyone was engulfed in a dazzling white light. Meanwhile, in the medical bay of the Counter Prophecy Unit headquarters, Captain Yashima was still anxiously treating the chief commissioner, while other medical personnel were helping the captains to heal. Soon, all the captains had recovered from their injuries. We're ready to go help the Kannagi unit. Wait, it looks like there's trouble here. However, a group of playing card soldiers were continuously rushing towards them from outside. All units, prepare for battle. Protect Minato Kannagi from being disturbed. But just then, a terrifying aura was felt. This wave of aura, the entire Counter Prophecy unit was shaken by an earthquake, and only Sakazaki realized what this was. The source of the energy was the dimensional rift where number 0 was located. What a monster. Is he about to break out so soon? Sakazaki and Kane Mirio immediately realized number 0 was about to emerge, and were about to team up again to send him further away, when Sakazaki suddenly looked up and saw a shocking sight. A huge blue energy was emanating from the building, and at this moment, a hand with a void mark was on the chief commissioner's wound. Minato Kannagi was enveloping the chief commissioner in an abundance of his energy. It's okay now. Leave the rest to me. How long have I been asleep? It's only been a few hours. I thought you would be asleep for a couple of days. But tell me, Minato, can you defeat number 0? Yes, I'll definitely beat him for you. But before that, I have something else to do. The next second, Warrentine, the apothecary sovereign, took over my body. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. With the current Minato, this should be enough. Skill, Sacred Medical Tome. Page 364, Divine Droplet. The Sacred Medical Tome is a skill of Warrentine, the apothecary sovereign. It allows the user to instantly activate the ultimate healing skill within it. Soon, the wound on the chief commissioner's heart was repaired. Captain Yashima and Kitamori Rin watched in amazement. How did he do that? He not only repaired the wound, but also completely healed the heart. Soon, the chief commissioner woke up. Seeing Warrentine standing by her bedside, she immediately recognized her. You're here, Warrentine. Warrentine gently took the chief commissioner's hand. Io, you ought to be more careful. I tried my best. Forgive me for not being very helpful. Get some sleep. When you wake up, all your wounds will be healed. Then we can all eat together again. And so, the chief commissioner closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Warrentine looked at her sleeping dear friend. Seeing this, all of the progenitors were even more determined to fight. Everyone, let's go. At this moment, a group of card people are about to invade the building. Skill, Metal Reinforcement, 1000th Blow. Saishiro Asahina from the Yorozuya unit unleashed his full power attack at the monsters. Unfortunately, this only managed to destroy one card. Martial Arts, Lethal Chain Blast. Soa Seijai from the Macabe unit immediately followed up with a finishing blow. However, they were soon surrounded by the card people. These card people were just like Ava's before. Each soldier was comparable to N in combat power. Just then, Soa Seijai was ambushed by a card person and sent flying. Damn it, how can I fall in a place like this? I'm not going to give up here. The words of Captain Macabe before he left flashed through her mind. I'm counting on you to defend the world. The mission entrusted to me by the captain. I will complete it even if it costs me my life. Just then, a voice called out, well said, Soa. Martial Arts, Stone Punch. It was Captain Macabe who had appeared. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm back. On the other side, a golden light flashed. Skill, Golden Bat. The captain of the Yorozuya unit smashed several card people to pieces with a single swing of his staff. These guys are quite easy to smash. Follow me and let's finish them quickly. That being said, we might not be needed. At this moment, I was being surrounded on all sides by the card people. Just as they launched their attack, I had already raised my sword and taken a stance. Hinoki-style sword technique, Shadow Vortex. A sword light, like flowing water, swept across a 360-degree radius around me, and all the card people were cut into pieces. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Set sensed that something had happened to his card army. How is this possible? That's my army of over 500 card soldiers. They were all killed in an instant. Set, what's wrong? Have you found Minato Kannagi? Ashera wanted to go and kill me himself, but he was stuck with Kyo Nishina and Shuichi Mikado and couldn't get away. At this moment, Shuichi Mikado took a deep breath, then steadied himself on the ground and raised his right hand towards the enemy. You're the ones who are about to die. What are you planning to do now? The next second, Ashera discovered that something strange had appeared on his arm, and on it were written 2 words, Divine Weight. This was Shuichi Mikado's skill, Holy Seal of Exorcism. A surge of energy came from Shuichi's mark, and a large number of light bullets were fired. Ashera and Set were very surprised by the ranged attack, but they soon discovered that the speed of the light bullets seemed a bit slow. It would be easy for the two of them to dodge. Are you an idiot? At this slow speed, who do you think you can hit? But before he could finish, the light bullets that were flying in a straight line in the air suddenly veered, heading straight for Ashera. Why are they all coming for me? Is it the seal on my arm? It must have been marked when I was attacked earlier. Even if these light bullets can track me, so what? This speed is too slow. But the next second, Shuichi Mikado suddenly appeared behind him and delivered 3 consecutive punches to Ashera, sending him flying. The tricked Ashera was furious and summoned lightning to strike down again, but Shuichi Mikado easily dodged it. You bastard. The light bullets were a decoy. You attacked me while I was distracted. I'm sorry. Your deduction is wrong. At this point, Ashera discovered 3 more seals on his body. Look out behind you. At this moment, the previous light bullets were already tracking him from behind, and their speed had actually increased. However, Ashera still managed to barely dodge in time. I almost got hit. What's going on? Just as he was wondering, Shuichi Mikado smashed him to the ground with a single punch. He was followed by a dozen more light spheres. This time, Ashera could only retreat while using his skills to block. Do you understand it now? Holy Seal of Exorcism leaves seals on an opponent when I strike them, and every time a new seal is added, the light bullets double in speed. This time it's even faster. Damn it, can't I avoid it anymore? The next second, Ashera was hit by countless light spheres, and each one was like a heavy punch from Shuichi Mikado. And so, Ashera was completely engulfed by the light bullets, and the thundering sky suddenly turned clear. Is your angry face over? The badly wounded Ashera struggled to get up, a newfound fear of Shuichi Mikado in his heart. The next second, Ashera's skill activated. Mask of 1,000 Faces, the face of terror. A purple poisonous gas began to emanate from his body, and anything it touched would be corroded. Meanwhile, on the other side, Set was once again caught by Kyo Nishina's hair. Let me go. I refuse to die like this. You are so noisy. Set was then tightly wrapped in hair, and she could feel her magic power was continuously absorbed. Set was soon wrapped up like a cocoon, unable to move. I've taken care of things here. Meanwhile, Shuichi Mikado stood at the edge of the poisonous gas and fired 20 more light bullets into the sky. I forgot to tell you, being hit by a light bullet also adds a seal. The light bullets then tracked him. Now the speed of the light bullets is 5,800 kilometers per second. How will you avoid them? Ashera couldn't do anything but scream in horror. Ashera was once again hit by all the light bullets, causing a huge explosion. After the dust and smoke cleared, only a blackened corpse remained on the ground. I won. Makoto, did you see that? I avenged you with this skill. This skill is too cunning. You fool. You still have to be able to hit the enemy. Against a strong opponent, I might not even be able to land a single hit. Like with Ichihara, I can't hit him at all. Your skill is useless against me. Just you wait. I'm going to use this skill to become a special operative, and then I'll definitely punch you. Then you'd better work hard. Let's all get stronger so that we can fight together. We're a team for life, even when we're all grown up. You shameless bastard. Ichihara, just you wait. I'll definitely land a punch on you this time. Kyo Nishina's side was also finished. Set on the ground had been sucked dry. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Dyer unleashed a powerful blow on Shinji. Go to hell and see your brother. Suwa Shinji was unfortunately hit, and one of his arms was now useless. What are you waiting for, Akane? Don't you dare rush me. Minato Kanagi, watch this. Even I can do it. Akane pictured in her mind when Minato was using high-level magic. Shinomiya Akane's eyes then turned green. The 15th lesson, Trismegistus, Mephiresh Zer. Before this, the alchemist progenitor was busy giving me lessons. Alchemy is the study of change, understanding all phenomena, turning the unknown into the known, allows for transformation based on the original foundation. This is what she will learn in the 15th lesson. Shinomiya Akane should be able to master it. Trismegistus, Mephiresh Zer. On the battlefield, Dyer began to gather energy again, and fired a menacing barrage at the people below. He's firing all over the place. The next second, Shinji was hit head-on. It's okay, I can still take it. How much longer? However, looking back, Akane was still channeling her power. Seeing his attack hit, Dyer was ecstatic. Let's see how many more you can take. I'll add some more to spare for you. My boss told me not to use this, but I don't care anymore. He then spat out a purple eyeball from his mouth, surrounded by countless small spheres. It's time to end this. Artifact, Star of Purgatory. The surrounding small spheres began to scatter. These small spheres were like satellites launched from the main body and would emit the same skills as their owner. With that, Dyer began to gather energy again. At the same time, all the small spheres also gathered energy. This means I can fire my attacks directly from every single satellite. All the small spheres then fired energy cannons. I'm going to bombard the entire area. You all just disappear from me. There's no escape anymore. Just as Shinji and Hikataro were struggling to dodge, Shinomiya Akane, behind Hikataro, finally analyzed the opponent's skill. I see him. I understand it now. At this moment, the opponent's eyeball also aimed at them, gathering the energy of all the small spheres in the center. A huge energy cannon fired at them, and it exploded, covering the entire area. Seeing this, Dyer laughed menacingly. I finally killed them all. I used to be a cripple because I lost an arm. The boss found me and gave me a new arm, and from then on, I gained great power. I will take revenge on this terrible world and destroy it. Just then, a dazzling green light came from below the cannon blast. What's going on? Aren't they all dead? All three of them were unharmed below, and the source of the green light was Shinomiya Akane's arm. Seeing this, Dyer fired another shot downwards, and this time, it was clear that all the attacks disappeared the moment they came into contact with the green light. What on earth is happening? Would you like to know how I blocked your attack? My skill, Mephiresh Zer. It can analyze and change the nature of any attack skill. Just like now, your attack skill has become a healing skill. Hikataro and Shinji's wounds were then healed. Even my broken arm is okay now. I used the excess energy to strengthen us. From now on, for 1 minute, our bodies will be greatly enhanced. Dyer couldn't believe his eyes. I know this is hard for you to understand. To put it simply, you are no longer a match for us. Faced with the current situation, Dyer suddenly felt fear and immediately turned to run. But it was too late now. He was instantly entangled by Hikataro's legs. Hikataro unleashed his technique, Octo Combo, Yamata no Orochi. Dyer was completely obliterated by this move. But it wasn't over. Shinji, below, had already taken his stance. Lesson 16, Hinoki-style sword technique, dice roll. But he combined it with another technique, the reverse grip, Autumn Thistle. Together, this was the infinite slash. Just then, the sword net multiplied to countless layers, all oncoming towards Dyer. He was powerless to resist and was pierced by these sword nets, eventually turning to dust and dissipating into the air. And so, the battle here also ended. I wish my brother could finish you off, but you're heading straight to hell, so I guess you won't be seeing him. The members of the Kunnagi unit have defeated the other members of the 12 disciples one by one. However, Shinomiya Akane began to feel weak in the legs. Maybe I wasn't quite ready yet to use that power conversion skill this early. And so, Akane Shinomiya fainted from exhaustion. Minato, please apologize to Ichihara for me. 7 years ago, a prophecy burned an entire area to the ground, and only one girl survived by a stroke of luck. That girl is the present-day Shinomiya Akane. What took you so long? You're too late now. Why didn't you come sooner? I'm sorry. If only I could have arrived a little earlier. At this moment, the emergency-level prophecy, Nightmare, was just beginning to take shape. Shinomiya Akane's father was a diplomat who accidentally obtained this cursed painting. He didn't expect that after bringing it back, the curse within it would be activated, transforming the entire area around the mansion into another dimension. It was just like a nightmare. To protect her, Akane's parents sacrificed their lives at the last moment, pushing her out while they themselves became part of the painting. Aren't you the world's strongest transcendent? Why couldn't you save my parents? Do you even deserve to be called a savior? Kitamori Rin wanted to explain but was stopped by Ichihara. All Akane could do was let out a heart-wrenching cry. The two of them just quietly stood by and watched over her. Later, she learned that on that day, Ichihara was on the other side of the earth, desperately trying to stop another emergency-grade prophecy, with the lives of hundreds of thousands of people on his shoulders. Why did I say such things? He was only 16 years old at the time. During a training session, Shinomiya Akane asked Ichihara, aren't you tired of fighting prophecies all the time? No, because I do this for my friends and companions. Although special operatives always act alone, and everyone fights in different places, our hearts are together. Despite how it might seem, I'm not as as lonely as everyone thinks. My partners have always been my support. Akane, you will surely find your own bonds too. And at this moment, Akane woke up from her coma. Hikataro and Shinji immediately noticed this. Are you okay? You scared us to death just now. How long was I unconscious? About a minute. At this point, Akane suddenly became serious. I want to apologize to Mr. Ichihara in person, so I'm going to save him. I also want to thank him. I learned from my brother's diary that he was my brother's one and only best friend, and I wish I could thank him for being such a loyal friend to him. One day, will surpass Ichihara, so for the sake of all of us, we can't let Ichihara die, can we? Hearing her companion's words, Akane couldn't help but smile. Let's go. Let's bring Mr. Ichihara back. Meanwhile, in the underground limestone cave, the energy erupting from number 0 continued to overflow from the rift, and I also finally arrived here. Leave the rest to me. Your training is already complete. That's earlier than expected. Captain Surasaki, please evacuate quickly. This place won't hold him for long. He's currently gathering as much energy as he can in order to destroy the whole counter-prophecy unit headquarters with his maximum powered turbulence skill. Don't you go anywhere, number 0, because I'm coming for you now. With that, I jumped into the dimensional rift. I never thought I'd meet you here. Minato Kanagi, have you come to kill me? And at this moment, I held a sword in my right hand and activated magic with my left. Magal Hamet, Mr. Ichihara, I'm here to save you. Number 0 was very surprised to see me. That old woman told me it would take at least 2 more days for you to defeat me. How come you're here after only half a day? You can't possibly defeat me now. But before he could finish, I attacked. Skill, light speed kick, cross, fist strike. This was the combination skill, spinning foot strike. That blasted number 0 away as the strikes recoiled over and over, but the attack felt off. It turns out that number 0 deflected my skill. The full impact didn't reach him. Your speed is quite fast. Although I'm interested in your power, but I think it's time to end this little game. With that, he unleashed a full power turbulence in my direction. The terrifying cyclone annihilated all the giant monsters in its path and was constantly approaching my position. There's only one way to fight back against the tremendous power of turbulence. I silently whispered to myself, Ichihara's skill, turbulence. It's starting. Can Minato really handle this move? And not far away, a green-clad progenitor was leisurely lying on the ground. Lying here is so comfortable. I'll just be here forever. Just then, the dinosaur progenitor, Rowan, couldn't stand it anymore and bit the green-clad progenitor's thigh. Don't sleep. Are you sure your move will be okay? It turned out this new progenitor was the progenitor of wind, skill null. Don't worry. I have full faith that Minato can use my wind technique. My body was then enveloped in a blue cyclone, blocking number 0's skill. Number 0 looked on in disbelief. My full power turbulence is ineffective against him. Could it be he can use turbulence as well? Good. Now I've got some breathing room. In a rage, he attacked me again immediately, and I, protected by the blue cyclone, used a skill against him. Magal Hamet. Number 0 stared at this scene, wide-eyed. The wind he released disappeared the moment it touched me. Long-range combat is not in our favor. Use condensed wind to block the wind blades, then use Molestius's skill to nullify the opponent's cyclone. This way, we can continuously approach the enemy. Only Minato, who can use 2 types of the progenitor's skills simultaneously, can do this. At this moment, I was in front of number 0. The pupils of my 2 eyes had changed to the colors of the skill attributes. Number 0 looked at this scene in horror. Feeling a strong sense of crisis, he immediately retreated. But my attack was not going to stop. Hinoki-style sword technique Shadow Vortex, crossed with Hadad. This fusion skill was Electric Bolt, and a ferocious bolt of lightning instantly caught up with number 0, piercing straight through his chest. This greatly shocked number 0, and he instantly lost the ability to move and slowly fell into the deep sea. Seeing this, I immediately seized the opportunity. Skill, Trismegistus, and a long spear and a large bow were instantly forged by me. Spear of Annihilation, crossed with Deadly Celestial Bow. I unleashed the fusion skill, Moonwheel Smash, and the spear wrapped in immense power was shot with immense force. But it wasn't over yet. I raised my right hand and fused the skill, Hadad, into the spear. The triple combination, Lightning Lance Barrage, completely enveloped number 0 in lightning. But still, number 0 remained standing. What on earth are you? Without using an artifact, you can actually use a combination of so many skills? Is this the Transcendent that Ichihara believed could end all prophecies? But even an attack like that just now is ineffective against me. You'll never leave a scratch on me with those pathetic attacks. At this moment, due to the continuous burst of skills just now, my body was a bit overdrawn. Damn it, is it still not enough? Ichihara's growth rate has exceeded my expectations. What a pity. A genius like you. Let me send you on your way. Just then, I interrupted him. Mr. Ichihara, the Chief Commissioner Io is still alive. Number 0 was stunned by these inexplicable words. The color of his right eye suddenly changed. It was Ichihara's green. Ichihara had reacted to the words and was resisting number 0's invasion. And Kyo Nishina and Shuichi Mikado, Shinomiya Akane, Hikataro, and Shinji, and even Rin and Commissioner Io. Everyone wants you to come back. And as for me, I still haven't repaid my debt to you. The strategist Ryan understood the situation outside, and all he could do was comply with Minato's new plan. Patanjali, it's your turn. A new female progenitor then walked up from behind. She raised her palm and placed it on my back. The next second, my eyes instantly turned red, and a vast amount of energy erupted from my body. I will bet everything I have here. Mr. Ichihara, wait for me. This was the skill, Nadi Mukthi. However, in the void mark space, the strategist Ryan was full of worry. Before this in the void mark space, during the training with me and Riichiro, with Ryan as the center, everyone was discussing the upcoming great battle. According to my final conclusion, with Minato's current state, he needs at least a week of training. Tak Wong was very confused and asked why. I'm afraid it's because Ichihara himself is constantly growing. As number 0 continues to adapt, his strength will increase rapidly, eventually reaching the same realm as his progenitors. This statement shocked all the surrounding progenitors. Although Minato's growth rate is faster, it's difficult for him to catch up in such a short time. So what do we do now? We don't have much time. We can only pay a price. I will use my ability to open all his chakras. The opening of the meridians will cause a short-term burst of energy and strength, but it will cause immeasurable damage to the body and soul, and he may never recover. Hearing this, Eilerson quickly wanted to object, but I interrupted. I agree with this plan. If I can't protect everyone, then even if I stand at the top of the world in the end, it will have lost its meaning. I haven't repaid my debt to Mr. Ichihara. No matter what what happens to my body in the end. I must save him. If I can't beat number 0, I want you to step in and take over my body for me. Hearing this, the others reluctantly agreed. Returning to the present, my life energy is still erupting. The next second, I disappeared from my spot. Spinning punch. A fist suddenly appeared in front of number 0, and before he could react, I sent him flying with a single punch. How is that possible? His attack actually pierced Ichihara's defense for me to feel pain. While number 0 was still in shock, I pursued him again. Number 0 quickly raised his right hand and used the turbulence on me, but my left hand also met his attack head-on. The two energies continuously annihilated each other upon contact. Damn it, my attack was completely neutralized. Then, number 0 angrily attacked me again. We continued to fight, trading blow for blow in the dimensional rift. When I blocked number 0's attack again, I seized the opportunity and immediately used a skill on his chest. Kodo-style technique static split. Number 0 instantly found his body unable to move, and I raised my sword, preparing to press my advantage. Hinoki-style sword technique Shadow Vortex. Hinoki-style sword technique Purgatory Blade. Hinoki-style sword technique Dice Roll. Hinoki-style sword technique Soaring Tengu. Hinoki-style sword technique Solitary Moon. Hinoki-style sword technique Cloud Cluster. I used all the Hinoki-style sword technique I had learned, one by one, and under this powerful barrage, number 0 was covered in wounds. The progenitors were also amazed by this scene. Seeing this, Ryuichiro was very satisfied with my display. I never thought Minato's potential was far greater than I imagined. This power, with everything on the line, he might actually do it. Hinoki-style sword technique Cloud Beam. A massive sword light shot towards number 0. The terrifying power completely shattered the defense of Ichihara's body. This body had lost its instinctive ability to defend itself, but number 0 was in shock again. At this moment, countless electric sparks crackled around me. This isn't over yet. Hadad, crossed with beak, dragon claw, fist strike, flash kick. Finally, I placed my palm in front of number 0. Melistia Silench's skill in Lil Mellum. An incredible dazzling light burst from between us. After the dust and smoke cleared, number 0 was on the verge of death, his entire body blackened, with residual electricity still coursing through it. Give Ichihara's body back. This should finish him off. Just then, number 0 took out a bottle of potion from his pocket. He used this potion on himself, and suddenly, number 0 was completely restored. Artifact, Elixir, for 3 minutes. You will be in a state of complete recovery. With that, he activated the maximum power turbulence, and a huge energy burst out, all the way into the human realm. The artifact worked. I'm completely back to normal. You remember last time, right? No one can kill me now. It doesn't matter. When the artifact's effect wears off, it will be your time to die. However, the next second, all the bones in my body crackled, and blood seeped out of me. Then, I fell powerlessly from the sky. As expected, the power from burning life force cannot be sustained for long. It's great to be able to finish you off before you grow stronger. At this critical moment, Shinomiya Akane suddenly appeared in front of me. Skill, Mephiresh Zare. Just before, I had asked Akane to come to me and demonstrated the turbulence I had researched. You're a monster. To even know Ichihara's special skill, I want you to use the Mephiresh Zare skill to help me analyze Ichihara's turbulence before the battle starts. If something unexpected happens while I'm fighting number 0, you can protect everyone for me. Akane. Returning to the present, Shinomiya Akane raised her hands and was fully analyzing the turbulence. The purple whirlwind instantly turned into a gentle green light upon contact. Number 0 looked on in disbelief. His own attack not only failed to cause any damage to me, but it also transformed into life energy, rapidly healing my injuries. This is the world's strongest attack. Why is his body healing? Unexpectedly, even a full power turbulence was instantly analyzed and turned into green light. At this moment, the members of the Kannagi unit then arrived one by one. Even the special operative members were here now as well. I've got your back. Go beat that bastard for us, Captain. I looked at everyone in surprise. We still have a chance. Kannagi unit, all units, prepare for battle. Objective, defeat number 0 and rescue Ichihara. The team then began to attack the enemy. Since Akane had converted the excess energy from the turbulence into a power boost, everyone's strength had increased significantly. Shinji realized that the wounds heal as soon as they hit him, but the power boost from Akane should be enough to wear him down eventually. Hikataro grabbed onto number 0 with his skill, Serpent Coil, and attacked his head with the skill, Reverse Scale. Shinji and I seized the opportunity and both of us attack with skill, Purgatory Blade. I want you all to die. Skill, Pearl Storm. The next second, a large number of purple whirlwinds appeared around them, surrounding everyone. Just then, on the ground not far away, a hand was pointing in the direction of the battle. I will absolutely not let the Chief Commissioner's savior die. Skill, Spatial Division. The space of the battlefield was instantly cut open, and all of number 0's attacks were teleported a far distance away. A teleporter? Damn it, you're still here. Just then, a thick fist flew out. Shuichi managed to send number 0 flying with a heavy uppercut. Idiot Ichihara, what time is it now? And you're still sleeping? Wake up. With that, he rained countless punches on number 0. Amidst a large cloud of dust and smoke, a strand of hair quietly snuck in. Without him knowing, it tightly bound number 0. This was Kyo Nishina's skill, Hair Trap, Forbidden Flow, and at this moment, number 0 found himself covered in seals. And just then, countless light bullets from the Holy Seal of Exorcism skill bombarded number 0. He was seen tumbling in the air, accompanied by painful screams. Come on, wake up already. Aren't you going to join in? It's okay. I don't have much to say to Ichihara either. I'll leave everything to the disciples. At this moment, I looked at number 0 in the air and said faintly, I see it. The flame of your life force. Number 0 looked down in terror. Oh no, the artifact's effect is almost up. Shinji, let's go together. We then simultaneously raised our longswords. Hinoki-style sword technique, non-physical combat technique. In the same moment, Shinji and I attacked with perfect precision. It was quiet, but our swords found its true target. Outside, Ichihara's body was unaffected, but inside, number 0's true form was directly hit by 2 attacks of the skill, Sublime Perfection. How is this possible? This can't be happening. The number 0 within Ichihara's body was annihilated by the formless sword, and a massive explosion of Ichihara's energy went up in the sky. Ichihara remained in the sky floating. In the next second, he suddenly opened his eyes. Welcome back, Ichihara. Akane Shinomiya hurriedly ran towards Ichihara's direction. We finally did it. Just then, Shinji suddenly sensed his brother's presence behind him, but when he turned around, he saw nothing. Did you see that, Makoto? I did it. At this moment, Ichihara looked at his body in surprise. He could no longer feel number zero's aura at all. Akane happily hugged Ichihara. This is wonderful. Meanwhile, I slowly walked over to them. Mr. Ichihara. As I spoke, I extended my right hand. Welcome back. Thank you, Minato Kanagi. However, the moment our hands shook, a glowing golden egg suddenly appeared in Ichihara's hand. Number zero was still inside his body, but it was too late. The golden egg was crushed in an instant. It was the artifact Stampede Embryo. Run. Damn it. Number zero is trying to steal Minato's body this time, but it was already too late. After the dust settled, number zero had already entered my body. Ichihara hurriedly shielded Akane behind him, looking at me vigilantly. Ryan and Asa had guessed correctly. If there were two artifacts capable of seizing bodies, when number zero was driven into a corner, he would definitely come to seize my body. Everyone was very worried, asking if number zero had really entered my body. That guy is already inside me, but he chose the wrong person to invade. At this moment, number zero was smugly celebrating his success. Ichihara's body doesn't matter anymore. This is the Transcendent who can end all prophecies. Now it's mine. However, he didn't realize that behind him, countless eyes were staring at him. Number zero perhaps didn't know that the place he had arrived at was the most dangerous place in the world. Under the welcome of all the progenitors, he felt infinite pain and despair until his final consciousness completely dissipated. It's finally over. Welcome back, Mr. Ichihara. Meanwhile, in the mountains of Amatake, Ichika Hinoki had returned using a combination technique with Sakazaki and Kane Mirio. You came back. Does that mean we failed? Yes, your boss is completely dead, so why not kill me? To me, you are a moldable talent with a need for continued training. As she spoke, she cut the chains binding Hajime Kamuraji. Hurry up and heal your wounds. I will let you experience a joy worse than death. Just like that, Ichika Hinoki used her status as a special operative to keep Hajime Kamuraji, allowing him to execute missions under Ichika Hinoki's surveillance. Meanwhile, back at the group, Ichihara was overjoyed to see that everyone was safe and sound. However, what greeted him was a fist from Shuichi Mikado. You brat, you're finally back. I won't forgive you if you dare do this again next time. And afterwards, Shuichi Mikado and Kyo Nishina traveled to number zero's origin to investigate his hideout. In the hospital room at this moment, the Chief Commissioner Ayo had woken up. The Kannagi unit has achieved a complete victory. The enemies have been annihilated, and Mr. Ichihara has returned. Chief Commissioner, it's great that you are safe. When I get better, I'll treat everyone to tea. On the rooftop, Tengen and Captain Yashima were secretly slacking off here, finally able to have a smoke. I was suffocating in the ward. There were a large number of casualties in this incident. We're going to be busy next. Just then, a helicopter flew in from the horizon. The person on board was unexpectedly the Chief Commissioner of the Foreign Branch. But at this moment, the entire counter-prophecy organization was immersed in the joy of victory. Captain Hibiki, come look at our combination technique. However, Sakazaki ignored him and teleported away directly. Everyone else had a pile of questions they wanted to ask Ichihara, but they were all blocked by Akane. Only I stood quietly to the side, gazing at Ichihara's back. It's good that everyone is okay. Then, I fainted weakly onto the ground. After noticing my abnormality, everyone instantly panicked. Minato, are you alright? Everyone ran towards me. At this moment, the mark of the void on my arm became dim and lusterless, plunging into an endless darkness like an abyss. Why is this happening? I clearly healed the wounds on Minato's body. At this moment, my body was possessed by a progenitor again. This is bad. Hearing the voice I made, everyone hurriedly stepped forward to ask what was wrong. However, only Ichihara sensed something strange. This feeling is the same as when I first fought Minato. You are Minato Kannagi, are you? That is right. I am Ryan, one of the progenitors residing within Minato Kannagi's body. Everyone was shocked to hear this. I originally thought to tell everyone when the time was right, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. I want to ask you, who have formed bonds with Minato Kannagi to save him? Meanwhile, at the foot of a snowy mountain, a figure lay quietly in a beautiful field of flowers. This was my consciousness. The scene returns to the counter-prophecy headquarters. Ichihara was holding a phone and watching a video. By the time you see this recording, I should no longer be in this world. I am about to go stop you, whose body has been taken over. Remember, none of this is your fault. When an important friend is killed, no one can remain calm. The culprit is the 12 disciples. They are the malice itself that attempts to harm this world. No matter what the ending is, I hope you won't blame yourself. I look forward to the day I can drink tea with you again. Goodbye, my friend. After watching the video, Ichihara sat quietly on the bench. At this time, Kyo Nishina and Shuichi Mikado walked over with a baseball. Let's play together. Meanwhile, at the Temple of Eternal Mysteries, the TV was broadcasting the latest news, shocking the whole world. The most evil transcendent in history, Midori Ichihara, has been confirmed dead, killed by the World Allied Fleet in the Pacific Ocean. At this moment, the chief commissioners of the two countries were watching this news. In reality, we can't do anything, because the existence of prophecies cannot be disclosed to society, nor can we go around explaining the situation. This is already the best method we could think of. Everything has come to an end, so it has to be this way. Since there are still many emergency-level prophecies yet to be resolved, we cannot lose Ichihara. Think about it. You're just another member of the counter-prophecy unit. Why were you so much more popular than everyone else? It's true, you stand out too much. Ichihara, I'll try to be more careful in the future. Shuichi Mikado watched the incoming baseball and threw a heavy punch at it. Countless fragments flew towards Ichihara. Seeing this, Ichihara immediately grabbed the fragments in the air. How is your body recovering? Pretty good, basically fully recovered. Unexpectedly, he had restored the baseball that was just shattered. Anyway, I should get going. Ichihara, come back safely. Minato Kannagi's survival depends on you. Don't worry, I'll surely be back. Meanwhile, in the treatment room of the counter-prophecy organization, how is Minato's condition? There has been no change since then. His consciousness has not yet recovered. What's worse is that his body is deteriorating. He cannot breathe on his own. His wounds are opening up. The bleeding won't stop, and recovery skills are ineffective. If this goes on, everyone could hardly conceal the sorrow in their hearts. Progenitor Ryan, can you come out and talk? Subsequently, my body was taken over again. You're here. Midori Ichihara, have you fully recovered? As mentioned before, Minato paid a heavy price to break his limits. If it were just that, it could still be treated, but something unexpected happened. happened? We have been invaded by an enemy. This statement instantly shocked everyone. Meanwhile, arriving again at the foot of that snowy mountain, my consciousness had awakened, looking at the surrounding environment in surprise. Where am I? I can't contact the progenitors either. Just then, a voice rang out. Because you exceeded your limits, your body and spirit suffered a backlash and are marching towards death. It turns out that there was a strange fellow standing not far away, holding a bizarre watering can and watering flowers. I took this excellent opportunity to shut down your mark of the void. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in doing this? However, the other party just looked at me with a faint smile. Then his body began to turn black, and in the next second, he was shrouded in darkness. The sky, originally cloudless, became overcast, and spatial rifts constantly appeared behind him. We are named Holy Ones. We are the existence that gave birth to countless things you call prophecies. Our mission is to destroy this world. At the same time, this was also discussed by progenitor Ryan to everyone, and they were shocked to hear this new information. It was the Holy Ones that sent the tower to our world from 300 years ago. They are beings from another dimension. They are our archenemies. There's only one Transcendent capable of fighting the Holy Ones. That is, the one with the mark of the void. As we speak, the Holy Ones are likely inside Minato, wearing down his mind. We must stop them immediately. So I beg all of you, expel those evil foes from Minato's body. Can we do it? But how exactly do we do that? Entrust your spirits within your hearts. Since you have formed deep bonds, the void mark will sense it and bring you to Minato's side. As everyone entrusted their spirits, the light emitted by the void mark became increasingly dazzling. I know this is a very dangerous matter. If you encounter an attack from the enemy, your souls will suffer irreversible damage, or even death. Despite this, I still have to ask you all, for the sake of all humanity from the past to the present and future, please bring Minato Kunnagi back. Please stand up. Minato is our captain, and our dear companion. We will definitely bring him back. Thank you, everyone. In the next second, blue light filled the entire room. Meanwhile, inside the void mark space, how does it feel watching your own world march step by step towards destruction? When you think you are about to die, you are surprised to find yourself back in the past, then saving those futures that have already happened. No matter how many times you fail, until you finally reach the destination of happiness. This is the kind of story you humans often fantasize about, right? And what we are doing is exactly that. What do you mean? Predicting the future. We, the Holy Ones, have been observing this world from another dimension. We found that your technology is exploding in growth. In a few hundred years, you will fully advance into space. In thousands of years, you will develop technology capable of entering our dimension. What do you think happens when different species meet? History proves that there will only be endless conflict, and eventually, the weak will be enslaved or even exterminated, in order not to be destroyed by you in the distant future. Thus, we intended to use prophecies to destroy the world. Hearing this, I was very angry. Since you know so much, isn't there a path to peaceful coexistence? Hearing my words, the man froze for a moment, then burst into hysterical laughter. Are you joking with me? You don't know, of course, but the one who destroys us in the distant future is a transcendent possessing the void mark just like you. Your distant descendant. If you think a peaceful solution is possible, then I'm afraid you are sorely mistaken. Your people and our species are impossible to coexist with based on survival conditions alone. It's like, can you live harmoniously with a giant bear that will die if it doesn't eat humans? If there were a world tree that converted all the oxygen on Earth into carbon dioxide, would not cutting it down solve the problem? This is a struggle for survival. So, holder of the void mark, to kill you, we have laid plans for a long time. Remember that guy who called himself number 0? It seems that supporting them with artifacts was the correct choice. Hearing this, I was incredibly furious. It turns out all the tragedies were caused by this guy. It has been several times already, failure after failure. We tried to travel further and further back into the past, but every time we are stopped by the void mark transcendence of each era. But in these long, endless years, everything is finally about to come to an end. In the next second, countless tentacles swept towards me, instantly rendering me immobile. Let me witness your death. Goodbye, mark of the void. In the next second, I was swallowed by countless tentacles. Meanwhile, Ryan was leading everyone forward in the void space. Of all the progenitors, only my consciousness successfully escaped. However, my power has been sealed and I cannot participate in battle. I can only lead you to Minato's location. Is this Minato's mind? Scenes of memories drifted past everyone. The growth along the way, from being bullied by classmates to the day of awakening, the first meeting with Ichihara, my mother's love, and all the progenitors who taught me. My entire memory was displayed before everyone. At this time, Shinji was attracted by a scene. It was his brother Makoto Suou. Is this the memory of Minato and Captain Suou? From acquaintance to understanding, then to the despairing tragedy, and finally Makoto Suou's entrustment, seeing the final scene before his brother's death. Shinji Suou's heart could not calm down for a long time. Everyone look, we've arrived. Spatial rifts constantly appeared in the world ahead. The Holy One's member and I stood impressively within one, and this small world was being devoured by a gigantic octopus. Is the Kunnagi unit ready? Rescue Minato Kunnagi. I'm counting on you all. Immediately, everyone rushed forward. Minato, we're coming. Minato, we're coming. However, they were quickly discovered by that gigantic octopus. It extended its tentacles to stop everyone's approach. Seeing this, everyone immediately unleashed their unique skills. Hikataro with his kicks, Ichihara with his turbulence, and Shinji with his blade, blasting the attacking tentacles into pieces. Meanwhile, my body was being swallowed by tentacles. Minato Kunnagi, it's time to go. My consciousness slowly sank into darkness. Can I not even put up any resistance? My consciousness became increasingly blurred. Outside, my body underwent abnormal changes, and my life signs became weaker and weaker. If he dies with everyone linked to his mind, all of them will be in grave danger. Is it over? At this moment, I felt absolutely no life force. My consciousness had completely withered. Cracks began to appear in my eyes, and in the next second, my entire body shattered. My pulse stopped. No brainwave signals. How can this be? Farewell, Minato Kunnagi. Now this universe belongs to our Holy Ones. Just then, a crack appeared in the space above the octopus man's head. Everyone combined their strength to break the spatial barrier and rushed straight in. Minato, we're here. My last shred of consciousness seemed to hear the calls of my companions. The light of life instantly ignited, and my consciousness was restored again. I looked in surprise at my partners in the air. They managed to break through the outer barrier. At this moment, the octopus outside the space was slowly dissipating. Minato, we finally found you. We let you shoulder all the responsibilities alone for so long. We've seen it all. From now on, we will share the burden with you. We're going to be right by your side the whole time. Seeing everyone except Ichihara missing arms or legs, it seemed they had experienced a tough battle outside. This moved me deeply. Thank you all so much. I was wondering why you look so familiar. You're the one leading them here, right? Long time no see. Strategist Ryan. Seeing your face reminds me of your family, whether it was your father or mother, and especially your cute little sister. Their taste was truly delicious. Hearing this, Ryan was instantly filled with incomparable rage. Seeing this, everyone immediately rushed up, wanting to beat this damned bastard. However, this was the opponent's intention, to provoke everyone. It was too late for Ryan to stop them. In an instant, everyone was swallowed by countless tentacles. Their bodies attacked until they were torn apart. This guy can exert tremendous power in the mind of others. Everyone must evacuate here quickly. Isn't this scene familiar? You and your family were like this back then too. Let me devour you all. At this critical moment, a massive beam of energy from the sky bombarded the octopus man. Everyone looked up to the high sky in shock, only to see two figures standing there. Kannagi unit, well done, because you destroyed the outer shell. It was very easy for us to arrive here. They were Claude and Natasha. They were also members of the Counter Prophecy unit. However, I looked puzzled, having completely forgotten the two of them. Did you forget? On the first day at the Counter Prophecy headquarters, you should have met them. I heard they both retired. Why are they appearing here now? Princess, let's hurry up and defeat this Holy One soldier, so we can have a good talk with Minato Kannagi. Okay, let's defeat the Holy Ones first. Just who the hell are you? Show some respect. The one before you is the princess of the historically rich Oret. You are not even worthy to look at her. Everyone was shocked to hear this. They didn't expect a girl from their cohort to be a princess. Where is Oret? Never heard of that place. At this time, Natasha came to me and greeted me in a friendly manner. Could you please save my world? I was completely confused by this. What do you mean? Can we make a deal? You agree to help my world, and I will save you all right here and now. At this moment, the octopus man also remembered, so it's Oret. If that's the case, Minato Kannagi must die here. You inferior beings from Oret, don't hinder the mighty holy ones. In the next second, countless tentacles turned into black water and swept towards everyone. Damn it, it's like this again. Once touched by the tentacles, no skills can be used. Princess, it's your turn to act. No choice. I'll have to deal with this guy first then. Just as the tentacles were about to touch Natasha, she opened her blue eyes. Skill, spark light. A great flash of white light emanated from her. Instantly, the surrounding black tentacles turned white, as if frozen, motionless. Seeing this scene, the octopus man instantly panicked. How can this be? As expected of the princess, Claude walked towards the octopus man, step by step with elegant strides. Soon he arrived in front of him, then extended his index finger pointing at the opponent's forehead. In the next second, the octopus man's entire head exploded. Damn bastard, I waited so hard for this opportunity, and you ruined it. I will definitely make you regret this. Soon, he slowly dissipated just like that. I couldn't believe it. The octopus man, who was incredibly powerful just moments ago, was defeated just like that. Moreover, everyone's injuries were completely healed. With the disappearance of the octopus man, the space we were in began to shatter. Soon we were floating in the void again. It's really comfortable here. Pity we can't stay long. Subsequently, everyone was pulled by a suction force and fell rapidly downwards. Minato, see you back in reality. Don't forget what I said. You're our last and only hope. At this moment, I woke up with a start from the hospital bed. I realized then that I had finally returned to the real world, and all my injuries were healed. My partners had fallen asleep waiting for me to wake up by the bedside. You're all here. Thank you, everyone. Minato, you're finally awake. Since Ichihara and the others came back, my healing skills finally worked on you. Hearing this, I quickly expressed my gratitude. I feel especially good right now. No, I should be the one thanking you. Thanks to you healing the chief commissioner and saving Ichihara back then. I thank you on behalf of everyone. Just then, the partners all woke up. Good morning, Minato. You worried us to death. At this moment, Claude and Natasha also arrived here. Hope we didn't disturb you all. We're here. That's great. Now all your friends are finally all together. You should have noticed by now. Actually, we come from another world, so until now we have been disguising ourselves. Minato Kannagi, don't forget our agreement. Please help my world. Even if you say that, how should I help you? Right now our planet is suffering an invasion. Countless towers have appeared in various places on the planet. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Could it be the same as what the progenitors encountered 300 years ago? Yes, the tragedy that once struck this planet is shrouding our planet. The Holy Ones has plotted for a long time, using our world as a springboard to attack your world again. Minato Kannagi, please, destroy the towers for us. Only you can do this. It turns out that when the towers arrived 6 months ago, Natasha could only powerlessly watch as her planet burned to the ground. Princess, we should set off. To survive, and to find a way to deal with the Holy Ones, Natasha and Claude decided to go to leave their planet to seek help. Everyone must wait for me to come back. I will definitely bring the Transcendent with the Mark of the Void back to save everyone. At this moment, Natasha began to explain things to us. In the universe, there exist many struggles for power between different dimensions, and your planet Earth also happens to be embroiled in it. Hearing this, we were confused, not understanding. Actually, it's just like war on Earth. People fight for territory, resources, and labor. Wars often break out between countries. The entire universe is actually experiencing similar things. Claude, let everyone go for a walk in our world. Yes, Princess, as you wish. Everyone, how about going to see our world together? As everyone walked into this unknown door, they were shocked by the scene there. Is this Natasha's world? As expected of another dimension, it feels like a different time. Welcome everyone to my hometown, a small country on this planet. Oret, this flower is for you. However, when Akane tried to take it, she realized her body passed right through. You cannot touch them. This is an illusionary space created using an artifact. Everything is just replaying my memories. So everyone began to wander around this world. This is really a vibrant place. At this time, Akane pointed ahead in surprise. There was a row of Natasha's posters, only she couldn't read the text on them. It says, Princess Natasha's coronation in 5 days. So she really is a princess. Natasha pointed ahead and said, that is my home. When everyone looked up in confusion, they found a magnificent castle in front of them. At this moment, I saw some people behind me. I was deeply attracted by a mother and son behind me. Seeing their warm scene, I thought of my own mother. I wonder if mom is doing okay now. Natasha, Natasha. The place where you grew up is really great. I'm starting to like it here. However, Natasha said seriously to me, Minato, unfortunately, there's still more to show you. Just then, a spatial rift suddenly appeared above our heads. With the shattering of space, countless towers poured out from the rift. Everyone looked up at the sky in shock. Why is the sky shattering? Something seems to be falling. Is this the invasion of the towers? The towers constantly fell from the rifts, and the city below instantly plunged into chaos. Along with the appearance of the towers, a large number of monsters walked out from them, slaughtering the people here one by one. I looked at this scene in anger. At this time, a piercing scream came. That was my scream back then. Shinji realized then that this was all Natasha's memory. The streets that were lively just moments ago turned into a living hell in an instant, yet we could do nothing but watch it all happen helplessly. In the final scene, Claude dragged Natasha to flee continuously. All her relatives fell one by one beside her. Even her own father, mother, or brother could not escape. Looking at this scene akin to hell, I slowly opened my mouth. Natasha, did you witness the whole attack? Every time I sleep, I have a dream. In the dream, we were attacked by the Holy Ones. They ravaged us again and again. At this moment, everyone understood her pain very well. Akane remembered the tragedy she had suffered and deeply empathized with Natasha's experience, and I remembered the past recounted by the progenitors. Once upon a time, they too had experienced this hellish despair. I finally understood what Malestius had said back then. I walked directly behind Natasha, grabbed her shoulders. How can I help you? Tell us how to save your planet. Hearing this, Natasha instantly burst into tears. I finally see hope. The sealed void mark on the back of my hand began to crack. In the next second, the seal completely shattered, and the 106 progenitors who had been sealed away had finally returned. Let us destroy all the towers. The returning progenitors instantly understood the situation before them. This is just like the tower era we once experienced. That damned Holy Ones. Let us completely exterminate them. Later that night, two cars were speeding one after another on the road, carrying us, the Kannagi unit. In the other car, Kane Mirio was tightly bound by chains, completely unwilling to go with us. I don't want to go. Shut up, can you be quiet? It turns out that after the battle to save Ichihara ended, he went on a vacation to the seaside with Captain Ibiki. When he heard about going to another dimension, and to save a planet at that, he refused immediately. However, this action was approved by the Chief Commissioner. How can this be? My world for two with Captain Ibiki is shattered just like that. Kane Mirio's complaints along the way instantly angered Akane in the back seat. Shut up if you don't want to die. The car instantly became quiet. It all started a few hours ago. After all the progenitors were unsealed, we met again in the void space. Minato, feels like we haven't seen each other for a long time. Yes, welcome back, progenitors. We are truly sorry. We were careless and let the Holy Ones take advantage. I'm so sorry. My skill almost got Minato seriously hurt. No, Patanjali, it was precisely because of your skill that we could defeat number 0. Thanks to Progenitor Ryan for leading the Kannagi unit to save me this time. No need for thanks. More important than this is the plan for what comes next. I want to save Natasha's planet. Can you tell me how the progenitors defeated the Holy Ones back then? This question instantly stumped everyone. With hitting, with slashing, with biting, with kicking, with shooting. Hearing this, I was speechless. That's not what I meant. Finally, Progenitor Ryan spoke up. Actually, the Holy Ones' assassination of Minato ended in failure. Now is the best time to formulate a countermeasure, and the best defense is an active offense. Immediately heading to Natasha's planet and shifting the battlefield there is the best choice. You want us to go to space? Right now? How is that possible? First of all, do you remember where we met? The place where everything started. The Shrine of Progenitors. There is a huge teleportation portal there. At this moment, in the direction everyone was heading, a huge pillar of light shot up into the sky. Natasha in the car was woken by the bright light. What is that pillar of light? A teleportation portal that can lead directly to Oret. Hearing this, the two aliens were extremely shocked. Why are you so surprised by this? The teleportation portals on our planet are different from this. We need to transit through several other planets and make constant jumps to reach Earth. You don't know how many dangers we experienced in the process. I've never seen such an ultra-long distance teleportation portal. Just then, a large number of monsters appeared around the pillar of light. Natasha immediately recognized them as the monsters that attacked her homeland. And I remembered too, that was the opponent I fought after my first awakening, the Pest of Futility. Could this also be a Holy One's monster? Looks like they planned this. As soon as the teleportation portal activates, the sealed monsters will swarm out. Riichiro Hinoki looked at the scene in the sky and drooled. Minato, lend me your body. I want to go out and stretch. With a few flashes of sword light, our car roof was torn off, almost hitting Kane Mirio's car behind us. Just like moths to a flame. You bastards won't let us through without a fight. Riichiro Hinoki took a fighting stance, ready to charge. Just then, Ichihara also came to the roof. I want to fight too. By the way, we haven't truly determined a winner from our previous duel. The response he got was, but not now. I'll gladly fight you anytime later. After everything that happened, I feel so ashamed of myself. All I want is to eradicate every last one of those little monsters. Riichiro sighed on the side, then laughed heartily. Then let us fight together. Young Shinji charged through. Receiving the order, Shinji slammed on the accelerator and sped away. The void insects in the sky gathered continuously, finally forming a huge long worm. Seeing this, Riichiro was incredibly excited. Vent to your heart's content. In the next second, the huge long worm opened its mouth and rushed over. Seeing this, Riichiro slowly raised the long sword in his hand. Skill, Cloud Beam, and a huge sword light shot straight at the monster in the air, slicing it directly in two. The two aliens inside the car were shocked seeing this scene, and even Ichihara beside him was very surprised. He's more powerful than the battle when we first met. Of course, as Minato continues to grow, the strength I can exert becomes stronger. What about you, Ichihara? Hearing this, Ichihara was stunned. Just then, the black liquid that had just been cut down fell onto the road behind, wriggling continuously like living entities. This is bad. There are so many cars on the road, we can't move them all. Even in front of them, there was a large amount of black substance had appeared in front as well. Seeing this, Ichihara intended to take action to solve it, but was surprised to find Riichiro standing there motionless, holding his sword with both hands. I have trained this move for countless years. Since childhood, I began to integrate myself into nature, whether in the silent forest lakes, the surging waterfalls, or in the violent thunderstorms. In these endless years, years, I slowly felt the changes in this world, completely integrating myself into it. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw the essence of the world. Hinoki-style sword technique. Do strike. Instantly, just like in the past, like tiny raindrops in the air, everything was sliced in half, and the monsters of the present were not safe either, perfectly being cut in two. In the eyes of outsiders, it looked like Riichiro stood there motionless, and the monsters in front were suddenly inexplicably cut open and then faded away. This strike shocked Ichihara greatly. After Ichihara was brought back, the chief commissioner met him at the Temple of Eternal Mysteries. I made you shoulder too much in the past. Don't be too hard on yourself, Ichihara. Ichihara sat helplessly to the side with his head down. Chief commissioner, what should I do in the future? This body has committed unforgivable crimes. I can't forgive myself when I think of this. To be honest, I don't know what you should do either. It is an indisputable fact that you were used by others due to your carelessness. I don't want you to lose yourself again in self-blame. Keep struggling. In the days to come, return to your original heart. Even if you are in darkness now, do not stop your footsteps. I believe that one day, you will walk into the sunlight again. At this time, Shinji in the car shouted anxiously. Many civilian vehicles are under attack. Just as Riichiro intended to act again, a green light lit up behind him. The cars that were about to be attacked in front were suddenly wrapped in a green whirlwind, blocking the surrounding void insects outside. Ichihara was concentrating on controlling his turbulence. Wind can not only cause destruction. After long-term training, it can also achieve fine control, becoming the strongest shield to protect those around you. Skill, turbulence, tidal wind. Instantly, all the surrounding vehicles were wrapped in a barrier. However, this was not over. Ichihara raised his hand. Skill, field breeze. Skill, mountain wind. Skill, autumn breeze. Ichihara managed to manipulate the winds to gather all the void insects and crush them in one place. Akane was shocked to see this. He could control different types of wind simultaneously. Even the progenitor of wind in the mark space fell into deep thought seeing this scene. At this time, the huge longworm attacked again. Seeing this, Riichiro was even more excited. Protective wind, that's not a bad idea at all. It's really nice. Let's go together. The two faced different directions, assuming attack stances. Skill, Hinoki-style sword technique. Heaven Quake Storm. Skill, turbulence, emerald haze. Simultaneously, two terrifying wind skills directly killed all the surrounding monsters. The road instantly returned to calm. It was the wind that protected us. Thank you both for your hard work. We are about to get off the highway and will arrive at the Shrine of Progenitors soon. At this moment, by a river nearby, a man watched the entire battle. He opened a certain page of the book in his hand. The last few words clearly read, Minato Kannagi. Just as written in the Book of Prophecy, Minato Kannagi is about to appear at the Shrine of Progenitors. This was the Shrine Guardian, Rui Hanayaji. The protagonist's group finally arrived at the Shrine of Progenitors, and receiving them was the Shrine Guardian, Rui Hanayaji. Welcome, everyone. Everyone was surprised to see the visitor. They didn't expect a guardian here. Our family has guarded the shrine for generations. Usually, the work is just cleaning and receiving tourists. Saying this, he turned to look behind him. However, today seems very unusual. At this moment, Rui's gaze was fixed on me, which puzzled me. Minato, long time no see. Do you remember me? Only then did I remember that the other party was Rui, a friend I read books with in the shrine library when I was young. I wore glasses back then. No wonder you didn't recognize me immediately. By the way, is Uncle okay? Let's talk as we walk. Let me take you inside, to the true entrance of the Shrine of Progenitors. Seeing this, it surprised us greatly. There was actually a hidden passage here. According to the ancient books passed down in the family, I will lead everyone to the location of the teleportation portal. When we were young, we liked to play hide and seek in the library. Settle down, boys. No running in the library. We're playing hide and seek, but Minato won't chase after me. He just keeps reading the progenitors' biographies. There are things more fun than hide and seek here. Saying this, Uncle took out an ancient book. This is a record regarding the Mark of the Void. According to the records, he was an incredible transcendent who fought alongside the progenitors. Apart from that, there are no more records. Minato, the mark in your hand has emerged. In the future, you can protect this world just like the progenitors. From a young age, accompanied by Uncle, we read all the glorious deeds of the progenitors, which is why I worship them so much. My father actually passed away about 2 months ago. This shrine was invaded by grave robbers, and then he was killed by the monster that appeared back then. Thankfully, it was killed by a transcendent who happened to visit, but it was too late for my father. That was the day when the seal was broken. The Holy Ones must have sensed the void mark and summoned the monsters as a defensive measure. Hearing this, I blamed myself immensely. It's all because of me. Minato, this isn't your fault. The culprit of everything is the Holy Ones. He turned to smile at everyone. Sorry everyone, I don't mean to leave you out of the conversation. My father was the previous shrine guardian. Because he liked the progenitors too much, he married into the Hanayaneji family. He usually liked to smile, having no dignity as a father at all. Thanks to him, I have become like this now, a calm and laid-back person. As the gate opened, we saw a shocking scene. This was the deepest part of the shrine. A huge teleportation portal in the center was constantly emitting light. According to ancient records, this teleportation portal was built by the progenitors and the void transcendent together. I suppose you could say it's your ancestor, Minato. Hearing this, I immediately asked Riichiro in the void mark space, but Riichiro didn't seem to want to discuss this topic at this time. We'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to go to their planet, so we began to walk towards the center. Rui, thank you. Just step into the center of the circle. The void mark will activate the portal for you. However, at this time, Rui, who had been smiling, suddenly changed his expression. He called me back. Minato, are you going to defeat the leader of the thing that killed my father? Seeing Rui like this, I answered him solemnly, yes, that is what we will be doing. Can I ask you to avenge my father? Those guys are absolutely unforgivable for taking him away from me. Unfortunately, I'm not a fighter, so I need your help. Minato, can I count on you to avenge my father? No matter what it takes, I will absolutely avenge Uncle. I'll crush every last one of those bastards. I promise you, Rui. With the activation of the void mark, the destination of the teleportation portal was locked. Target, Oret, please, take care. Transcendent of the void, Minato Kannagi. At this moment, everyone was flying at high speed towards the distant starry sky within the beam of light. Whether saving Natasha's hometown or avenging Rui's father, I absolutely will completely destroy the Holy Ones. The Kannagi unit finally arrived in the other world. This was the the place seen in the illusion now turned into such a chaotic state. A huge monster, wrapping around the tower, was inserted into Natasha's castle. Seeing this scene, the two were in agony. Akane was incredibly angry seeing this scene. This is too much, and I, facing such a scene, felt like I was seeing what the progenitors encountered back then. The anger buried deep in the hearts of the progenitors in the mark space was constantly transmitting to my heart. Just then, Sakazaki suddenly discovered something. Everyone look at the city wall. There are survivors living there. It seems the survivors here have scattered to various places. Looking at them, they don't seem to be doing well. Natasha's heart ached incomparably for her people. Everyone look over there. On the distant ground, a huge dust cloud was suddenly kicked up. A one-eyed giant beast was approaching quickly. Natasha hurriedly flew downwards quickly. Since it's like this, it's time to prepare for our first battle in the other world. Kanagi unit, move out. At this moment, the survivors below were still worrying about their livelihood. Everyone line up. This is all for today. I'm so hungry. Can I have another bowl? Mom, I'm so cold. I want to go home. Truly, what a tragic state this is. If only the princess could come back. Just then, Natasha's voice reached everyone's ears. Attention everyone. Natasha had arrived above everyone. Seeing her people living so miserably, Natasha's heart was filled with grief. Sorry to have kept everyone waiting for so long. Please forgive me. The child who was hungry and cold just now revealed the purest smile the moment he saw Natasha. Natasha was moved to tears by these words. At this moment, the people below were excited about Natasha's return. Rejoice. The princess really didn't give up on us. At this time, Natasha could no longer control her emotions, and tears rolled down like broken pearls. At this moment, the one who understood Natasha best was Claude, who had always accompanied her. Although they left alone to find hope for the people in this planet, they had indeed left them behind. For the princess, gaining the recognition of her people was more important than anything. At this moment, Natasha had regained her resolve. People of Arete, everything is going to be all right now. I have brought back the strongest allies. Behind Natasha, the previous one-eyed giant beast had quietly arrived. At this critical moment, a ballpoint pen rotated in front of the one-eyed giant beast. Combination skill, my sweet home, crossed with extended self. The ballpoint pen emitted magic power from both of them. In the next second, Hikataro swapped positions with the ballpoint pen. Just like that, the one-eyed giant beast was kicked high into the sky by the suddenly appearing Hikataro. At the same time, the beast was greeted by the siege of the Kannagi unit. Skill, in Lil Mellum. Skill, Trismegistus. Skill, Autumn Thistle. Skill, Turbulence. Colorful skills bombarded the one-eyed giant beast simultaneously. The children below were very happy to see these brilliant fireworks. I assure everyone, they will banish the holy ones from our homeland. Allow me to present Arete's new friends. The survivors were excited by the strength we just displayed. Our world is saved. We absolutely must protect them and drive the holy ones out of this planet. Just then, a black shadow suddenly appeared not far behind us, which I immediately detected. A blonde man wearing armor and holding a lance, riding a warhorse, stood there quietly. When Natasha and Claude saw the other party's appearance, they instantly revealed expressions of disbelief. Why are you here, brother? Natasha, welcome back. Father and mother are waiting for you. Let's go home together. This was the Prince of Arete, Mikhail Idorovich Smirnov. I immediately prepared for battle vigilantly. At this moment in Natasha's castle, a man and a woman were dining in the hall. By the way, where did Mikhail go? He went to pick up our runaway daughter. Is Natasha coming back? I'm really looking forward to it. This was the Queen of Arete, Anastasia Alexievna Smirnov. Yes, today is really a good day. King of Arete, Nikolai Vyacheslavovich Smirnov. Behind them on the wall hung their family portrait. Finally, the family can be reunited. Meanwhile, we were still facing the suddenly appearing man, which was Natasha's brother. Natasha's brother was full of black energy, having long fallen into darkness. He had likely been invaded by the Holy Ones long ago and lost control of his body. The Holy Ones often used this method to quickly rule invaded regions, taking over the bodies of the rulers. So they steal bodies, just like Number Zero and Ava back then. And those so-called artifacts were actually brought by the Holy Ones. Thinking of this, Ichihara was incredibly angry. I have become a part of the Holy Ones. I feel great right now. This feeling is completely different from when I was an ordinary human. Natasha, come, become like us. Seeing her own brother become like this, Natasha was in agony. Thank you very much for sending my sister back. I also welcome you to join us. Just accept the Holy Ones, and let us rule this planet together. At this moment, I couldn't listen anymore. A sword light slashed towards the opponent's neck, but unexpectedly, it was steadily blocked by him. I appreciate the offer, but I'm going to have to refuse. Is that so? Well, that's a shame. Minato, I'll leave him to you to deal with. Remember this battle well. You'll have to fight a lot more of these people in the future. I attacked first, channeling my strength into my palm. Skill, fist strike. I struck the warhorse's neck with a palm. Before he could react, I attacked again. Hinoki-style sword technique, Cloud Cluster. Several sword glints were all blocked by the opponent's lance, which shocked me. This lance of his, Cloud Cluster, didn't even make a scratch on it. This is my treasure, Radiant Lance, Svirk. Just then, a large amount of black liquid sprayed from the long spear, spreading continuously behind me. His target is the people behind me. In the blink of an eye, Ichihara and the others were surrounded by black tentacles. Don't touch these black substances. They will seal our skills. Unfortunately, it was too late. Skill, Stresnik. Huge lightning bombarded the entire area below. I looked back worriedly at where everyone was, but the enemy seized the opportunity. Skill, Grom, the lightning steed. Damn, the power is so strong. I am the strongest knight of the Royal Knights. My skill can pierce through everything. Skill, Skvozer. At this moment, Molestius in the space had already seen through everything. I see. The opponent is a lightning user. Pity you are facing my proudest disciple. Skill, Magal Hamet. I directly neutralized the opponent's lightning strike. Seeing this scene, Mikhail was shocked. His lightning strike actually disappeared. Taking advantage of the opponent's daze, I swung my sword to deflect his long spear. Hinoki-style sword technique, Shadow Vortex. However, he retaliated with his own skill, Zarkna. In the next second, both skills collided, causing a violent explosion in the air. After the dust settled, both stood there unscathed. Interesting, truly interesting. Just as he was about to use his ultimate move, the giant beast wrapping the castle behind him suddenly sent a signal, forcing Mikhail to stop the attack. This is Mother's order for me to return. So Mikhail turned and left. It seems you still want to continue the battle just now. If so, you are welcome to come with with me to the Folkslav castle. Just then, I noticed something in the distance. Two figures actually appeared in the castle window. They were Natasha's parents. At this moment in my marked space, the teachers were already impatient to take action. Minato, let's go attack that castle. Natasha's brother versus the Azure Death Spear. Kokishima, Natasha's father versus Dragon Claw. Rowan, Natasha's mother versus Mage of Truth. Malestius Silentius. At this moment, inside the castle, a family of four sat at the dining table eating breakfast. Natasha, wake up quickly. It turns out that Natasha was not fully awake, relying entirely on her willpower to control her food and shove it into her mouth. Natasha, what are you doing? I am eating properly. What does it matter? A child who sleeps will grow, and a child who eats will also grow. There is no need to eat while sleeping. Honestly, if this continues, how can I feel at ease handing this country over to you? Later, the hero of Eret, Karel Zakharov, was trying to find the princess. Princess Natasha, it is time for sword practice. Come out quickly. Meanwhile, Natasha and Mikhail were sitting on the balcony in a daze. I am not in the mood for sword practice today. I was scolded by my mother as soon as I woke up this morning. I just want to sleep well. Besides, governing the entire kingdom is surely more suitable for my brother. But Mikhail replied, that will not do. Our kingdom's throne is always passed down from mother to daughter. Even our father married into the family. Furthermore, I believe Natasha can become a qualified queen because Natasha loves this country very much. Even if I become the queen, you will always stay by my side, right? Of course, I will always protect you. That is wonderful. Just then, Karel Zakharov finally found them. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Mikhail picked up Natasha and ran. The two laughed as they ran through the corridors. A kingdom that was once so beautiful and happy has now turned into a living hell. Thinking of the bits and pieces of the past, Natasha could not help but shed tears. The members of the Kannagi unit successfully landed under the protection of Midori Ichihara's shield. I hurriedly went to Natasha and asked about the next plan. Natasha, you must decide whether you want to go to war with your family. However, at this moment, Natasha found it difficult to decide for a while. On one side was her once beloved family, and on the other were the people still suffering. Her brother's words echoed continuously in her mind. Looking at the subjects who always believed in her, Natasha made up her mind. Let us set out. Target, Folkslav Castle. Soon, and the group arrived before the castle gates. This castle looks as if it is alive. Everyone, be careful and prepare for battle. There is someone at the main gate. A bald man wearing armor and holding a giant axe stood there. This person was Natasha's teacher, Karel Zakharov. How is this possible? Karel Zakharov is the hero of Eret. They got him too. Hearing Natasha's voice, Karel Zakharov suddenly had a strange reaction, actually regaining a sliver of consciousness. Princess Natasha, please run. Karel, you're still conscious inside. In the next second, Karel Zakharov attacked, but fortunately, Shinji Suo and I managed to block. Intruders, get away from here. He counterattacked and the terrifying force directly sent Shinji Suo and me flying, and Shinji Suo only stopped after crashing into a tower pillar. What on earth is this power? Meanwhile, the progenitors in the seal space were already prepared to strike at any time. On the other side, on the castle balcony, Natasha's family was enjoying this scene below. At this moment, the monster wrapped around the top of the tower continuously emitted a buzzing sound. Seeing this, Riichiro Hinoki immediately prepared to act. I wanted to let you fight a bit longer, but there's no time to waste. Natasha, prepare for battle. He is no longer the person you knew. Karel Zakharov had completely blackened and could strike again at any moment. Yes, I understand. In the next second, Karel Zakharov raised the giant axe and unleashed an arc slash. Countless black substances sprayed toward us. For the sake of the people, I must fight on. Skill, spark light. The black substance immediately solidified into white and were disintegrated in an instant. Karel Zakharov, stop at once. That familiar skill and the voice etched in memory caused the opponent to freeze for a moment. At this time, Riichiro Hinoki struck. Instantly, countless sword lights sliced through Karel Zakharov's body. I am sorry, noble hero. There simply isn't enough time for a proper duel. Hinoki-style sword technique, dice roll, and a sword net immediately sliced across Karel Zakharov's body. In the next second, the opponent and the main gate were cut into countless pieces. The terrifying power covered the entire area. In the final moments of his life, Karel Zakharov finally regained consciousness. Seeing the princess before him, he recalled the scenes of always urging her to practice her swordsmanship. Those days of chasing seemed as if they had passed a very, very long time ago. You've grown into a true leader, princess. Please, you must save this country. I will. Skill, spark light. The dazzling light enveloped Karel Zakharov. You can rest in peace now. And so, Karel Zakharov thus slowly drifted away and dissipated. I guess once someone has been possessed by the Holy Ones, there's no way to bring them back. At this moment, the three people on the balcony also turned and walked into the castle, while the light emitted by the monster wrapping the tower tip grew even stronger. There is no time to mourn here. We must hurry. After saying this, he took the lead and rushed in. Just then, Riichiro told everyone to get down as the monster on the tower glowed brightly. At the same time, Riichiro unleashed his skill, Hinoki-style sword technique, Shadow Vortex. The terrifying sword radiance directly hit the monster on the tower tip, yet the opponent was completely unharmed. How is this possible? The full power strike of the founding master of the Hinoki-style sword technique actually has no effect on that monster. However, Riichiro Hinoki was not surprised at all. That is their barrier. Ordinary attacks cannot break through that barrier. Truly troublesome. The entire castle is going to be a problem now too. The entrance is open, and there is no sign of any other guards. It's our chance to head to the throne room. Riichiro Hinoki, swap with me. Immediately, the strategist Ryan took over the body. Everyone listen, I am Ryan. I trust you already understand the current situation. Indeed, it is as progenitor Ryan predicted. That monster is the adult form of the pest of futility. It has sensed our approach and is very likely to hatch ahead of schedule. This disgusting thing is actually going to break out of its shell. The tower converts the energy sucked up from this planet into its own power and fuses with a local life form. Well said, but one point was missed. With your current strength, once that thing merges, you will likely be helpless. Even the Kannagi unit and Mr. Midori Ichihara are no match. What about the progenitors? Would they make a difference? There's no guarantee that even we could defeat it. Therefore, we must reach the location of the bug at the fastest speed and destroy it immediately after the barrier is lifted. As everyone ran through the main gate, someone was already there waiting. Welcome, everyone. everyone to my home. To save time, leave the obstacles on the road to us progenitors. Leave this fellow to me. However, the sword hilt he was about to draw was stopped. You have already fought one battle just now. You cannot take all the spotlight. Leave him to me. Furthermore, the opponent uses a spear as a weapon. It's better for me to fight him. Do you need me to make a long spear for you? Unexpectedly, Kokishima refused decisively. There happened to be a weapon similar to a long spear near Kokishima's feet. Just then, Mikhail raised the black lance in his hand and rushed over. Skill, Skvozer. Infused with lightning, Mikhail charged relentlessly. Kokishima unhurriedly kicked up the long spear at his feet and held it firmly in his hand. The next second, dazzling lightning illuminated the entire castle. After the smoke cleared, the flag of Aret fluttered in the air. Mikhail looked at this scene in disbelief. That is just a ceremonial spear, yet it could actually block the full power strike of the black lance. Both weapons' tips were firmly clashed together, showing no sign of breaking. Your spear technique is truly hideous. Hearing this, Mikhail immediately sensed danger and hurriedly controlled his horse to retreat. What on earth is wrong with this fellow? The feeling just now was very wrong. My beloved horse is actually trembling as well. Let me tell you what true spear technique is. She was the progenitor of spear fighting, the Azure Death Spear, Kokishima. This is a biography of a progenitor, the spear progenitor, Kokishima. Chapter 1. The First Battle. Hundreds of years ago, wars often occurred between nations, and every soldier going to battle had their own desires. At this time, a petite girl walked past everyone. She was the young Kokishima. She held a long spear 3 times her height and wore a blue wolf tail at her waist. At this moment, the leading general thought, if possible, I really hope to bring everyone back safely. However, the invader this time has a massive army. I do not know how many will be left at the end of the war. Brave young lady, what is it that you desire? I am here to end this war. Stranger girl, I don't recall seeing you before. Where are you from? The general followed where Kokishima's pointed and looked toward the ancient wolf forest, the nest of ancient gods, a forest that never allowed outsiders to approach. Facing such a massive army, I heard you intend to fight to the death. Of course, I also heard that those fellows will burn everything wherever they go. I do not want the forest where I live to be destroyed, so I came here. You said you want to end this war, although it is a bit hard to see at this distance. At the top of that hill, the enemy's main camp is there. An enemy flag stands on the hill, and the enemy general is standing under that flag. As long as you take that fellow out, this war can end. Hearing this, Kokishima immediately took an offensive stance. Under the gaze of her green eyes, the enemy general was locked on instantly. A ray of light, undetectable by the naked eye, connected the enemy general and Kokishima's long spear. In the next second, as Kokishima exerted force, a terrifying surge of energy followed the light and shot through the air, directly passing through the enemy soldiers. Did something just pass by? Maybe it was the wind. That energy continuously moved through the army, passing through one soldier after another, shooting toward the distant hill until it hit the enemy's supreme commander. The enemy general has been eliminated. Saying this, she turned and left the place, claiming that the war was now over. The surrounding soldiers suddenly noticed something unusual in the enemy camp. You can go home now. Go back quickly to see your newborn child. The 2 soldiers were bewildered. The war had not even started, so how could they go home? The general quickly took out his spyglass to check. He saw the general under the flag had fallen dead. The general found it hard to believe that girl had ended the entire war with just a single flash. The most exaggerated part was that the total death toll of the entire war was only 1 person. Kokishima stroked the blue wolf tail at her waist, thinking that the forest was now safe. Mother, I have completed the task well. This way, everything will become beautiful. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly shattered, and a giant spatial rift appeared above Kokishima's head. Kokishima stared with wide eyes, looking at this scene in horror, yet he could do nothing to stop it, watching helplessly as his home was destroyed. Time returns to the present. Kokishima, holding a ceremonial spear, was confronting Mikhail. Let me show you what true spear mastery looks like. Meanwhile, the others, to save time, ran toward the upper floors of the castle. I am sorry, brother. You are far too strong. Prepare to face my wrath. Skill, Tornat. In the next second, black lightning covered the entire castle. Skill, Vistgrad. Mikhail turned into black lightning, moving at high speed around Kokishima, as if the entire hall had become Mikhail's lightning domain. The speed is so fast, I cannot keep up at all. However, at this moment, Kokishima was incredibly calm, recalling that scene. Although he had resolved the war between humans, many innocent people lost their lives because of the appearance of the towers. If I could have been stronger back then, perhaps I could have avoided many tragedies. We progenitors each bear a certain tragedy, and our tremendous power only made us guilty for being unable to stop it. Precisely because we can never forget all this, we stayed in the shrine of progenitors after death, falling into an endless sleep, until someday, the one with the mark of the void would come, the destroyer of all tragedy, the one to end all prophecies. Minato, I wanted to thank you. It was you who gave us another chance to fight. At this moment, Mikhail used the deathly black lightning to envelop the surroundings, using high-speed movement to restrict Kokishima's movement. This is my chance to strike. Skill, Ornate. However, at the moment he activated the skill, a sliver of light flashed and directly pierced Mikhail, and a giant hole appeared in his chest. Mikhail crashed directly into the wall behind me. You people probably do not know how much you are hated. Every one of us progenitors desires to defeat the Holy Ones. We do not want to waste even a single second. At the end of his life, Mikhail also finally regained his original consciousness. I've never seen anything like that. This must be what ultimate spear mastery looks like. Are there any last words you need me to help deliver? Mikhail with difficulty took out a necklace. Help me give this to Natasha. Sister, your brother can no longer stay with you. Very well, I will deliver it for you. In the next second, as the floor shattered, Mikhail fell directly to the next level, landing right next to his horse. Grom, I am sorry. You served me well. Just then, Mikhail seemed to see something important out of the corner of his eye. On the ground not far from him was a portrait of Natasha. Natasha, I wanted so badly to see your coronation. Sister, you would have been a wonderful queen. And with that, Mikhail turned to dust and disappeared. At the same time, Kokishima prepared to quickly regroup with the others. However, at this moment, he was suddenly yanked in the seal space. When he turned back to check, he found that his trousers were actually bitten by a large mouth. It was the dinosaur progenitor, Rowan. The scene shifts to the Kunnagi unit. Passing through this corridor will lead to the throne room. Since Lord Mikhail was in the hall downstairs, I am afraid I know who's up ahead. When everyone arrived at the room, they heard a very pleasant piece of music echoing continuously, and the source of the music was the man before them playing it. Recalling how father and daughter used to play music like this without restraint, with Natasha's call of father, Nikolai also stopped playing. The black lightning seems to have completely stopped. It appears Mikhail has failed. To think I would have to see my son die before me. How should I say it? This is truly a laughable tragedy. Seeing her father turn into such a state, Natasha was incredibly furious. Damnable holy ones. Leave this fellow to me. Skill. Turbulence. But just as he was about to fire, Midori Ichihara suddenly saw his friend whom he had killed with his own hands. This scene immediately shocked him. Kneeling on the ground with a severe headache, Akane Shinomiya, standing aside, was very confused. At this moment, only Midori Ichihara himself knew that this was the memory of that tragedy etched into his body. The humanoid curse from number 0 caused Midori Ichihara to now be unable to attack humanoid enemies. Seeing Midori Ichihara's condition worsen, everyone was anxious. At this moment, Nikolai had already begun to move, running toward Natasha. Skill. War God Avatar. Nikolai instantly transformed into a muscular brute. My little princess, come let daddy give you a hug. At this moment, Natasha was very calm, saying coldly to the opponent, Father, I am no longer a child. Skill. Spark light. The dazzling light shot straight at Nikolai, but unexpectedly, it was dodged by the opponent. That's no way to greet your own father. Just then, a sword light flashed. Shinji Su's full power strike was easily dodged, and in the blink of an eye, Nikolai was back in front of Natasha. Spark light? Is this what you obtain on the earth? This is a skill specifically used to restrict the holy ones. Tell me, where on earth did this skill come from? I will not tell you where I learned it, but the person who taught me spark light is the progenitor of wanderers. Everyone was very shocked to hear this. It was actually a progenitor. Princess, watch out. Tell me, what kind of person is the progenitor of wanderers? Tell me where he is, and I will spare your life. Father, look behind you. At this moment, a giant dinosaur opened its mouth and bit toward Nikolai. The dinosaur progenitor, Rowan. Its skill is the ability to turn himself into any dinosaur that's ever existed, whether it was real or imaginary. His skill, Dinograph, could manifest it. How could such a large dinosaur appear here? In the next second, Nikolai was bitten and crushed in one bite, and at this time, Shinji Su was shocked. He saw a faint figure in the dinosaur's abdomen. It is actually Minato Kanagi. This posture is too embarrassing. Does this mean that dinosaur is a skill from one of the progenitors? What on earth is going on? Kane Mirio excitedly took out his phone and took photos of the dinosaur frantically. This dinosaur before us is the legendary Tyrannosaurus Rex, with a body length of 13 meters and a weight of 9 tons. It is the largest level of carnivorous dinosaur from the Cretaceous period of the Mesozoic era. Kane Mirio, give me my glasses back. While he was being crushed by the dinosaur's teeth, Nikolai remained confused as to why there was a dinosaur here in the first place. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its mouth wide. Then, the Tyrannosaurus Rex directly bit down with force once again. At this moment, his head suddenly shot out. I have had enough. I can't believe King Nikolai just had his head ripped off like some kind of children's toy. Natasha knew the opportunity had come. Skill. Spark light. The light beam immediately shot toward Nikolai's head. Natasha, stop quickly. I am your father. Just then, the pipe organ in the corner began to play automatically, and the soaring music echoed through the room. Nikolai's head also arrived at the top of the pipe organ. It is over. Let me play the final funeral song for you. After saying this, he emitted a dazzling flash. Nikolai's head began to merge with the pipe organ, and then began to transform, with golden pipes growing from his back, his arm manifesting into gold and silver. With the appearance of a new head, Nikolai's new form appeared before everyone. Skill. Divine Weapon Warrior Orb of Oina. Even the dinosaur progenitor was shocked by the opponent's flashy appearance. At this moment, the Orb of Oina was even larger than the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Orb of Oina raised its fist. Now the tables have turned. Skill. Clear Organica. Just as the giant fist was about to smash into the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head, a golden light flashed. Skill. Mirror Code. In the next second, the dinosaur progenitor's body began to shrink, turning into a Pachycephalosaurus with a hard head, directly blocking and even shattering the incoming fist. The Orb of Oina found this hard to believe. This is Rowan's skill, directly converting the energy in the body into a physical dinosaur. So given the massive aura within Minato, a little difference in weight makes no difference at all. Just then, Rowan began to charge an attack. Skill. Combo Kick. Pachycephalo Stampede. And he continuously struck the Orb of Oina with its head. The terrifying impact force instantly shattered the outer shell of the Orb of Oina. My music is invincible. How could I lose? Face the wrath of my greatest melody. Skill. Glory Annihilate. Energy began to radiate from King Nikolai as he played his organ. Hearing this, the Kanagi unit could only cover their ears from this organ attack. The most terrifying part of this move is that it can concentrate the sound pressure to attack a specific target. The terrifying power made even me, in the void mark space, unable to endure, holding my head in pain. At this time, the dinosaur progenitor also noticed my abnormality, yet did not know what to do. Rowan, what are you doing? You are the dinosaur king of the primordial era. Show your dignity as a king and reign. The dinosaur progenitor did not hesitate any longer. Skill. Mirror Code. His body shrank again, turning into a flexible velociraptor, running at a speed faster than sound. Look, Minato Kanagi's body seems very cramped. Nikolai could not believe that someone could dodge his sonic attack by speed alone. In the next second, the velociraptor used Nikolai's massive body to leap high. You, a velociraptor, abandoned your speed advantage on the ground and actually jumped into the air. Has your head gone stupid? Even so, my music can shoot you down. Skill. Gloria. However, before Nikolai's skill could be activated, Rowan, the dinosaur progenitor, activated his skill. Mirror Code. In the next second, the entire sky was obscured by a giant figure. Everyone found it hard to believe their eyes. A terrifying Supersaurus appeared above the castle. With the Supersaurus's rapid descent, the giant impact force crushed Nikolai into powder. The winner is the king of dinosaurs, Rowan Dragonclaw, 40 meters in length and 30 tons in weight. Master Rowan, you are truly too amazing. However, all these battles were monitored by the person behind the scenes, in a certain space, for Holy One's members were discussing countermeasures. This fellow is a singularity. Last time, when his spirit was on the verge of collapse, my avatar successfully invaded his void mark space, and almost obliterated him. However, in the end, end due to the interference of the Oret princess. The final assassination mission failed. Your avatar, to think it would lose to the successor of Oret. This was the Holy One's member, Zal Hov Dem. Next spoke the Holy One's member, Kurt N. Vitalis. According to the information just sent, she was given the skill Spark Light by someone. The only skill in the universe that can immediately kill our cells. Why would such a thing exist? Holy One's member, Jas Injia, complained. This is also too coincidental. That's one of the skills of the ultimate singularity. Minato Kanagi, the ability to turn the tables in the face of danger. He has the complete mastery of fate. As long as he exists, we of the Holy Ones will eventually head toward defeat as I have foreseen. By the way, who is the comrade responsible for Oret? Vast Zelg, a 5th class armored creature. He is currently continuously absorbing the energy of planet Urid to prepare for the battle with the singularity. Is it only a 5th class? I am a bit uneasy. It would be better for me to act personally. Since that is the case, let me go personally. My king, please forgive me for leaving this meeting. Might I be permitted to take my leave? It is fine. Be careful on the road. I wish you a pleasant journey. The return one, special 1st class armored creature, Yel Deus. The scene returns to Folkslav Castle. My body has returned to its original appearance, and Natasha is currently feeling incredibly sad. Nikolai, who had already broken into two on the ground, was actually not dead. He suddenly floated up and began to heal. Shinji Su immediately became alert. At this time, Nikolai's original consciousness finally recovered. Natasha, you have grown up. Daddy really wants to play another piece with you. Let's play the organ together again. Just like when you were small, carefree. After saying this, his body and his soul were completely dissipated. Just as everyone was still immersed in this sorrow, a terrifying pressure enveloped them. The 5th class armored creature Vast Zelg was actually about to hatch. Time is short. Let us set out. At this moment, everyone was clearly aware of the despair Natasha endured, as family members left her one after another. Yet she had to continue moving forward. With the opening of the last door, everyone arrived at the final destination, the throne room. Queen Anastasia was sitting there on the throne. Natasha, welcome home. Natasha knew very well that the opponent was just a disguise of the Holy Ones. Claude, you have worked hard to escort Natasha here. Hearing this, Claude immediately knelt to pay respects to the queen. The queen gave me the same feeling as when she was alive. My body moved involuntarily. The others, right before they died, regained self-awareness. Perhaps Queen Anastasia has found a way to banish the Holy Ones from her mind. Natasha walked down, going straight toward the queen. Is she somehow suppressing the Holy Ones by sheer force of will? Natasha, please forgive your powerless mother. That day, the Holy Ones suddenly attacked this place. We had no power to resist, and they were consumed by the Holy Ones. At the very least, I'm so relieved you were able to escape safely to planet Earth. Mother, please rest assured, as the last royal, I will make Oret prosperous again. Natasha, you have truly grown up. Just then, Natasha's face turned dark. I was not talking to you. I'm speaking to my mother who is still trapped inside you. So shut your mouth and stop using my mother's voice, you damnable Holy Ones. In the next second, the queen revealed her true form. Several spider legs grew from her back and attacked Natasha. Instantly, Natasha defended herself with her skill, Spark Light. Instantly, the opponent was forced back, and one of her tentacles was cut off. Truly a pity. I thought I had fooled you. You are truly heartless, having just killed your own father and now wanting to kill your mother. Natasha was instantly enraged by the opponent's words. That's enough, you abomination. That body you've taken over belongs to the queen of this kingdom. Perhaps it's too late to bring her back now, but I won't allow you to disgrace her memory any longer. Prepare to be incinerated. The Mage of Truth, Molestius Silentius, took over Minato's body. Seeing Molestius appear, the queen was excited. The ghosts of 300 years past have appeared. Unfortunately for you, I am different from those small fries so far. She activated a skill, Proclide Viker. However, what greeted her was Molestius's magic and Lil Mellum. As the skills of both sides collided, the entire castle emitted a dazzling light. It turns out that the Holy Ones is actually a hive organism. In all the Holy Ones organisms encountered before, we could see black liquid flowing out. Those were actually the cells of each Holy Ones. The density and purity of the cells determine their hierarchy. At this moment, the queen was completely parasitized by the Holy Ones. It was directly connected to the worm, the Holy Ones' cultivation factory. Here, she was an individual with the strongest density and purity. At this moment, the skills of both sides collided in the air. This flame is too terrifying. With just one strike, it turned the queen into charcoal. However, what Molestius did not expect was that this was not charcoal. The opponent formed a multi-layered armor to isolate the heat. As expected, the opponent would not be so easily dealt with. The queen used the 8 spider spears on her back to launch continuous fierce attacks on Molestius. Molestius used the power of the magic circles to jump lightly in the air, cleverly dodging the attacks time and again. You progenitors are much weaker than what I heard, or that boy isn't strong enough to withstand your power. At this, I could only remain silent in the void marked space. Molestius said to the members below, Ichihara, Akane, take them and go first. Follow the plan. Immediately, the Kannagi unit members bypassed the queen and ran toward the highest point of the castle. This was the operation plan set by strategist Ryan at the beginning. Akane Shinomiya would analyze and decompose the barrier protecting the worm. Then Midori Ichihara, with the strongest combat power, would use turbulence to attack it. And finally, Natasha would use Spark Light on the Holy Ones to end the battle. All towers are connected to the worm. They supply the worm with energy they've absorbed to boost its productivity. If Spark Light is used to destroy the worm, the power of Spark Light will flow back, thus destroying all towers at once. Your target was the worm from the start. I will not let you succeed. At the moment before Akane Shinomiya was about to be attacked, Magic Hadad. Several bolts of lightning struck down, instantly turning the queen's spider spears into gray smoke. The queen was very surprised to see this, as all attacks were accurately neutralized. You should never look away in a fight. How dare you tell me what to do? Saying this, she attacked Molestius again. I will tell you, the limit of Minato Kannagi's body is far more than this. We've just been holding back so his friends don't get hurt. Next, let me show you true magic. Molestius, who never needs to chant spells, actually began to chant magic. Chanting is a way of etching a spell into your body in order to activate it. The Mage of Truth, Molestius, doesn't need to chant. However, Minato's body hasn't fully matured yet. In other words, the fact that Molestius is chanting this spell means she is about to unleash a mana attack of unimaginable power. The queen began to attack again desperately. Do you still not understand that your attacks are useless against me? The queen unleashed her skill, Cryukavipadnai, at maximum blast, and the terrifying power rapidly moved toward Molestius, chanting magic, Esil Gig Rim. In the next second, a dazzling white light covered the entire area, and in an instant, everything around was covered in frost. As if time itself had been frozen, all of the queen's attacks stopped in midair. There are actually several ways to deal with you holy ones, such as Natasha's spark light, or destroying the host, and another is extreme low temperature. If it is a mass of liquid cells, all you need to do is freeze their nuclei, though I suppose we ought to thank them in a way. Us progenitors draw strength from our hatred towards the holy ones. It's what's kept us going for ages. Saying this, she lightly touched the queen, and in the next second, she turned into countless fragments and scattered. Effortlessly, she once again used her magic in Lil Mellum. As Molestius's figure walked out, everything behind her was burned to nothingness. The winner of this battle is the Mage of Truth, Molestius Silentius. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the castle, Kane Mirio was terrified to see the worm about to hatch. It is about to give birth. We must defeat it quickly. Can you be quiet? You'll break Akane's concentration. Akane Shinomiya was concentrating on breaking the barrier. She was channeling her skill with all her strength. Mephiresh Zare. With a final push, the barrier surrounding the worm also shattered. Mr. Midori, Ichihara, and Natasha, the rest is up to you. At this time, Molestius also arrived here. Well done, Akane. Let us start the final battle here. Let's get the damn holy ones off this planet. The worm was now completely exposed. If it were 300 years ago, victory would undoubtedly have been gained. But not even Midori, Ichihara, and the others, nor even the progenitors, could have known that the holy ones had also been preparing for another clash with the progenitors all along. Just then, the 5th class armored creature bred within the worm received a message. Vast Zelg, are you listening? I can hear you, comrade. I am about to hatch, and when I do, I'll crush the enemies standing in our way. I admire your determination, but your current opponent seems to be something you cannot handle. Now, transfer your consciousness back to the hive and download me into that body. The 5th class armored creature agreed without hesitation. Everything for the prosperity of the holy ones. As the barrier broke, me and Ichihara began to move in. It turns out that here in the void marked space, time flows much slower than outside. But just then, a black tentacle shot through the middle of us. Despite the slow time, it was nearly impossible to track the attack, the one that just passed right through us. In reality, people who get shot by a sniper don't even realize what hit them until it's too late. Aside from me and Ichihara, no one has realized the attack yet. Not even Ichihara's turbulence or Molestius Haddad could match that speed. The tentacle's target was none other than Akane Shinomiya. Inside the void marked space, I desperately shouted, Ryuichiro, I need your help now, because the only thing faster than lightning was Ryuichiro Hinoki's blade, and just in time, Ryuichiro managed to block the attack. Unfortunately, Akane was still lightly damaged by the attack. Everyone, take cover now. Hinoki-style sword technique, Sea Storm Slash. A sword radiance like a sea wave directly slashed at the worm's body. The terrifying power directly spread to the entire continent. At the same time, Midori Ichihara used his guardian wind to envelop the others, taking everyone away from the battlefield rapidly. This is bad news. That must be one of the Holy One's armored creatures that has already finished hatching. But how is that possible? We clearly defeated my family before they merged. Why did it still turn out like this? When fighting a powerful enemy, people often have this illusion that they can catch up as long as they use wisdom and effort, that they can defeat the opponent as long as they respond properly. This is just your beautiful and foolish human fantasy. What they forget is that their enemies can also continue to evolve and get stronger. This isn't any ordinary battle. It's a war for the very survival of the Holy Ones. Before going to the other world, we held an important meeting at the Counter Prophecy Unit headquarters. Now I will impart to you the experience of fighting the Holy Ones from 300 years ago. First, the Holy Ones will drop towers to all corners of the planet. Second, the towers will take root underground to absorb the energy of the entire planet. Third, the energy absorbed by all towers will be concentrated at the worm. Fourth, with the worm as the core, it will fuse the worm's core with a creature to create the ultimate organism for protecting the planet from invaders. That is the armored creatures. In other words, the Holy Ones are parasites that suck up a planet's life force. Although Oret's current situation is unclear, considering that half a year has passed, it means the armored creature has likely been completed. About these armored creatures, are they strong? They have a strict hierarchy. The grades range from 1st to 8th. According to everyone's strength here, you belong to the lowest 8th class armored creature. Minato Kanagi's strength is equivalent to a 5th class. As for Midori Ichihara, he is at most a 4th class. Therefore, if you encounter an enemy of 3rd class or above, you must retreat immediately. Natasha, the guardian armored creature, is likely your relative. What is their strength like? The strongest should be my mother. Her strength is likely similar to Shinji Su, who holds a sword. That is fine. In other words, the armored creature is roughly only at the 6th class level. In the worst case is only 5th class. We can easily handle these. However, this is all our information from 300 years ago. It seems like the hatching process has evolved now. They've learned to create armored creatures without fusing with other life forms. And that's not all. According to your estimation, the opponent is at most a 5th class armored creature. But based on the opponent's attack speed just now, that is at least at the 3rd class level. Strategist Ryan was very shocked to hear this. There is no other way. After all, 300 years have passed. Without more information, it is hard for us to reason accurately. How amusing. I can sense the progenitor's surprise from all the way over here. It has been a long time. Minato Kanagi. Hearing this, I froze. Who are you? Have we met before? Did you forget me so quickly? The last time we met was in your mental realm, although that was only a branch of my consciousness. When I saw the opponent's appearance, I immediately remembered that damnable octopus man, and at this moment, the space beneath my feet began to lock. In the next second, a giant green space trapped me within. Midori Ichihara below looked at the scene before him in surprise. A giant cube covered the entire sky. Meanwhile, a large number of monsters appeared around, and even the survivors not far away were surrounded by monsters. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yeldeus. I am a 1st class armored creature. Hearing this, stunned both me and Ryuichiro. If this barrier was the same as the previous one, then the attacks of the strength of the progenitors would not be able to break it. Akane, can you dispel it? However, the survivor camp over there was already surrounded by monsters. Seeing her subjects in distress, Natasha was immediately anxious. She started flying rapidly toward the survivor camp. The others wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. The black water around had already surrounded them. Midori Ichihara hurriedly used his skill, Turbulence, dispersing the black water that had gathered. Leave the protection of Akane Shinomiya to me. Everyone else, go support Natasha. Receiving the order, the others turned and flew into the distance. It was clear that the Holy Ones in this barrier possesses incredibly powerful strength. Still, Akane Shinomiya remained determined, activating her skill, Mephiresh Zair. Just through the barrier, Akane Shinomiya could feel the pressure transmitted from within. Minato Kanagi, you must hold on. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, so you are a first-class level? That's good. You'll be a worthy opponent. In the same instance, Riichiro unleashed Hinoki's Sea Storm Slash as a Yell Deus attacked. The terrifying sword wave collided with the opponent's black water, and the generated vibrations even affected the outside of the barrier. Riichiro Hinoki was pushed back by this giant force, and Yell Deus was not much better, only stabilizing his figure under the powerful air pressure. He stared coldly at Riichiro Hinoki. Facing such a powerful enemy, Riichiro Hinoki could not help but show a smile. I'm going to go all out, you bastard. However, at this moment, my body was unknowingly shocked. Riichiro Hinoki lost control over my body, letting it float quietly in the air like a corpse. Yell Deus took this opportunity and rapidly arrived before me to launch an attack. Can anyone tell me what is going on? At this moment, my soul was dissipating inside the void mark space. Riichiro Hinoki, get out of Minato Kanagi's body quickly. And then, how are we supposed to deal with that? In the next second, a golden light flashed past Ryan. Suddenly, with a blinding flash, Yell Deus' attack was completely countered. That was close. Can I put this sword away now? It turned out the progenitor Eilerson took over my body in time. I managed to protect Minato. Can you explain what just happened? The synchronization time was too long. You have already been out for more than 1 minute today. The synchronization rate will also keep increasing. Minato Kanagi's body might be completely taken over. There's actually a time limit. But what should be done now? We can't just let the Holy Ones make direct contact with him. The opponent's speed is faster than lightning. The only one who can deal with him is me, right? These words immediately drew dissatisfaction from the other progenitors. We have more synchronization time left compared to yours. Killick, help us prepare some weapons. Are we sure about this? Weapons made with alchemy cannot deal with this fellow. At this time, Eilerson outside was very anxious, facing the Yell Deus' rapid attacks. Hurry up and decide already. At this time, Riichiro Hinoki thought of the dinosaur progenitor, Rowan, with the aura in the form of a dinosaur. I wouldn't get physically touched by the opponent. Rowan shook his head continuously upon hearing this, even making a rumbling sound. What a fool. Have you ever seen a dinosaur faster than lightning? The time limit. If I lend my body to a single person for too long, my soul would disappear. I've heard everything you said, and it gave me an idea. Meanwhile, Yell Deus outside suddenly found the progenitor's movements became dull compared to before. He raised his sharp right hand again. Farewell, ancient ghosts. Black tentacles shot rapidly toward Eilerson. In this moment of crisis, Eilerson was instantly enraged by the opponent's words, and in the next second, she teleported behind Yell Deus. Whose movement are you calling dull? Skill, Bifrost kick line. A kick wreathed in 7-colored light directly kicked Yell Deus. The terrifying power directly sent him flying. However, Eilerson's attack was not yet over, teleporting before Yell Deus again. Skill, Alfheim Razor. A kick wreathed in intense light struck the opponent. What happened? How did he suddenly become so strong? The progenitor of kicks, the flash foot, Eilerson. And at this time, Yell Deus charged once again. Skill, Wolf Spear Art Snare. The long spear transformed into a cage-like shape to envelop Yell Deus. It turned out Koki Shima had taken over my body in time, so it changed again. This was my tactic. It was the same as always. We'll rapidly switch progenitors, using the characteristics of each progenitor to launch continuous attacks on the Holy Ones. I'll decide whose turn it will be. Let's do this. Progenitors. The Holy Ones are a hive organism, and as a hive organism, their primal desire is to dominate everything. They like dominating the bodies of powerful organisms most. For them, the interior of powerful animals is warm and moist, and they do not have to worry about hunger or being eaten. For this purpose, they will first parasitize small animals, and then continuously infect the surrounding organisms. The number of parasitized organisms will grow exponentially, finally dominating the organisms of the entire planet. One day, a spaceship landed on this planet. This was a civilization with highly developed technology. However, everyone on the ship could not escape the fate of being parasitized. They used the obtained technology to travel through the stars, crossing time, space, and dimensions to dominate one planet after another. Therefore, we call them the Holy Ones. One day, these evil parasitic organisms descended upon the Earth, wanting to turn the Earth into a planet dominated by them as well. However, they were shocked to discover that on this planet of the Sleeping Land, they were actually filled with the aura of powerful souls, which easily destroyed their high towers. And even the powerful organisms brought by the Holy Ones were defeated by them, and they are the progenitors from 300 years ago, each a peak existence in their respective field. At this time, Koki Shima unleashed her skill, Wolf Spear Art, Flying Swallow. Koki Shima's spear technique directly pierced a dozen holes in Yell Deus' body. Even so, the opponent could still continue to launch attacks. Since the long spear was generated by Killick using alchemy, under normal circumstances, it could not withstand the opponent's attacks. But I am the progenitor of spear technique. Koki Shima rotated the long spear, directly causing the opponent's attacks to deviate. It was neutralized. Such unique spear technique. Unfortunately, your spear technique cannot harm me. Yell Deus' body was rapidly recovering. Koki Shima was also very helpless to see this. There are no internal organs inside that husk, so instead of a point, we must strike him in a line or an area. Muljith, the rest is up to you. The progenitor of archery immediately understood upon hearing this, preparing to take over my body. The progenitor Killick on the side was also already prepared. Skill, Trismegistus, and liquid mercury began to form in front of me. Muljith drew the bow and set an arrow, preparing to fire. Yell Deus on the opposite side was very confused to see the bow and arrow. What is the use of bringing out such a slow weapon now? In the face of my speed, you cannot even aim, right? Yet his figure never escaped Muljith's eyes. Skill, dead and piercing bow, an arrow full of power shot toward Yldeus. However, at this moment, he was shocked to discover that the arrows in the quiver had all disappeared. In the next second, several arrows hit his body. How was he able to predict me? When did he fire them? I couldn't even see it. Skill, umbrella arrow, open for me. The arrows that hit just now open like umbrellas, directly blowing Yldeus' body apart. It was just now that Yldeus understood that these are the real progenitors. This is the progenitor of the bow, the marksman of many bows Moljith. This will be troublesome if it goes longer. I'll finish him off with the next attack. In the void mark space, I looked at their battle and felt puzzled. Riichiro Hinoki, don't you think he's a bit weak? It seems you noticed. If this fellow is truly a first-class armored creature, then his strength should be very strong. However, the power he displayed was not as strong as imagined. First class is equivalent to the level of us progenitors in our prime. However, now the strength the opponent displayed is only equivalent to third class. It's likely the same case as with me and you, the progenitors. His physical body is only fifth class, but inside, the one who tried to destroy my soul, that first class being is only controlling a fifth class physical body, so their power is only the average of the fifth class physical body and first class inner soul. Currently, my status is the same as fifth class. If our body levels are the same, and with the limit of 5 minutes, this battle will be decided by either the progenitors or that first class armored creature. However, the enemy still has their own hidden tricks. It would be great if we also had our own secret weapon. Well, we actually have those, don't we? Hey, come on out here, you introverted progenitors. It's time for you to be useful. It turns out that in the distance, there was still another gathering of progenitors. Who said something about introverts? I'll kill you, you top-knot bastard. The progenitor of heroes, Hazama Yashikatsu, answered the call. In a world where Transcendents doesn't exist, on September 29th, 1992, Hazama, go help mom buy eggs and milk. I can't. I'll go after I reach a save point. If you don't go now, I'll throw away your game console. The boy was immediately scared upon hearing this, and he was the later progenitor of heroes, Hazama Yashikatsu. Seeing his mom take out 500 yen and agreeing that the remaining change could be used to buy snacks, Hazama Yashikatsu finally became happy. When he finished buying things and was on his way home, he was still thinking about going home quickly to play games. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly shattered and countless towers emerged. Several towers fell directly in front of Hazama Yashikatsu. At the same time, the void mark magic circle rose beneath his feet, transporting him to a different era. In order to fight the Holy Ones, the Earth summoned these people at the time towers arrived. People from all eras, the strongest humans. Welcome. May I ask what your specialty is? Just like that, a boy who spent his whole day playing games has now turned into our progenitor. Returning to the present, Hazama Yashikatsu was trading insults with Riichiro Hinoki. You and your group didn't even train Minato. Now the time you are needed has come. Do you think we do not want to? We didn't even have a chance to train him. You guys have been keeping Minato all to yourselves. You didn't even let us close. You all could just go together. Why are you always acting hesitant in the distance? You don't understand. I am afraid if we go to talk, what if Minato Kanagi thinks we were actually disgusting? You all shut up. Hearing this, Hazama immediately hid behind Riichiro. It is a battle now. If you want to join, do it quickly. My time is short, and this guy has finally adjusted to my attacks. At this time, Yldeus easily dodged Moljitha's barrage of arrows. I understand the limit of your body now. In the next second, Yldeus controlled his black tentacles to knock down all of Moljitha's arrows, and even the long bow in her hand broke into two. This eerie speed, if the reaction had not been timely, it would not have been as simple as a scratch. Just as I guessed, the moment you attack is when your defense is weakest. I was anxious looking at this scene. This fellow is actually testing the strength of the progenitors. He already predicted our moves, waiting for the opportunity for that fatal blow. Hazama Yashikatsu, have you made up your mind? If this continues, Minato Kanagi will really die. Hazama Yashikatsu walked slowly toward me under everyone's gaze. Hello, Kanagi Minato. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Hazama Yashikatsu turned his head in embarrassment. This left me completely bewildered. Hazama Yashikatsu kept trying to converse with me but was clearly struggling. Boss, do your best. We will silently cheer for you behind you. Kanagi, may I borrow your body? We are meeting for the first time, and I know saying this is very presumptuous. You probably do not know our names yet. What? Of course I know them. You are Hazama Yashikatsu. The one wearing a mask is Inari Myojin. The one holding a scythe is Nemi Nephronot. The one with nunchaku around the neck is Huolongyan. You are Keiji Takamura. And the last one is Luciana Glutchspear. Am I right? How do you know our names? That is because I have admired your deeds since I was small. All of you are my favorite progenitors. Please lend me your power. Please. I need everyone's help. Hazama Yashikatsu was immediately moved to tears by my words, which made the surrounding progenitors very embarrassed. Kanagi motivated us this far. Thanks to Minato, we will fight like progenitors. Suddenly, Yldeus noticed another change. Immediately, the progenitor of heroes took over my body. All of the newly met progenitors were now fired up to fight. Alright everyone, let's do this. Hazama Yashikatsu charged in with his sword and shield. Just then, he attacked with his skill, Sharp Blade. However, he was too nervous that his eyes remained closed. This is too slow. Is he trying to bait me? Immediately, Yldeus launched a counterattack that Hazama easily dodged. Although Yldeus' attack speed was very fast, Hazama Yashikatsu could always dodge with those strange postures. Everyone in the void mark space was very confused to see this. Riichiro Hinoki, can Hazama Yashikatsu really fight? Speaking of which, I've never actually seen him fight. Hazama can also fight. He won't even lose against you. Trust me, Eilerson. Of course he's strong. He's also a progenitor after all. At this time, Riichiro Hinoki smiled. Watch properly. This is the hero's way of fighting. 300 years ago, the progenitors got along harmoniously every day, especially the hip twist dance of Io back then gave them quite some joy. The lights flicker late into the night, while the corresponding other group hid in the corner, playing poker to pass the time. Boss, look over there. Luciana Glutchspear sat alone under a tree, appearing out of place with Riichiro Hinoki and the others' laughter. Is that not the newcomer who was transferred earlier? She probably is not used to it here yet. Immediately, the members of the other group gently pushed Hazama Yashikatsu out. I can't just talk to a girl I don't even know. It's scary. However, in the end, he was forced out. Hello, do you want to come and play cards with us? Just as Luciana Glutchspear found it strange, she was surprised to discover that Hazama Yashikatsu's legs were shaking continuously, which instantly moved her a little. Time returns to the present. While Azama Yashikatsu was dodging the opponent's attacks, a blood mark was once again cut onto his cheek. At this moment, he was already covered in wounds. This made Yael Deus feel very confused, as if facing a novice progenitor. Although the attacks were crude, the body movement was very flexible, completely lacking the proficiency of the spear progenitor and the bow progenitor. In that case, he took this opportunity. Immediately, Yael Deus launched an attack again, and this time, while Azama Yashikatsu dodged, he transferred his body to a tentacle, controlling the tentacle to strike again. Yael Deus was sure he was about to land a critical hit. However, he was shocked to discover that his fatal strike was blocked by a small shield. Skill, parry. The surface of the shield was wrapped in a surge of purple energy. In an instant, a sword sliced across the opponent's waist. Although the wound was quickly repaired, purple gas continuously rose from the wound. You didn't know? This sword here is poisonous. When Azama Yashikatsu was just transferred, he was an ordinary student who had never fought. I spent quite some effort to help him grow to his current stage. I personally taught him to cultivate throughout. He would only whine when he opens his mouth, but inside the tower, he never ran away. Not once while facing the Holy Ones did his legs ever shake. He suppressed the fear in his heart and continuously advanced, relying on his unbreakable and true courage. Azama Yashikatsu is undeniably a hero. After gaining Riichiro Hinoki's recognition, the other group members were filled with warmth and emotion. At this moment, Azama Yashikatsu outside was enduring a giant pressure, only slightly moving his legs, and they began to shake again. He borrowed Minato Kunagi's body for the first time, yet it was so pathetic. Just then, the cries of companions came from behind. Azama Yashikatsu is so dazzling. Azama Yashikatsu, believe in yourself. You can do it. We will always support you. I am sorry that my weakness is making you struggle right now, but I want to save Natasha, as well as the people on this planet. So I'm counting on you. Receiving everyone's encouragement, the tension in Azama Yashikatsu's heart disappeared instantly. I am the great hero. Such a small boss is not worth a mention before me. Skill, parry and killing sword. He raised the shield and charged toward the opponent while blocking the incoming attacks. At this moment, the toxin had already slowly spread across Yael Deus' body, causing his movements to become sluggish. It seems I look down on you ancient ghosts. Just then, the original small shield actually began to grow rapidly. Skill, great shield bash. Azama Yashikatsu smashed the great shield toward the opponent. My companions, I have kept you waiting long. Everything is prepared now. At this moment, Yael Deus was confident that he would not fall for any tricks. Minato Kanagi, order another one. Receiving the instruction, I immediately spoke. Inari Myojin, it is your turn. In the next second, accompanied by several sword flashes, Yael Deus's two arms were cut into pieces. He stared wide-eyed, full of disbelief. When was it? This guy switched weapons again. Progenitor Inari Myojin's skill, ghostly wail. Then I called out for another progenitor. Progenitor Luciana Glutch Spear, skill, 6-chain whip strike. The silver whip in hand continuously lashed Yael Deus at a bizarre angle. Then it was progenitor Nemi Nefernoct, skill, eternal slumber. The scythe attacked like a tornado, cutting into countless pieces. Then it was progenitor Holongian, skill, 1000 defect 10,000 cruelty. At this moment, Yael Deus turned into fragments. This fellow Minato Kanagi is different from when he was on Earth, to be able to switch progenitors in a split second. Finally, it was the turn of progenitor Keiji Takamura to give him the fatal blow. Skill, raging ocean waves. He crushed the last small bits of him. At this moment, Yael Deus could no longer regenerate. This shell had already reached its limit. At this moment, the others outside the barrier was still fighting hard. So you're still alive. Hikataro. Although we decreased their number, all we can do is wait for Minato. Hang on a minute. What is happening? The ground is rumbling, and at this moment in the barrier, I was half kneeling on the ground, covered in wounds. Due to borrowing the body to the progenitors for a long time, the body was overloaded and now could barely move. Just as I was bewildered, I heard a rumbling sound from outside. Facing the sudden sound, I immediately became alert and looked in the direction of the sound source. Just then, I saw a three-eyed monster appear at the original remains of the worm. I am Vast Zelg. I'm the original owner of this physical body. I have been watching your battle with comrade Yael Deus. Those various weapon arts of yours are truly great. I am the commander of the holy ones that are on this planet, Urid. As you can see, the first-class armored creature, much higher than you, has been defeated by me. Why are you showing yourself now? I wanted to give you a reward. Just now, I made the core of this planet go out of control. The other progenitors were confused, and only strategist Ryan understood. This planet will explode from within its core, and it'll be reduced to dust. How could you do this? It is simple, so I can kill you for certain. For us, the energy from a conquered planet is valuable nutrition, but it's a small sacrifice to kill you. This is how far we'll go to kill our sworn enemy. The group who did not know the reason began to panic. What on earth has happened? I feel this is not just a natural disaster. What has happened on Minato Kanagi's side? Hinoki-style sword technique, Sea Storm slash. A white sword radiance slashed toward the opponent, yet unexpectedly, this proud attack of mine was directly shattered by the opponent. The giant impact force directly sent my body flying. If it were just fighting you, winning is not impossible. It seems you can no longer let those progenitors possess you now. Just wait obediently for the planet to explode. I exerted all my strength to barely deflect Vast Zelg's attack. However, the opponent soon adjusted the direction and rushed over again. At this moment, my hands began to shake. Give up. Would it not be a kind of release to just fall like this? Quickly, switch him with a progenitor. Vast Zelg rushed toward me wrapped in giant energy. The terrifying power made me roll a dozen times on the ground before stopping. In my current state, I can't even switch with any of the progenitors. This is bad. Not only did he receive a lot of damage from fighting the first-class armored creature, but we also burdened Minato by switching with more than 10 progenitors. Minato's mind is at its limit. We must defeat the Holy One and then teleport back to Earth. But Riichiro refused this plan. There's no point if we just save ourselves. I don't care what happens to my body, but I have to save this planet no matter what. At this moment, I began to doubt myself, even after I defeated the first-class armored creature with all the progenitors. After coming this far, is this where I fall? I could only shed a tear at my powerlessness once again. But just then, I heard a voice. You did well, Minato. As the barrier began to crack. Finally, the barrier shattered to pieces. I began to fall with the shards in disbelief, seeing the barrier break. Just then, Shinomiya grabbed me from behind. I'm glad I made it in time to break the barrier. tower. Seeing this, Vast Zelg tried to end the battle by going full speed towards me, but at that moment, Ichihara put himself between me and the enemy. You don't look human. Seeing the new enemy, Vast Zelg was completely shocked. Following its pure instincts, it instantly went into its defensive form. Ichihara began to channel his skill, Turbulence. Ichihara's attack covered the whole sky. It was even visible from outer space, covering a huge part of the planet. Finally, the Kannagi unit of the Counter Prophecy unit and Special Operatives Ichihara Midori have finally defeated their main enemy. However, there were only 3 minutes and 14 seconds until the planet Urid explodes. At this moment, Sakazaki and Kane Mirio had actually managed to save all the refuges. We clearly annihilated the enemy, yet we still cannot save this planet. Our skills at most can take the refugees to high ground, but if the planet is destroyed, it is the same no matter where we run. Just then, a familiar voice called out to the two of them. So everyone survived here? Please stay where you are. Thank you. You too. Thanks to you, I can still fight. Just then, she went back with great speed. Soon, she arrived to where we are. Is everyone alright? I am sorry, Natasha. Although the enemy has been defeated, we could not stop the opponent from initiating self-destruct on this planet. I am truly sorry. It is all because I am too useless. You do not need to apologize. I know you have done your best. Most importantly, this planet can still be saved. Then what should we do? 300 years ago, the strongest progenitors of each era gathered on the Earth. That was actually the will of the planet. Likewise, our planet also has a will of its own, and using spark light, I can communicate with this planet's will, and this method was taught to me by the progenitor of wanderers. The tower where the worm is located will go deep into the deepest part of the planet. We can use that route to reach the bottom and use spark light and destroy its core. However, only people from this planet can enter its deepest part, so only I can go. Just as Natasha was about to set out, I threw a necklace over. Sorry for only giving it to you now. This was entrusted to me by your brother before he died. It carries the love of the entire family for you. She held it tightly in her palm. Her lips could not help but tremble slightly. The missing and regret suppressed in her heart now burst forth. Carrying everyone's entrustment, Natasha rushed down toward the tower. The Holy Ones selfishly wanted to take everything away. Even so, I and this planet will not lose. Carrying firm determination, she rushed into the interior of the tower. At this moment, 2 minutes were left before the explosion. At the moment Natasha entered, the tower's internal self-defense system had already sensed the outsider. However, all attacks could not catch up with Natasha's current speed. Please forgive me, this useless princess. Watching helplessly as everything I cherished was destroyed before me. This time, I will not run again. Thank you to these warriors from Earth. It clearly had nothing to do with them, yet they were willing to come here from thousands of miles away for us. How could it have nothing to do with us? Do not forget we are partners of the same term. Even if it is a chance encounter, it is still a kind of fate. I once had a similar experience, so how could I just ignore it? As for me, it is for atonement. Meanwhile, I am doing this for my own goal. Actually, I did not really want to go to such a dangerous place, but Natasha is so cute, so it is reluctantly okay. As for me, actually, I do not know the reason either, but the progenitors in my body are very angry. When I saw that hellish scene in your memory, I would be willing to give everything just to stop the tears falling from your eyes. This sudden gentle comfort immediately stunned Natasha in place. I truly hope to see your smile. Everyone has clearly spent such a short time together, yet was inexplicably moved by all of them. To repay everyone's passion, this time I will definitely succeed. However, at this time, the passage below had been blocked by tentacles inside the tower. Just then, a green light flashed past. Skill, Matador's Ritual, Passo Finale. The person who came was actually Claude, who had always been protecting the princess. Princess, why are you still acting like a child? Actually leaving your guard and coming to such a dangerous place alone? I will draw away all these tentacles. Skill, Crimson Blood Dance. Princess, you must save our planet. As the tentacles were drawn to Claude, Natasha took this opportunity to continue to her goal. After passing through the gap, she arrived at the interior of the planet. This is the core that will destroy this planet. As long as it is destroyed, the explosion will stop. Immediately, Natasha activated her skill at maximum power. However, in the next second, her entire body was pierced by sudden spikes. What happened? It was clearly just a little bit away. Mother, father, and brother. I am indeed the most useless one. Just as Natasha was about to give up, 3 spots of light suddenly lit up in this dark underground. When she was drawn by the light and opened her eyes, she was pleasantly surprised to find that those lights were exactly her family members. It turns out her mother and the others had always been silently protecting her. How can I give up at the final moment? I said to leave it to me next. How can I let everyone down? You damnable holy ones. Disappear completely for me. Skill, Spark Light. Just as Natasha's fingertips touched the core, she unleashed her spark light at the maximum power, enveloping everything in its pure blue light. Instantly, the holy one's core was dyed white. In the next second, a dazzling light emanated from the planet's core. Finally succeeded. Natasha closed her eyes with a smile. The moment the light burst forth, the fatal tentacles about to pierce Claude were completely annihilated. At this moment on the planet's surface, everyone saw countless black mists gathering toward the central tower. However, they were resisted by Midori Ichihara's turbulence. I will not let you near here. In the next second, a dazzling light burst forth from the central tower below. The giant pillar of light could be seen even in the distant borders. At the same time, the earthquake of the entire planet also stopped. That is the direction of Aret. Could it be a new weapon of the Holy Ones? However, in the next moment, they discovered that the surrounding towers began to glow. The light grew brighter and brighter, and this phenomenon was continuously spreading, lighting up one after another, and even this continent was covered by light. And finally, even the entire planet was enveloped by light. In the next second, a giant light explosion sounded in the universe, and after a short while, it returned to calm. Unexpectedly, with just one strike, all the Holy Ones of the entire planet were annihilated. At this moment, I could finally see such a beautiful blue sky. I knew Natasha had succeeded. You finally did it, Natasha. After Natasha woke up, she was shocked to discover that she actually did not die. Good morning, Natasha. Get up and eat breakfast with us. Skill, Apis Idic. Molestius was performing her magic, boiling water while washing vegetables. Skill, Hinoki-style sword technique, Cloud Cluster. Riichiro Hinoki used the Hinoki-style sword technique to shred all the vegetables. The rest is up to you, Gensaburo. Immediately, a new progenitor took over my body. The progenitor of Chinatown, Toki Gensaburo. No problem. problem. The rest is up to me. Saying this, he nimbly lifted the stir-fry ladle. His arm movements were smooth, and he had already begun cooking. Soon, a large bowl of fragrant wild vegetable stir-fry with meat was ready. At this moment, Claude was at the ready with a pan. He took the food so that he could give some to the children that are refugees. At this time, the people who went out to find food had returned. With these fresh ingredients, everyone can have a hearty meal. Shinji Suo is responsible for cutting the meat into pieces and then marinating it in the sauce. Hikataro Hanada is responsible for cleaning the fish's internal organs and then putting them into the oil pot for frying. Meanwhile, Akane Shinomiya was responsible for preparing the tableware. When Natasha looked not far away, she was surprised to find the survivors here were each enjoying a feast. I have never eaten such delicious food in my life. The wounds on your body have been healed by the progenitor of medicine Warrentine. One must know that Minato Kunagi's body was already close to the limit back then, and he fell into a coma after healing you. However, after sleeping for a while, he lent the body to us again. Come, you should be hungry too. Before eating, I want to know what happened to the Holy Ones. However, after she looked around, she was surprised to find that the towers had disappeared. It was you who protected your own subjects. Now Oret has once again restored its original clear blue sky, so go ahead and eat, together with your people. Princess, let us eat together. At this moment, an inexplicable emotion in her heart suddenly surged up, and tears could not stop flowing. Let us eat together. Suddenly, even more refugees from other regions also gathered here. Gensaburo immediately felt his fighting spirit ignite upon hearing this. Everyone of the Kunnagi unit, listen well. We want everyone here to eat their fill. Just like that, amidst everyone's business, everyone ate a delicious meal. In the void mark space, I was playing poker with the other group. They were sad that they could not eat Gensaburo's cooking, but I promised to lend them my body so they can have a taste later. Looking at the lively scene over there, Molestius could not help but show a smile. Truly nostalgic. 300 years ago, after every battle ended, everyone gathered together to eat like this. Truly a pity that it cannot be returned to. But where are you going now, Ryuichiro? I need to clear my mind. That first-class armored creature did not die, and next time we meet, I will be the one to slay him. But at this moment, in the headquarters of the Holy Ones, some members were discussing what had transpired. Yael Deus fellow seems to have failed. Using a 5th-class armored creature, the group on Earth is truly troublesome enough. If I remember correctly, there is also a prophecy I planted on that planet. I want to see if it's already in motion or not. I shall see it for myself.